Start Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now. Black power.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Today is Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. Black folks who support reparations in California are angry with the California Black Legislative Caucus for standing in the way of several bills getting through the Assembly. I'm going to talk with the sponsor of the bill who will tell us exactly what happened so we can be real clear on what went down. What the hell is wrong with these white people? These white conservatives are up in arms by saying, oh my goodness, Vice President Kamala Harris was speaking with a Southern twang and she's now code switching. I'm gonna show y'all what this dumbass Peter Ducey literally asked Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House today in the White House briefing. These people are stuck on stupid. And speaking of stuck on stupid, this black MAGA supporter of Trump, remember the black woman who was at Chick-fil-A with him? Well, she was on a C-SPAN show last month, just straight ass lying about Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, lie after lie after lie, and I'm gonna walk y'all through and expose all of her lies. Also, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton keeps targeting the largest county in Texas, Harris County, that has the most black people when it comes to voting. Yes, their voting intimidation continues. And also, a federal judge has put a temporary stop to Donald Trump using a song co-written by Isaac Hayes. We'll tell you about that as well. It is time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
Folks, things got heated in California where activists who supported reparations there thought they were on the cusp of getting some of the most ambitious reparations legislation in American history. Then all of a sudden, it fell apart. The California Legislative Black Caucus released a statement saying that they were pulling the bills for some reason. They haven't really explained it. So when I saw all of this play out, I said, well, I knew who was sponsoring the bill. And so we reached out to him. He joins us right now to explain what in the heck happened in California. You've seen him on the show numerous times before. California State Senator Stephen Bradford. Again, he authored the bill, was on the task force. So he joins us right now. So Senator Bradford, first of all, so explain to people how many bills there were.
There were 14 bills that were introduced that were considered the Black Caucus, Legislative Black Caucus priority bills. There was a few more that weren't deemed priority, but the ones identified for the caucus that we all supported unanimously, I should say, it was 14.
Okay, so there were 14 bills. So you're in the Senate. What got through the House?
What got all the way to the governor's desk?
Yeah, in terms of what got through the House, and then you were hoping it was going to get through the Senate.
Well, my bills got through the Senate. My bills got all the way through the Senate. They got all the way through the Assembly. Through the last committee that they faced, policy committee, was appropriations. And to get out of appropriations without a single amendment, we figured we had no problems when it reached the floor. We had done a vote count, as again, I had 1403, which would stand up the American Freedmen's Affairs Agency, 1050, which would have dealt with the racially motivated taking of property through eminent domain, similar to what I did 3 years ago with Bruce's Beach and returning that property. And then we had SB 1331, which would create a funding mechanism and foundation for reparations going forward, not requiring state money. We would look at federal money, philanthropic money, other means other than state money, since we were in a deficit situation. So those were my three bills. What got through were some bills dealing with books in prison, extension of the Crown Act, the closure of grocery stores, a notice, I should say, for the closures of grocery stores and pharmacies. And I just don't have the rest of them in front of me, but those that stuck out for sure.
All right, so then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And this is a video here of one of the activists who was speaking outside of the assembly. Watch this.
The bills up now. These are their bills. They have their names on the bills. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Now, listen, they gonna see this and they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills, then they gonna get mad at us. They killing their own bills because they scared of the government. Okay? We don't care.
We need to send a message
the goddamn bills up now.
The governor needs to understand that the world is watching California, and this is going to have a direct impact on your friend, Kamala Harris, who's running for president. This is going to have a direct impact. So pull up the bills now, vote on them, and sign them.
We have
We've been waiting for over 400 years.
All right, so, and again, so this was another bill here. They were talking to, this was another video. They were talking to Lori Wilson outside the chamber as well. So, all right, what happened? You make it clear, you had the votes. What happened?
I got notice when I was in Chicago 2 weeks ago at the Democratic National Convention by Chair Lori Wilson of the Black Caucus. I'm the vice chair. She pulled me to the side while I was in Chicago, and she says, hey, we've heard word that the administration might have problems with 1403. That was the only bill that we heard, 1403. Again, that was the foundation for standing up the agency. And I said, oh, that's news to me. No one from the administration has contacted me. And I says, what might be some of those concerns? And she wasn't specific. And so I did what I naturally would have done. I picked up the phone. I called my chief of staff. I called my LESH director and asked them were they aware of any of those issues, and they said no. And upon my return on Friday, we had a Zoom meeting with the director of finance for the state of California, and he explained what those concerns were. Joe Steppenshaw, who's a stand-up guy, and he just said, hey, Mr. Bradford, under these tough budgetary deficit year, we have some problems with standing up the agency, and we just have concerns. No time did they say they were going to veto the bill. They just said we had some concerns and they were going to offer up some amendments. He had nothing concrete at that time. So I says, hey, let me see what you come up with and we'll consider it. And fast forward to the next week, Monday, this past Monday, we're on the floor because we're in the last week of session. So we were going late every night. By the time I got a notice from my chief of staff and ledge director around 5 o'clock, they said, we have the amendments. And they're saying, I'm recommending you not take the amendments. And that was our position. We felt the amendments kind of like watered down the bill. It created a study. So we said no to those amendments. And I think that's pretty much what got us here today. Because again, but no time did the governor or anyone in his administration say we're going to veto the bill. So the fear of a veto, I believe, caused members to say, let's hold the bills.
Okay, so here's what I don't understand. If you pass it and he vetoes it, that's on him. By shutting it down, now it's on them. It's on the Black Caucus. And so I don't understand. I mean, you're a legislator. The governor has the right to veto bills. You pass the damn bill and then go, all right, let's see what you're going to do.
I agree. We vetoed our own bill in essence. I mean, I've been doing this for 14 years in the legislature, and it's not the first time. I worked with Governors Schwarzenegger, Brown, and now Newsom, and they've all at some point, I've had a bill where they say, hey, we got problems with it, and let's see if we can fix it. And we either come to agreement or we don't. I had a bill last year dealing with social equity with cannabis, and his point person on cannabis met with me and says, hey, Mr. Bradford, we got problems with the bill. We want you to take these amendments. And I looked at him and I said, no, I can't take them. And we moved the bill to his desk. He signed that bill. 4 years ago, as you well know, I was the joint author on NIL. It was tremendous pressure for that bill not to reach the governor's desk. From Emirates of NCAA, everybody was saying, hold the bill, don't get it to his desk. We got it to his desk. There was also a threat of a veto there, but what did he do? Not only did he sign it on LeBron James' show the shop. So the threat or even this saying that you have trouble was no reason to hold this bill. So I'm just disappointed that it didn't get to the finish line because we were there. And we had done a vote count on my both of my bills, all three of my bills, and we were standing at 50 plus votes.
So here's where I'm confused then. So if you had the votes, so what happened where it didn't move forward? So you're saying that the California Legislative Black Caucus as a body, they're the ones who stopped the bill from moving forward?
They expressed concerns of not bringing it up on the floor. And so, I'm a member of the caucus. I got outvoted, and my bills were held.
So here's what I'm confused. Go to my iPad, Henry. So they released this statement here on August 31st, and they said there's been interest regarding the status of Senate Bill 1403. The caucus was unable to participate in the legislative process collectively and only recently became aware of the concerns and issues with the bill. First of all, what the hell does that mean? That they were unable to participate? I'm sorry, y'all that task force, they've had hearings, we've covered it, we've had the co-chair on. Where in the hell have they been?
And again, I wasn't made aware of their problems with the bills until last week, again, when I was in Chicago, by the chair of the caucus.
So wait a minute. You're literally, aren't you the co-chair of the task force?
No, I was co-chair of Legislative Black Caucus. But
No, I'm sorry, but you were working with the Reparations task force, right?
I'm following the guidelines and the recommendations from the 1,100-page report, yes.
Right, but I say you were part of that process.
Yes, I was, for 2 years.
They were aware that process was going on, right?
Yeah, for 2 years we had it.
They were aware that bills came out of that 1,100-page report.
Yeah.
And so, first of all, when did you first put the bill together?
I introduced the bill. I did a gut and amend last year. When last year? I think like July.
Okay, so you mean to tell me, so from July 2023, the other members of the Black Caucus until August of 2024, they didn't say nothing about the bill until right before it's going to hit the floor to get passed?
They mentioned some concerns about the bill at the first part of this year, but again, in May, they all signed on as joint co-authors of the bill. And the language hasn't changed from the time.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold up. They signed on as joint co-authors of the bill in May. The language hasn't changed. And now all of a sudden in August, hold up, we got some issues.
Yeah, it's the same bill because I didn't take the amendments. I can understand if I had taken amendments, but I guess you're saying they weren't aware of the amendments. We weren't aware of the amendments till, like I say, after 5 o'clock on Monday of this final week. And once we had a chance to digest them and look at them as my staff would do, we sent them out the next day or the day after to every member of the Black Caucus. We sent those amendments out and showed where we had concerns with them.
So I go back to their statement. In its current form, one of the primary concerns with the bill is that it ceded legislative oversight authority, which is critical given the generational impact this legislation would have. What are they talking about?
Seeing that it would take away legislative insider input and deciding what reparations would be, or the task force, or having to. That's not the case because, again, this is the bill. It hasn't changed that they agreed to be co-authors on. So if it exceeded it today, it exceeded it then when they signed on to the bill. The language has not changed. The language has not changed. And we were true to that. I've been an honest broker for all 25 years of my elected officials life, 14 in the legislature, and I don't hide the ball. And I show up every day and I do the work. And my bill had not changed. Again, I stood firm. I mean, for it to get out of appropriations, Assembly appropriations and Senate appropriations with no amendments on it, stated that it had a lot of support.
And then all of a sudden, they're claiming. So now they're saying, "Oh no, we're gonna make this happen in the next session." Really?
Well, I'll be gone, but
And you'll be gone because your term expires?
I'm termed out in December.
It has to be absolutely devastating, gutting. I mean, I don't want to, but it has to be really disappointing for you to be right there on the 1 yard line and having the votes lined up, and the Black Caucus back out at the last second because of the threat of a veto from the governor, which you never heard directly.
Yeah, this is probably the most heartbreaking disappointment experience in my time as a legislature. And again, you're taught early, don't fall in love with your bills. I didn't fall in love with this bill, but I fell in love with what this bill meant to not only Black Californians, but Black America. And I knew how important it was as a state and as a nation to get this across the finish line. We were there. And I'm proud of the work that we've done. I'm proud of the work as we did as a task force. And I'm proud of the work that I've been able to do with members of the Black Caucus. But yes, to say that I was deeply disappointed at this. This is probably the most shocking, and I don't even want to. It's been hard. It's been really hard because we were there, and I think we vetoed our own bill just because. And I understand. I want to work with the administration. And again, if the governor had or his administrative staff had indicated that there was a veto in line, I would still say, let's work with this. But I still probably would have moved. There's no doubt I would have moved forward with my bill. And I want to be very clear. The governor's administrative staff, as well as he, has been very collaborative with the Black Caucus all this year since we've introduced our bills. And so, again, I was shocked when I was in Chicago to hear that there was problems with 1403.
And what jumps out the most here, again, is you had the votes lined up.
We did a vote card on all three of my reparations bills. My staff and I had coordinated, and we said we were going to take them all up on Wednesday of last week and have them all done that same day. We had a 50-plus count. Prime example was 1050. They still brought up 1050, SB 1050, that dealt with the racially motivated taking of property. It got off the floor with, I believe, over 55 votes. So it showed that we're in good stead. And I think 1403 and 1331 would have experienced the same fate as well.
Wow. That's, well, I would love to hear, and we're going to reach out to the head of the Black Caucus. We'd love to hear them explain why they decided to get scared by a possible threat of a veto. And again, you pass the bill. If he vetoes it, he vetoes it. And then you have the opportunity to override the veto, correct?
That's true. We have a supermajority in both houses. But again, and we're co-equal partners in government. So, I mean, we shouldn't no more acquiesce than the governor should acquiesce to us. We're co-equal partners. So we need to understand and appreciate our position as well, in this process. And, I was ready to move forward. I was totally committed to moving this package forward. It was a solid package. It was a package, again, that would have tremendous impact on California, but as a nation as well. I've been contacted by legislators all across the country who were following what we were doing, and they wanted to emulate and copy what we were doing, and was hoping that we get it done so they could do the same in their respective states. I mean, New York is setting up a task force similar to what we did here in California because of the work that we did in California. I think Oklahoma is looking to do the same as well.
All right, then. Representative Bradford, Senator Bradford, I'm sorry. We appreciate it. Thanks so very much.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks a bunch. Got to go to break. We come back. We'll chat with our panel about this. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here in the Black Star Network.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, we're going to be talking about common sense. We think that people have it, know how to use it, but it is something that people often have to learn. The truth is, most of us are not born with it, and we need to teach common sense, embrace it, and give it to those who need it most, our kids.
So I always tell teachers to listen out to what conversations the students are having about what they're getting from social media, and then let's get ahead of it and have the appropriate conversations with them.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, I'm sure you've seen all those commercials about reverse mortgage and how easy it is to get more money in your pocket. Well, this woman that you're going to hear from knew it was too good to be true, and because of it, she now has 7 figures in net worth.
Wait a minute. This house is really valuable, and further, you can get money out of it to help you, and more importantly, you can keep your home.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
Hey, what's up? It's Sammy Roman.
Hey, it's John Murray, the executive producer of the new Sherry Shepherd Talk Show.
It's me, Sherry Shepherd, and you know what you're watching, Roland Martin Unfiltered.
My pal, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA. Also, Dr. Julianne Malveaux, economist, president emerita, Bennett College, also author, joining us out of D.C. And of course, Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney out of L.A. Glad to have all three of you here. Julianne, what do you make of the, some would say, cowardice of the California Legislative Black Caucus for scuttling these bills at the last second when, according to Senator Bradford, he had the votes?
He had the votes. He's been working on this so long and so hard. I admire him so much. He's a friend, but I really admire the work that he's done and the persistence. And to take all that 1,100 pages and boil it down to, I think it's 14 pieces of legislation, and to get to that point, I mean, the Legislative Black Caucus is a bunch of wusses. Why would they withdraw the legislation? Why? And I mean, you could tell Brother man had extreme composure. I think he probably wants to cry because he's worked so hard on this. And I'm not wanting to cry. I want to, what I want to do. But I'm pissed. I'm really livid that all this work has wound down. And they said, well, we'll get it at the next session. No, you won't. Don't lie. Because frankly, he's been the he spearheaded it. I don't know what the considerations are. Why they did it, but the way they did it was cowardly, it was non-collaborative, it was anti-African, if you will, because African people deal in collaboration. What it was is it was just a wuss move, and again, they need to explain. As Steve said, the governor, the ledge, they're equal partners. The governor can veto and they can override. So what is the fear here? I mean, are they Mr. Boat jangling because if something comes out of California, they think it might negatively affect the presidential race? Because, the crazy people lining up, they don't even want to hear the word reparations. So is that what they're afraid of? Well, you cannot do fear, especially not in this context. So I'm just pretty disgusted, Roland. I had heard something on the radio before I came on, so I'm really glad that you had the senator on. But I'm at a loss to explain why the Legislative Black Caucus, with the votes, would make such a wuss move.
Joe, again, what's confusing to me is if you hear the governor may veto the bill, let him. And guess what? If you can't override the veto in this session, what do? You reintroduce it next session. You don't pull the bill scared today and then go, oh no, it's a priority, and we're gonna introduce it next session when you were on the 1 yard line. That to me is nuts.
Yeah, that's a problem, and I certainly feel bad for all of us, and for Senator Bradford, who I've gotten to know a bit, and saw at DNC and CBC. I see a little political calculation by the governor. Actually, that's what I see. If you add this along with, obviously, there's a message that's getting there somewhere. I think it's distant enough from Kamala Harris where I don't think it necessarily affects her. So I don't think that that's the calculus, and I don't think that it becomes a discussion about anything other than California being liberal. We already know that California is liberal. But if you add the governor's somehow sending some indication that there are some problems with the bill, which I think is what happened, and add what he did with homeless encampments recently, saying that based on the Supreme Court's recent decision, now, the cities actually have the leeway to use the massive resources we've given them to clear out homeless camps, as if it was that simple. And it's not that simple. I think, respectfully, it's being oversimplified. That maybe it's something that the governor is doing for the future. Everybody knows he wants to be president. I'm not saying that he's not supporting Kamala Harris. However, it seems like to me that towards the end of his term, what he's going to be doing, what he seems to be trying to do, is setting up some things that are a little bit more moderate, a little bit more tough on homelessness, tough on fill in the blank, so that at least the buck could be passed. I had the money. I gave the money to the agencies, to the local cities, and it was up to them to do X or Y or Z, so it's not me. So I wonder if there's this larger narrative related to it. But yeah, they should have presented it. Put it up, let the governor veto it, and then whatever happens, happens. You've done that before. It's terrible that there's discussions about it this late, because the budget problem, if there is one, has been one for a while. None of this stuff is new. And so something in the milk's not white for it to come up the way that it did and how late it did. And
here's the deal, Mustafa. The governor doesn't even have to come out and actually say, I'll veto it. The California Legislative Black Caucus did it for him, gave him cover, and I'm just trying to understand, who do they represent?
That's definitely a question that they're going to have to answer, because I keep it real with folks. My thing is, if you want my vote, then you have to earn my vote. And that means that I share my priorities with you, and you're supposed to do everything in your power to make those become a reality, especially when you have everything lined up. There's so much to unpack here. You know, I worked on Capitol Hill. I worked on HR 40, so I know all of the people have been working for decades upon decades upon decades to make sure that reparations became a reality. To be this close and not to push across, allow him. If he doesn't want to sign it, allow him not to sign it, and then he carries the weight for that. So it's just so strange. And when we talk about budgets, I actually handled appropriations when I was working on Capitol Hill. It was one of the responsibilities I had. We find the money for the things that we prioritize. John Conyers talked to me night after night after night about that, and he drilled it in me. If somebody really cares about something, if they want to see it become a reality, they will find the resources to make sure that it is signed and that it becomes, you know, reality for folks. So some of the stuff that folks are sharing, you know, people continue to insult our intelligence. We understand that if there is a problem, you let people know that way ahead of time so that they can work it out. That's what legislators do. If there's a challenge, if there's not the resources are there, people find a place where they can get those resources from. And if there's something in the language that is a significant problem, then you find a way to come together through collaboration, as Julian shared, to make that become a reality. So this is a bunch of smoke and mirrors that's going on right now. They know how incredibly important reparations are. There are lots of folks who are talking about it, trying to figure out how to make it become a reality, how to make sure that after all of these years that Black folks in America can finally begin to breathe again, can finally make sure that, you know, everything that was stripped away from us, that we can start to repair that so that we can start to heal. And what this does, let me be very clear with folks, this continues to just rip open the wound once again and takes us further and further away from healing. So shout out to all those brothers and sisters who have been doing it for decades trying to make this become a reality. Shame on legislators who are not willing to stand up and push and make those folks who say, if the governor doesn't want to sign it, let the governor carry the water on that.
Indeed, indeed. All right, folks, hold tight 1 second. We come back. So all these people over the weekend were posted talking about Ice Cube as if he did a new video. He didn't, but I want to play it and I want to unpack it. So I'm going to do that. Also, we're going to talk about why are these white conservatives losing their mind talking about the Vice President Kamala Harris is code switching and now has a Southern accent. Didn't I tell y'all in my book, White Fear, how the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds? They are losing their minds over Vice President Kamala Harris. We're going to unpack all of that right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. The goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing on average $50 each. That's $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day. And so you can, of course, support us. Give less, we appreciate that. Give more, we appreciate that. So, again, check your money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We'll be right back.
Next on The Black Table with me, Greg Carr. We featured the brand new work of Professor Angie Porter, which, simply put, is a revolutionary reframing of the African experience in this country. It's the one legal article everyone, and I mean everyone, should read. Professor Porter and Dr. Valencia Watkins, our legal roundtable team, join us to explore the paper that I guarantee is going to prompt a major aha moment in our culture.
You crystallize it by saying, who are we to other people? Who are African people to others? Governance is our thing. Who are we to each other? The structures we create for ourselves, how we order the universe as African people.
That's next on The Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
Hey, what's up? Geek Tony in the place to be. Got kicked out your mama's university, creator and executive producer of Fat Tuesdays, an air hip-hop comedy. But right now, I'm rolling with Roland Martin, unfiltered, uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable. You hear me?
All All right, folks, over the weekend, I wasn't spending lots of time on social media. My sister's funeral was on Saturday in Houston, and we had a beautiful homegoing service for Kenya Martin Williams. And so Monday, I was looking at a couple of things, and then spent lots of time with family. And so folks it kept talking about this Ice Cube video, and people kept saying that Ice Cube was telling people not to vote. So I said, okay, tell my team, pull a video so I can understand what the hell folks are talking about. The first thing is this here. This is not a new video. Earlier today, his son, O'Shea Jackson Jr., posted a tweet where he said, why y'all going off about a 4-year-old video? I'm trying to find his tweet so I can show it to you. And I was just, here it is right here. He says, here I'm thinking my dad says something new, and y'all are talking about a video from 4 years ago. Why does Ice Cube only come around during election years? You're looking at a video from 4 years ago. I can't believe this. I'm tweeting about Raw, and then I'm out. So then I said, I'll be addressing the video tonight. Then O'Shea goes, you'll be addressing a video from 4 years ago tonight? Good Lord, SMH. Yes, I am O'Shea Jackson Jr. So allow me to explain after we play the video. Roll it.
Yo, what's up? This your homie Ice Cube. Here to talk to my black folks. You know, I just want to be straight up because there's a lot of messages going out about this election. First and foremost, anybody telling you that you gotta vote, that it's your duty, that you have to exercise the right, and that people died for you to vote. For one, people did die, but nobody walked out their house to go die for you to vote. They were killed by probably some racists that don't want to see us get anything. But I'm saying that to say this. Be skeptical of anybody telling you to vote and not telling you to ask for anything, or to tell you to just vote and not to get anything for your vote. That's not how it works. That's not the process. You don't vote just to vote. You vote because you're getting something, or your community is getting something. So everybody that's telling you that, man, look at them and say, what are you getting? Because people that just want you to vote and not ask for nothing, people that's in power that want you to vote but don't want you to get anything, or not asking for you to get anything economically, they suspect, straight up. Because a lot of people been in place for a long time and we ain't got shit. That shit gonna end. That shit gonna end. We gonna get what we supposed to get. Period. And anybody asking you not to ask, I wouldn't listen to them. Because that's the process. Every community asks for what they want. And we gonna do the same goddamn thing.
So there were a lot of people who were saying that Ice Cube told people not to vote. One, that's not true. You heard the video yourself. He didn't actually say, do not vote. So that was just fundamentally flawed. When he said that no one was killed just walking out of their house to vote, actually Ice Cube was wrong. In fact, go to my iPad. He's right that there were racist white folks who did kill people, but Harry T. and Harriet Moore, two NAACP activists, their home was bombed in Florida in 1951 by KKK members. There is now a memorial to them where their home stood in Sanford, Florida. I actually visited the memorial. I'll find the videos on my phone. I actually visited that location after reading a book, and it talked about them, and I was obviously blown away when I did. So the reality is, I mean, Jimmy Lee Jackson was killed in a night march in Selma that dealt with the issue of getting the right to vote. So people have been killed. Present day, there have been black activists who have been harassed. We had the sister from Tennessee on who was facing prison, actually went to jail, was facing time because they said she registered illegally. You got Crystal Mason down in Texas who's still being harassed more than 7 years later by Tarrant County DA. And so those things do happen. But this is where I think people are also wrong in terms of their criticism of Ice Cube. The reality is politics is about making demands of an elected official and then pushing them to actually make it happen once they win. So when he says that, well, we've had people that bunch a long time and our community ain't got jack. Well, first of all, that's also wrong. It's just fundamentally wrong. Now, you could say we haven't gotten enough, which then means you have to then mobilize and organize to get it. Now, I'll tell y'all, I told Ice Cube personally 4 years ago when he had his contract with Black America, I said, bruh, they're not gonna meet with you just because you're Ice Cube. I said, you just can't go, well, I'm Ice Cube, y'all meet with me. I said, you need to build a coalition. You need to have individuals, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people, 100,000 people who you've registered to vote. So now all of a sudden, when you come to the table, you've now got folk behind you, and it's not just you. I said that to him. When Diddy did that interview with the model Naomi Campbell, and he was like, we're gonna withhold our vote. I told Diddy the same thing. I said, just because you Diddy, you just don't jump out here and say, I said, no, you have to actually build something. So when you come to the table and you say, 50,000 people have signed up on my website, I'm communicating with, politicians respond because that's votes. That's numbers. So I said it directly to Diddy and Ice Cube. So when Ice Cube talks about how we must be making demands, we should. I forgot to bring it in, but Randall Robinson, in his book, The Debt, talked about a conversation with Maynard Jackson, who was the mayor of Atlanta. And they talked about establishing essentially a black agenda, putting it on a card that every black person could place in their wallet. And then when a politician came to a church or community center or wherever, black folks could pull that card out. Where do you stand on this? 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 And make determinations. So, for all the people who were like, oh my God, he's wrong. Guys, what he said is what I've been saying on this show. And what I've been saying on this show is, yes, you should be making demands. The problem is when folks say, well, if you can't give it to me now, I'm not voting. A person can't give you anything until they actually are in power. And then once they're in power, you then have to also look at what's the condition. So if you voted for one person for the school board and they got 9 members of the school board and 8 folk vote against, you can't get what you want just because you voted for that one person. You got to sit here and say, now, how do we mobilize and organize to get the other 4 folk elected so we can have a majority of the 5? City council. If you got 12 people in city council, you're going to need 7 votes. So you can't just vote for your city council member, ain't gonna do it. So right now, the Harris campaign announced $35 million they're gonna be giving to House Democrats and the Senate. Why? Because it's not as if she wins, she needs Democrats in control of the United States Senate in order for her to appoint federal judges, to get bills through. She needs Democrats in control of the House, otherwise Republicans are stopping her agenda. That's collective politics. And so people need to understand, and I think people need to back off this whole deal. Man, Cuba's full of shit. No, what he's saying, he's actually right. What I have been arguing for years is that one of the greatest problems that we have in our community is we spend massive amounts of time and energy motivating, calling, organizing for folks for November 5th. Man, we focus on souls to the polls. We're focused on early voting. We're focused on election day. Then November 6th, we go, oh, Lord, I'm tired. We're ecstatic if our candidate won. Then we're disappointed if they lost. But here's the problem. November 6th should be a rest day. November 7th, you go back to work. Because when the election is over, and y'all have heard me say this, the election is the end of one process, it's the beginning of another. Which means that if Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz prevail in November, they now have a transition period. While they are working on the transition period, we should be working on what are going to be our priorities. I told y'all in the first 90 days when Obama was president, the LGBT community presented him with a 54-page agenda. Black organizations did not, as a collective, come together until Obama was elected in his second term. It was 5 years later. Some of y'all may say, yeah, it was at the hotel across the street. I was there at the Capitol Hilton. And I sat there and I was like, it took 5 years? Then it took them 9 months to put the paperwork together to present the agenda. We were literally almost 6 years in. Hell, he only had 2 left. So, what should be happening right now? Even with a 4-year-old video. So I'll say this to Ice Cube, O'Shea Jackson Sr., and his son, O'Shea Jackson Jr. As opposed to you, Ice Cube, being upset because people criticize you for meeting with, you didn't meet with Trump. You met with Jared and some other folk at a hotel, not at the White House. As opposed to being mad about that, build your coalition. Build it. You have people going to your website signing up for the Black Agenda. Okay, Ice Cube, how many people signed up? Build that list. And so now, if Vice President wins, you now can come to the table with an army of folks behind you. But I'm not just talking also to Ice Cube. I'm talking to every single person who's listening or who's talking. The question for you is, what y'all doing? How are you mobilizing and organizing in Charlotte, in Houston, in Jackson, Mississippi, in Tallahassee? How are you mobilizing in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, urban, rural? How are you mobilizing? How are you aligning with other people to be able to then get what it is that you need? Not just from the vice president, because let me be real clear. Vice President Harris, if she becomes president, all she can do is propose ideas. Anything dealing with money, per the Constitution, has to start in the House. Then it moves to the Senate. And then if the House passes a bill that's separate from the Senate bill, then they got to go to committee to then sort it all out. And then once they got to go to committee, they got to vote it again on the compromise in the House, then in the Senate. Then if it gets passed, it goes to the president to sign. That's schoolhouse rock. That's basic. But the issues that you might care about are not solely on the federal level. We just talked about the California Legislative Black Caucus and Senator Stephen Bradford's bears reparations. That's a state issue. All these people saying, this is going to come back on Kamala Harris. No, it's not. Vice President Kamala Harris ain't got jack to do with those bills in California. Y'all should be dealing with the Black Caucus of California. So then, maybe it's not the state level. Maybe what you care about is impacted by the county, by the city, by the DA, by the water district, by the school board. That means that you have got to be mobilized and organized and pushing those folks, which means folk watching and listening. And again, if you heard what Q was talking about, you can't be sitting on your ass and going, well, I voted, did my job. Y'all, I've been a city hall reporter. I've been a county government reporter. I went to the state capitol with my mama when she was one of the 3 citywide co-chairs for the Metropolitan Organization in Houston, an interfaith organization. I remember being on the bus with her early in the damn morning on the weekend, traveling to Austin for rallies. That's mobilization, organization trying to advance your issue. So here's what I desire. I desire for us to stop being emotional on social media. What I want us to begin to be far more strategic. I want us to say, what are the things that I care about? And then go, okay, so if I care about that issue, how is the person running for president, U.S. Senator, member of Congress, governor, state rep, state senator, city council, county government, school board, where do they fall when it comes to that issue? That's now where I have to turn my attention. So if I care about charter schools and school choice, I then got to say, okay, is this a state issue or do I have to deal with the local school district? I now have to know how do I marshal my forces and pointing there. Let me give you one last point before I go to my panel. And that is this here. If you are talking about mobilizing and organizing, you got to collect data. I can't stand marches and protests where you don't know who the hell shows up. Folk coming with signs and marching and preaching and yelling. Who are you? If you're not collecting addresses and phone numbers and emails, social media accounts, how then can I reach you when I need you when the march is over to come back to go to the city council chamber or the county government chamber or the state legislature or the Congress? So again, let's stop sitting here acting a fool, going crazy, oh my God, cue this, cue that, and step back and go, okay, what did he say? And now, how do we now, when the election is over, first of all, make demands of an elected official while they are running, and then if they win, then hold them accountable to what they promised they were going to do if they won, and then if they then don't do that, then you oppose them when the next election comes around. That's where we must be. And there are people out there doing that. I grew up with 2 of those people. My parents, dad's 77, mom's 76, she'll be 77 in November. I've seen it up close and personal, literally in the house. So what I am describing to you is not a theoretical exercise. I'm literally describing to you what I personally witnessed and what I have done as somebody testifying before the Houston City Council. I think I was in the 10th grade. As somebody testifying at school board meetings. These things work. But these things only work if you do the work. And they don't work if you stay at home and yell and complain about what we ain't got, how ain't nothing changed, and you can't even actually name who your city council member is. And you can't even name who your state representative is and who your state senator is. and who your member of Congress. I have actually run into black people in multiple states, and they can't even tell me who their United States senator is, and every state has two. You got to get in the game if you want to win the game. Mustafa?
No, you know, I appreciate Q, you know, highlighting the fact that our vote is powerful, you know, and I'm sort of paraphrasing from his words, and that it is valuable, and that we have to make sure that if somebody is going to receive it, that there is accountability for their actions, and hopefully they are positive actions. And of course, if they're not living up to it, then we find somebody else. And I appreciate you highlighting the fact, Roland, also, that if we find that there are candidates that are not living up to it, if we have actually built organizations and movements, then we can move them out, and we can make sure that we have somebody in who's going to actually live up to that. And again, it goes back, you know, I come out of the environmental justice movement. For 40 years, we were pushing and strategizing and mobilizing to be able to get the resources that were necessary to begin the long journey of addressing, you know, the challenges that have been inside of our communities. And now, in this time right now, in this particular administration, instead of having a couple $1 million for work around the country, we now have billions upon billions of dollars. And we've got to make sure that those become actualized. But it is because of all of the incredible work that leaders had done over the years, and not only identifying what the problems were, but also identifying how we get the solutions done, who are the people we need to have in office. And then the other part of it is also utilizing your power when the transitions happen to make sure that you have the right individuals who are running, you know, housing and urban development and transportation and EPA and all these other agencies and departments on the federal level and then on the state level. And that is because you understand the game, and you also understand how to pull those levers of power, because you have educated your folks, and your folks are clear on where you're trying to go and what your priorities are.
See, the thing that I think is crucial here, Julian, when we talk about celebrities and commenting on issues, they also got to do some work.
That part.
You're not going to get anybody to meet with you just because you come up with a black agenda, as if black people have never come up with agendas before. Numerous black organizations actually have black agendas. I can walk you through 30 of them. And what do? They meet with elected officials about that agenda. They talk to folks about that agenda. That's what they do. And so that's also what is required, but you actually have to put in the work. And again, I literally told Ice Cube this. And here's the other deal. When Ice Cube was on my show with Alicia Garza, I connected them on a text message. To my knowledge, never got together. So here you had a sister who's an organizer, who was working with Black Futures Lab, and I'm like, yo, cross-pollinate, but if you don't do it, nothing's gonna happen. That's something that also has to happen. You can't have black folks trying to work in silos and not work with other black folks about an agenda.
Well, there you have it. One of the things that's disappointing, Ice Cube didn't say anything wrong per se. You're right, people did get killed, not only walking out of their house, people were lynched because they voted. An NAACP organizer was lynched in Alabama because he dared organize people to vote. A man was killed in Florida because he voted. So, you know, his passion, to me, is misplaced. But I hear a lot of younger people say they don't want to hear that somebody died for their right to vote. They just don't want to hear it. It's old stuff. It's not old stuff. It's real. Not only that, right now, here today, people are organizing to prevent people from voting. If the black vote was not dangerous, why are they working so hard to prevent us from voting? But voting is not the most you can do. It's literally the least you can do. So when I listened to Ice Cube, what I thought was, this brother is just mouthing off. And now you confirm my impression by suggesting that he didn't have the opportunity to get together with Alicia Garza, who I would have been happy to get with him. What I would want to know from Ice Cube is, so what are you doing? What are you doing to get out the vote? Who are you working with? Are you at least going to some of the community center and asking young brothers and sisters to vote? Are you just running your mouth? Because basically, where I'm concerned, all that brother was doing was running his mouth. And he wasn't running it for good. I could see why people reading between the lines would say that either he was Trumpy or that he was telling people not to vote. That's not what he said. But there are a lot of people who are haters. The biggest challenge we have to deal with, Roland, is to make sure in our community, our Black community, that we're not constantly mouthing off, but that we actually put the mouthing off, connect the mouthing off to action, to some form of action. So I've been in this game for a long time. I'll be 71 in 3 weeks. So, you know, I was activist from registering people to vote when I was like 8. We had a guy in our community who ran for sheriff, and he put together this, he lost, he was a brother, one of the first Black men to run, but he had these little booklets that said, here's my opponent's record. Then you open it up as blank paper. It was really funny. And we had to use that blank paper for scrap paper for months because we didn't give out enough of those little booklets. But, you know, I've been in this game a long time. There are a lot of people have agendas, and there are a lot of people have mal-agendas. What do I mean by mal-agendas? You ain't doing nothing, you just talking.
Got it.
Mal-agendas. So, you know, Ice Cube needs to clean, he needs an intervention. But the thing was 4 years ago, so, you know, let's not trip it so hard with other Black people.
Got it.
Give them some grace.
Joe?
You know, you plant a seed and you get a harvest. So, you know, I don't want to bang on Cube either. You know, the point itself is fine. And simple can be good, but don't sacrifice simple and exchange it for research and information. So in other words, it would be very easy for him or somebody like him to understand that people have died for the right to vote. People have died living in their houses. People have been bombed in, you know, in churches or whatever else. There's plenty of that that's gone on, for sure. And, you know, the way that I think you want to come at it is you want to come at it in a way where it doesn't look like you're without research. It doesn't look like you're without finding out what it is that you can. He has a great opportunity, him and people like him. It's a great opportunity to inform people of the possibilities surrounding voting, surrounding political involvement. And my sense is there's a few things that he could pick up and learn himself, frankly, for all of the success that he's had in other areas and for all of the opinions that he had. He's been a guy that's really moved the bar and spoken very loudly for us about some very important issues going back 30, 35 years. But for as long as he's been in the game, the political strategy doesn't seem to be there. So to that point, I think the next thing that can happen, if he wants it to, him and people like him who have resources, who have an audience where people will listen to them, is to be strategic about that, putting that together, and taking that goodwill and taking that information and those people and those lists and those emails and those involvements and turning it actually into something in a way that actually grows and supports our community.
And listen, I just want people to also have right information. Over the weekend, I was very critical of Tyrese, who did a video with Attorney Ben Crump, and he was talking about how Asians got a hate crime bill, and they skipped President Biden, Vice President Harris skipped over Black people, and I was like, okay, that's a lie. And I literally walked through the people that again, all these other media people like, well, the Asian hate crime, no, that's not even what it was called. It was COVID-19, and the bill applied to all hate crimes. Then you got all the Black people who run around here like, well, we ain't got a bill specifically for us. Well, there's no such thing as a bill specifically for African Americans. It doesn't include other people. Well, we ain't never had an anti-hate crime. Yes, we have. There actually have been 4. So you could actually say the Civil Rights Act of '64. You could also say the Civil Rights Act of 1968. You also had, when Bill Clinton was president, a bill specifically dealt with the burning of Black churches. If you read the summary, I did a whole video on that on this show previously and broke that whole thing down. Then, of course, you also had the Matthew Shepard, James Byrd Hate Crime Act. Then, of course, you also had the anti-lynching bill that was signed by President Biden. All of those bills are used present day to file hate crimes charges. I had somebody go, well, these bills ain't never been used. You're a lie. We've covered the people who've actually gone to prison in the Biden-Harris tenure by this Department of Justice for hate crimes. And so it's like, stop it, y'all. Just stop it. And so what I say to any celebrity, don't run out here running your mouth and you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Call somebody, do some actual research, and that goes for a whole bunch of people out there as well. because we spend a lot of time wasting time cleaning up folks' lies as opposed to dealing with the truth. In fact, we're going to go to a break. We're going to talk about Project 2025. We come back. I'm going to also show you this black MAGA woman who went on C-SPAN and just straight ass lied repeatedly about Vice President Kamala Harris. This fool even said the moment she became president, she stopped even associating with AKAs. Are you that dumb? Yeah, she is. I want to deal with all that when we come back. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
An angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm Devon Frank.
I'm Dr. Robin B., pharmacist and fitness coach, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, folks, we keep telling you about Project 2025 for months, and the Harris-Walz campaign recently released a new ad that explains Trump's plans if he returns to the White House.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Donald Trump may try to deny it, but those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Sky Perryman is President and CEO of Democracy Forward. She joins us from D.C. Sky, glad to have you here. Walk us through the analysis that y'all have done in terms of how Project 2025 will impact African Americans.
Well, look, Project 2025 would be the end of lots of life as we know it in America, reversals of many of the hard-fought progress and gains that we've made on civil rights, on economic justice over the years, but also really an acceleration of taking us back to, really taking us not just reversals of progress, but really back to times where you can't rely on services, where you're not paid fairly, a fair wage. And we'll walk through that in detail. But that's really what we've been looking at. And it presents such a threat to life in America, the threat for African American and Black communities across the country. That was really one of the impetuses for us at Democracy Forward, creating a people's guide to Project 2025, which all of your listeners and viewers can get on democracyforward.org. It's a free resource. It walks through what those 900 pages mean to ordinary Americans, to people that are trying to make ends meet, that are, seeking to thrive, to support their families and communities. And it's a really devastating program. And so the People's Guide is really what we've been focused on, just translating all of this 900 pages into, a real understanding of this blueprint to remake America.
And so when we talk about 2025, this particular plan, one of the things that jumps out, this whole notion of anti-white racism and how they're going to target a number of programs and really emphasize the racism that's against white people in America.
Absolutely. This is the biggest gaslight, racist gaslight that we've seen, where they want to weaponize the departments, our federal agencies, and the offices of civil rights in those departments, which of course are offices that were created in order to make sure that the government was serving all people, including people like Black Americans who have for too long been left out, treated unfairly. That's why we have offices of civil rights, to make sure the government's serving all people. And they want to weaponize those to rewrite history, erase our history, forget the challenges of our presence, and really seek to enshrine a white supremacist, nationalist agenda on all Americans.
What else does it say? One of the things that jumps out for me is, again, how they want to force federal workers to subscribe to a MAGA code of ethics or loyalty oath. And there's a lot of Black people, we over-index among federal employees.
Absolutely. This is a critical piece, and it's critical not just for the jobs that are affected, which you point out, of our civil servants and our federal employees. It's also critical for all of us that rely on the services that our government provides. So they want to reimpose Schedule F, which was a former Trump administration proposal to purge elements of the civil service, take civilian workers out of their career jobs, and replace them with partisan or ideological loyalists. That definitely threatens the well-being and the jobs of many civil servants who work across the country, by the way. I'm based in Washington, D.C., but civil servants work in all states in the country and in communities throughout the country. But it also really compromises all of us as American people, even if we're not federal workers, because we all rely on our civil service to keep our water safe, to keep our medicine safe, to protect our borders, to do the work of the American people, and they're seeking to compromise that with a political agenda. Another thing that really stands out is the attacks on public education and on education in this country, which we know is a front line in both the battle for democracy, but also the battle for racial equity and justice for everyone. They want to dismantle the Department of Education. They want to privatize our public schools, and they want to do the same thing where they weaponize our schools against the very children that they're meant to serve by seeking to rewrite history, imposing curriculum that is not accurate, trying to write out of our books, to ban certain concepts, which are really, really troubling and problematic.
All right, then. And again, where can people go to read what y'all put together?
Go to democracyforward.org, download the People's Guide to Project 2025. You can pick whatever issue you're interested in and read about it. And remember, we can push back against this. The majority of Americans do not support this extreme agenda. There's no mandate for it. And we're working every day to push back. Your viewers can sign up at democracyforward.org for updates and can take their People's Guide and be equipped with what they need to be able to be informed in this time.
All right, then. I appreciate it, Scott. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, let's talk about these deranged white MAGA people. Have y'all seen what their latest thing is now? Ooh, Vice President Kamala Harris. She's code switching. Have y'all seen this? So let's play the video of her speaking first. Do we have that? Do y'all have that queued up? Okay, so let's play that first. This is what they're complaining about, y'all. Watch this.
You better thank a union member for the 5-day work week. You better thank a union member for for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Okay. So then they said, ooh, look at this video. She's talking different.
Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid family leave. Thank unions for your vacation time.
Okay. This is how dumb it is. Oh, this has been a big thing on Fox News and conservative media. This is the idiot, Peter Doocy. Today, literally, y'all, in the White House briefing. Watch.
Since when does the vice president have what sounds like a Southern accent?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
I mean, this is...
She was talking about unions in Detroit using one tone of voice.
Is this something that you think...
Same line...
Okay, Peter,
That she used the same line in Pittsburgh, and it sounded like she at least had some kind of a Southern drawl.
I mean, do you hear the question that you're... I mean, do you think Americans seriously think that this is an important question? They care... You know what they care about? They care about the economy. They care about lowering costs. They care about health care. That's what Americans care about.
So
that's what they want to hear.
This is something...
They care about. Your colleague just asked me about what basically we talked about, went back and forth about democracy and freedom. That's what they care about. I'm not even going to entertain some question about the president. It's just hearing it sounds so ridiculous.
Well, but hearing it is...
The question I'm talking about, the questions is just insane.
Is that how she talks in meetings here?
I'm just... Peter, we're moving on. We're so moving on. Go ahead, Anita.
That's what she should have said at the beginning. Matter of fact, she should have said, like the vice president did in her Dana Bash interview. I don't deal with silly. Next question. That's how you shut it down. Or you do what Senator John McCain did a few years ago.
Your relationship with the president frayed to the point that you are not going to support anything that he comes to you and asks for?
Why would you say something that stupid? Why would you ask something that dumb? Huh? My job as a United States Senator is a senator from Arizona, which I was just reelected to. You mean that I'm somehow going to behave in a way that I'm going to block everything because of some personal disagreement? That's a dumb question.
That, to me, Joe, is exactly how they should respond. This is utterly stupid. And to the black people, y'all ain't got to defend it. She wasn't code switching. I'm a speaker. And when you are speaking to people, there's a thing, get the first video ready. There's a thing called call and response that black people are kind of familiar with. And guess what? White conservatives like at Fox News, she was going to Amos Brown Church in San Francisco. I know in San Francisco, but there's a cadence in black churches that actually travels around the country. I can be at Abyssinia in Harlem, and then I can go to Jamaica, Queens, and then I can go over to Boston, and then I can go down the Eastern Corridor, then I can go to the Southwest, I can hit Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas, I can go find me a black church in Arizona, and I'm gonna find somebody who understands that when you are in that moment, and you get a crowd response, folk are going to respond a certain way in that very moment. And when you are a speaker, then you understand how to speak to folk in that particular moment. That's what she was doing. So it wasn't, oh my God, see, here's what they're trying to do. They did the exact same thing to Hillary Clinton. Oh, Hillary Clinton went down to Selma, and all of a sudden, she started talking like a Baptist preacher. That woman spent how many years in Arkansas? She heard a whole bunch of damn black preachers, and she heard some white preachers talk like black folks. Roll the video again of the vice president. Y'all, listen to the call and response of the audience.
You better thank a union member for the 5 for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
I rest my case, Julian.
I'm just laughing because, like you said, these white folks have lost their total minds if they had any to start with. It just makes no sense to me. First of all, she doesn't sound Southern, as you say. It's call and response. It's also a rhetorical tool that we all use when we're speaking. It's a rhetorical tool to make the point again, to make the point again. These same fools talked about her having a hot sauce in her pocketbook, which, by the way, I have 3 bottles of hot sauce in 3 of my favorite pocketbooks, because I do not want to risk going someplace where they don't have any hot sauce. And Hillary did it too, and a lot of people, not just from the South, who like spicy food, and you don't have to be black to like spicy food, do that. These people are nitpicking because they have nothing substantive to say.
Nothing.
So you're right. Karine should have just shut the stuff down from the first place, but she not want to do that. But if this is all they got, bring it. But the fact is that they're going to wallow in the silly, and in another context, they're going to actually attempt to put some policy stuff out there. And we need to just be working and ready to make sure that there is no reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris has won this election. In other words, I don't want Georgia to win by 11,000 votes. I want it to win by 50,000 votes. And just go down the list. Y'all let's not get caught up in the BS. Let's get our work done.
And that's all this is, Mustafa. They can't, again, what they want to do is they want to racialize the election. And so they want her responding to BS like that. That's just like what she said, Dana Bash, same old playbook. Next question.
It's all about diversions and creating these chaotic situations and trying to pull people apart, because they've seen that the Harris-Walz campaign has a lot of traction, continues to grow and grow and grow, continues to the numbers to increase in the polls. And, they don't have a candidate right now that has policy that the majority of Americans resonate with. So they do these types of games to try and just chip away, or they'll do these games to try and get folks to fight against each other. And when you hear and you see the Harris-Walz campaign that is focused on positivity, it's focused on hope, it's focused on joy, and it's also focused on policy and accountability. And the other side just has a very difficult time because they thought they were going to be running against a different candidate. They had a playbook for that. They had to throw it out the window, and they haven't had time to build anything else. So they go to these old tropes, and that's what they try and utilize to stay in the cycle, in the news cycle, because they know that when you see the campaign that happened in Detroit, how many people were excited about it, how many people were connected with it, and then you go over to Pittsburgh. Let me clarify, Pittsburgh is not the South, Pennsylvania is not the South, but that doesn't even matter. That you have white folks and black folks and Latino folks and Asian folks and the LGBTQ community, everybody is coming together, and Republicans are also coming together to support the Harris-Walz campaign at this particular time. They don't know what to do with that. So they have to try and do these types of things to even remotely stay relevant in the news cycle. And we all know, and, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, that is what, what was his name again? Trump used to live for, is the news cycle and being what everybody is talking about. So since they don't have anything of substance in this particular moment, these are the types of things they do.
Oh, I mean, it's just nonsense. And again, they want folks to get caught up in the stuff. It's like, nah, not going to happen. I'm telling you. And Karine shouldn't even. Karine should literally go. When he asked the question, this is what I would do. What's your question? I would look at his ass and just go, what's your question? I ain't even addressing that bullshit. I mean, and that's all this is. And so this is what they play. But I need our people to also understand, we talk about when these folks lie. Over the weekend, Reese was on Washington Journal on C-SPAN. Reese Colbert, and she was just knocking down, did a great job knocking down these folks' lies. So while she was on, y'all, they played this interview when this other black child, I think her name, what's her name, Michaela Montgomery? That her name? Okay. So she was the one who was with Trump at the Chick-fil-A in Atlanta. She's also the same one. She went on an Atlanta radio station lying about Trump, HBCUs, and all kind of stuff. And then I called out on Instagram. She was like, yeah, when you went off on me on my show, my parents didn't like it. Well, guess what? Your parents not about to like what I'm about to do to you right now. Now, we invited her on the show, but she ain't responded. Now, she was talking big on Instagram, talking about how she wanted to come on. My producer reached out. She ain't hit us back. But I saw this. So this was like a month ago on Washington Journal. And if y'all want to hear an onslaught of lies in just 2 minutes and 31 seconds, listen to this nonsense. And I'm going to stop it, and we're going to play it. But this is just sheer lunacy. Press play.
A few days before that, he spoke to the National Association of Black Journalists, and he talked about Vice President Harris's racial identity, that she had become black. A lot of critics said that that hurt him with black voters. What was your reaction?
I don't know why it would hurt him with black voters, because it seems like black voters are offended by everything except the conditions in which their reality is set. So while we might be offended that a rich white man is questioning the nationality of a quote-unquote black woman, that black woman does not claim to be black outside of campaign season. So we saw her be black as she was vying to be VP. The hot sauce on the pork chops, the marching with the band, all of a sudden she's paying attention to her AKA sorority sisters. But then once sworn in office, you didn't see the acknowledgement of her sorority or her HBCU. She didn't wear pink, she didn't wear green, she didn't wear anything HU. She also did not acknowledge the black community.
Oh, freeze right there. You know what? Well, I need some Vaseline. I need some Vaseline right now. This is the moment where you put some Vaseline and then you just put it on your, like when you get ready to run. Matter of fact, I could do battle right now without any Vaseline, because y'all just heard a straight up liar. Michaela Montgomery, you are I see why you support Donald Trump, because both of y'all are some lying ass people. Y'all just heard her say, when she became president, she didn't wear pink and green. She didn't do nothing. Is that so? Huh. Give me a second. Let me go ahead and refute that massive lie. And see, the white woman on C-SPAN, and see, this is my problem when you have these folk on these shows. They are unprepared for the lies. Henry, go to my iPad. Vice President Harris speaks about gun safety, abortion at Orlando Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority event. Uh-oh, what is that date line right there? Oops, that's July 14th, 2022. That wasn't campaign season. Okay. I'm not done. Let's see here. Now, she don't acknowledge she a AKA. Really? Because I was there in Dallas when she spoke to the AKAs. By the way, Michaela, you clearly ain't Greek. What you don't understand is that, guess what? Greeks have their conventions every 2 years. So they met in 2022, and then they met again in 2024. This right here is her wearing pink at the AK convention this year in 2024. So again, your lie doesn't stand. I ain't done. Let me go ahead and go here. Matter of fact, Henry, you can go to, let's see, Kamala Harris. And now go to the iPad. Tennessee State. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and go right here. Let's see here. Boom. Vice President Kamala Harris gives a commencement speech at Tennessee State. Okay, Michaela, why is that important? Because the black woman who was the president of Tennessee State at the time was Dr. Glenda Glover. Who was Dr. Glenda Glover when she gave this speech? She was an international president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. So she was actually there with her sorority sister. But, Michaela, I'm not done refuting your silly-ass lies. Let's go ahead and go back. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. VP Harris. Michaela, since you a liar like Trump, and Divine 9. Let's see what comes up. Let's go right here. We got all these stories right here, what the Divine 9 is doing, and how they lining up. If I click images, oh my goodness. Let's go to the LA Sentinel. Vice President Kamala Harris discussing voting right with her collegiate family, the Divine 9. Let's go to the story of this black newspaper. Oh my God. What is the date line on that story? It's October 7th, 2021. That means that Vice President Kamala Harris was in the White House for only 9 months. They came in January, and the meeting was in October, so 9, 10 months. That's October 7th, 2021. My God, let's look at, oh my God, my goodness. Here's a photo of Vice President Kamala Harris talking to Dr. Glenda Glover. Oh my God, who is Glenda Glover? She's the president of Tennessee State, and at the time in the picture was the president of Alpha Kappa Alpha. Ain't that interesting? Let's see here. Vice President Kamala Harris, she ain't sitting here, she don't rep her university. She don't rep. Really? Damn, hold on. Let's see here. Who played last year in the Celebration Bowl in Atlanta? Y'all remember? Who was in the game last year? Florida A&M and who? HU. If I recall correctly, matter of fact, I be damned. There's actual video of the vice president. There's actual video of the vice president at the game. In fact, she actually went into the booth and talked at the game. Go ahead and turn it up, y'all, because I want to make sure that ain't no impersonator.
Proud graduate of Howard University.
A very proud vice. I'm here to cheer on my team.
Can I say our team when she's around? Can I say our team?
Yes, we can.
I don't know about all of that. Okay, so we saw you a couple of years ago at the Truth and Service Classic, and then again you supported the men's basketball team.
Of course.
You're here now, and so what do these type of events mean to you personally?
Well, I mean, it's a lived experience. I, grew up through college, going to our games, and then go back for every year for many years to homecoming, and to be able to celebrate the team as an extension of celebrating the school and all HBCUs. I mean, it's very much a part of just a cultural appreciation and, and really lifting up.
We good. So, oh my goodness. So we sitting here. Oh, she ain't doing this. She ain't doing. Really? That's interesting. Matter of fact, I'm sitting here going through some photos right here in 2021, and I'm trying to see, because I did take some photos of her. This was a game on September 18, 2021, when Howard played Hampton. Guess who talked? You know what? Let me just go in. Because see, Michaela, your ass went on C-SPAN just straight up lying. And see, this is what happens when you lie. Okay, let's see. VP Harris and HU game Audi Field. I guess I remember that because I was actually at the game. I was actually there. We actually covered it. So she was there. That's September 2021. So how, Michaela, can your silly ass go on TV and say, she doesn't claim being an AKA, and she doesn't claim Howard University, when you are a flat-out liar? And then you say, she only does this during election season. She did in 2021. She did in 2022. She did in 2023. She did in 2024. So how does she only do it during election season? So right there, we ain't even 30 seconds into the video and already busted your ass on multiple lies. Press play.
Community while in office. We saw bills signed for Asians. We saw bills passed for migrants, which primarily affect the Hispanic community. We saw bills passed for literally everyone but Black people. So for her, additionally,
here we go, free right there. Here her lying ass go. She went to the, y'all, you know what? Matter of fact, Keenan didn't get it to me, but Michaela, I should award you a Trump University degree of BS and bullshit communications, because you have actually earned it. Your BS and bullshit communications. Again, she repeated the Tyrese lie. Asians got a bill. No, they didn't. You clearly ain't read the damn law. I have. You have it. It applies to everybody. Everybody else, the migrants got something. Black folks, this is the same woman who went on an Atlanta radio station touting Trump and HBCUs, which is a lie. $16 billion HBCUs have received under Biden-Harris. $16 billion. Y'all, she even's gonna lie in the next clip about HBCU money. So we could talk about HBCU money. We could talk about 3 consecutive years. Under Biden-Harris, 45% of the Black businesses that went out of business during COVID under Trump were brought back. We could talk about 3 consecutive years of growth among Black businesses through the Small Business Administration. Girl, what the hell are you talking about? More lies. Press play.
Last thing, after she took that oath of office, she went on record to say that she was the first South Asian vice president. At no point in time did she promote her Blackness. At no point in time did she acknowledge.
Oh, Lord, did she really? My goodness. Mustafa Julian Joe. Have y'all ever heard Vice President Kamala Harris talk about her Blackness? Now this child trying to sit here and say, oh no, she ain't never touted her. Mustafa, you go ahead and go first.
Well, evidently she's never had any conversations with the vice president, which I have.
She ain't even used Google. You ain't gotta talk to the vice president. Damn, use Google.
That's true. I mean, the information is there if you want it. If you don't, then it helps to reinforce the false narrative and the misinformation and disinformation that you are intentionally sharing, not just with the country. This information is actually focused for the Black community because they understand that if they can get a smaller percentage of our folks to not, one, either vote for her or not to vote at all, then they achieve their goal. So it's just a part of a larger strategy.
Just lying. Just lying. First, let me do this here. Y'all, hold on, Julia. I'm gonna come to you next. Y'all, go ahead and play. Let's just hear more of the lies. Go ahead.
Her Blackness. At no point in time does she market herself as a Black woman. And that was when she was Attorney General. That's back when she was DA. That's all the way until she was Senator. And of course, as Vice President. So the fact that, again, she's using this Black card during the election season just so Black people will turn out to vote for her. And then she will, if she were to win, she would be in office and then fail those same Black people who did everything in their power to get her in. I think that's disgusting. I think that's unfair. And I think think that that's why I personally reached out to the Trump campaign and asked if I could speak, because I'm like, you guys might be offended when he says it, but what are you going to do when I say it? Because at the end of the day, I am a black woman. I've lived a black life, and therefore I pay attention to politics. So I was actually excited for her when she ran for president the first time. Just the fact that she was in the race, I was like, okay, HBCUs, do your thing. But she never acknowledged said HBCUs. In the first 100 days of the administration, they cut funding to HBCUs.
Freeze right
she
there.
Did nothing
see,
to support
right, see,
the very
freeze, see right there. See, here's that other lie. Here's that other lie, and I busted the liars. First of all, Michaela, you don't actually read. So stop it.
Well,
let's just stop right there. You don't read. You don't read, you don't watch, you don't listen. You don't. And this whole that I follow politics. No, you don't. Because it's evident in the lies that you all told. I done already busted your lies about AKAs. I have busted your lies about Howard University. I have busted your lies now about HBCU funding. The fact of the matter is they didn't cut funding. The initial bill that was proposed was a massive multi-trillion-dollar bill. Remember, during the campaign, Biden talked about providing $35 billion to black and, he said, HBCU and Hispanic serving institutions. That money was put in the initial bill. Congress went from, 10 trillion to 5, 5 to 3.5, 3.5 to 2.5, 2.5 to 1.5. Then Senator Joe Manchin actually blocked the bill. So what did they do? They then found other ways to fund HBCUs. So what you just said right there, Michaela, it's a flat-out lie. Matter of fact, since you want to go ahead, so hold up. Before I show y'all, so here, Michaela, here's your degree right here. We did have it. Michaela, we're going to send this to you. This is your Trump University Bachelor of Science in Bullshit Communications degree. This right here is your, we have awarded you your Trump University degree because what you clearly went to Trump University for your research because you just sit here and just laid out massive amounts of lies repeatedly on that show. Okay, so y'all, she sat here and gave us all these lies about they cut this and they cut that and they haven't helped HBCUs and they done really? Okay, Michaela, let me ask you this question. How much money, Michaela, did Donald Trump provide to HBCUs? I'll wait. Because here's what I know, because I've showed this many times on this show, Julian, and you know this. Boom, COVID relief to HBCUs. Right here. Where's this document from? This is an Excel spreadsheet that came from the Department of Education. Oh, let me go right here. Boom, I'm gonna go right down here. Michaela, what's that bottom number right down there? $6.567 billion. Michaela, tell me how much money did Donald Trump provide to HBCUs? I'll wait. See, again, y'all, she's lying. And see, what happened was Associated Press and Newsweek, they were like, oh, Biden cut HBCU funding, $35 billion. It was a lie. It was a flat-out lie. We walked you through the whole deal on the show. They didn't cut funding, they increased funding. But guess what? Dr. Walter Kimbrough, three-time HBCU president, Philander Smith, Dillard, and now Talladega, he's worked at 3 other HBCUs. He laid out in his own research how Donald Trump's budget submitted to Congress zeroed out funding for HBCUs. Oh, Michaela, that's your boy. That's the boy you went and met with at Chick-fil-A. So you like, oh, what they gonna do? They gonna question me? They gonna call and question my blackness? We gonna call and question your sanity. Because all you have done is lie. So you have lied about AKs, you've lied about Howard, you lied about her not claiming her blackness, and now you lied about HBCU funding. That's 4 lies, and we ain't even finished playing the clip. And so, Julian, she can sit here, and again, you can just make it up, but it's irrefutable. I dare Michaela, I dare you, Michaela Montgomery, I dare you to come on this show and tell me that Donald Trump did not submit 3 consecutive budgets where they zeroed out funding for HBCUs. I dare you to come on this show and show me that it was AI video of Vice President Kamala Harris speaking to the AKs in Orlando in 2022. I dare you to show me it was AI of her going to the Howard University versus Hampton game at Audi Field in September 2021, a non-election year. I dare you to come on this show and say it was AI when she was attending the Celebration Bowl last year in Atlanta in December 2023, a non-election year. So it's amazing how you can sit on C-SPAN and just lie, but guess what? On the Black-owned show, you can't lie, because I'm telling you right now, sister girl, you can talk about your black experience. I'll put your black experience against my black experience any day of the week, Julianne.
I don't know what's wrong with that child. That's all I have to say. You know, before I learned how to cuss, I must have been about 3. We used to tell each other, my siblings, you're a lie and a coot. And that's what a lie and a coot, because I can't call her MF lie on your show. Or I could, but I won't today. But this is disgusting. What's disgusting is that C-SPAN would give her that much play. What's also disgusting is she lied. I looked at Rishi was time enough for her, came right back at her. But this girl had to have fallen out of a cabbage patch or something to be willing, and she must not have any friends who went to HBCUs, because some of them would certainly check her. This is delusionism, or, you know, she needs to be institutionalized for a little while, or there needs to be an intervention. People are just running around telling lies because it gives them some visibility. And so she got her little hour on CNN talking smack. That reporter will not get her paper. And really, Roland, while I enjoy trash, we should be wasting our time on this. No,
you're wrong. Here's why. Because what happens is people like Michaela, they go on shows that don't fact check them, that don't correct them, that don't dispel their lies. People then take those clips and push them out, and folks believe it. No, you have to counter it. It was the same reason why when I saw the Tyrese video, I could have ignored it. I was with my family after my sister's death, and I said no, because you know what happened? The blogs picked it up. Hollywood Unlocked, Shade Room, Jasmine Brand, others picked it up. And I said Tyrese's voice can't be the only one out there lying about this so-called Asian hate crime bill. It needs to be immediately fact-checked. And you know what happened? After I posted my video, guess what? Hollywood Unlocked, Shade Room, and the others picked up my response to refute what he had to say. No, I stand on truth. I stand on facts. And this ain't no Democrat fact, Republican fact. It ain't no blue or red. It ain't no black or white. It's facts or facts. And we can't allow any of these people to come out here and lie. Now, here's the deal. If you want to oppose Vice President Kamala Harris, that's fine. If you want to oppose her on policy, that's fine. What you're not going to do is actually lie about the policies. What you're not going to do is lie by saying she's never claimed being an AKA, when there are numerous times they've actually been to the White House in meetings what she's actually had. What you're not going to do is lie about HBCU funding. What you're not going to do is lie about her only claiming Howard University during election season. In fact, hell, I'm sitting here thinking about it. Let me go right here. Let's see. VP Harris. And Howard commencement. Let's see right here. Oh, the 149th convocation. Who actually spoke at the 149th convocation? Oh, that's Vice President Kamala Harris. So please explain, I'm sorry, and correct me if I'm wrong, was last year an election year? No, it wasn't. And in fact, of course, President Joe Biden also spoke at the commencement. So what I find to be curious, again, Joe, are the folks who was, again, what Michaela will do is go on that show and lie, brazenly lie, that's easily fact-checked, and knowing full well that white anchor at C-SPAN was not going to fact-check her in real time because she didn't have the information.
you know, it's a great thing, I guess, to some to be able to go on a show and say whatever you want to the national stage and not get fact-checked. First of all, Reese did a great job the other day as well. I really enjoy watching that, and she banged on him with a whole lot of class, but she certainly banged on him. But again, you know, you've got a situation where somebody just makes a decision to tell a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter and it's not true. Very little of it having to do with policy. You can, you know, make a claim related to HBCUs, and theoretically that's policy because we're talking about funding, but most of it didn't even have anything to do with how Kamala Harris could be as a vice president, as a president, or how she's been as vice president. And so it's interesting how media outlets really entertain this. It's amazing how, you know, this guy from Fox News, I guess it was, you know, is actually on a salary and getting paid to actually go to the White House press briefing and ask a question that means absolutely nothing. Dana Bash on CNN, bless her heart, it's the first time, Kamala Harris is doing an interview. And she asks about, the idea that Donald Trump, says that at certain point she became black. That has nothing to do with anything. Aside from being ridiculous, it's not talking about the matter at hand. It was wasted time. And I am glad that the vice president treated that the way that she did. I am glad the White House press secretary treated it the way she did, but to your point, she could have done it even faster. But there are those of us that can spend time and take a lunch banging on these guys talking about, no, you said this was the case, and it's not. It's an absolute lie. And so to battle, we got to battle at all levels. You know what I mean? And so I agree with that. You're not going to be the one to hold back anyway. And so that's all good. But it's crazy. Listen, Kamala Harris is proud of her heritage, all parts of her heritage. She shouldn't have to go out of her way to make one person feel more comfortable about this, that, and the other. She is who she is. She always has been. She's a doggone good prosecutor. She was a good DA, great senator, great vice president, and she'll be a great president. And that's that. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, for those that want to be used to tell lies, to tell things that aren't true, the Rolands of the world and the rest of us will, be a force that will come back at you related to it, because I think truth is an important thing. But, she wasted some time. But, those of us that want to help her down the road, looking not just to the corner but around it, will go ahead and correct her so that if she wants to be corrected, maybe she can get it right next time.
Let me be clear. Again, if you want to be a Donald Trump supporter, go right ahead. If you want to articulate, and I know some black people who are conservative, who are Republican, who say that here's the reason why they're voting for Trump. I think they're wrong. I think they're supporting a narcissistic, lying, insurrectionist, sexually assaulting asshole, but that's their right. But what will never be tolerated, Michaela Montgomery, is you going on a show and blatantly lying about Vice President Kamala Harris. And matter of fact, it ain't got to be about her. If you lying about somebody else. So here's my advice. Don't lie. Because see, when you get exposed as a liar, it's easy to refute everything you just said. It's simple. And you can't, and also, you just can't, let me throw up my blackness. Okay, you black. Okay, your black experience. Clarence Thomas black. And we know he's an enemy of black people based upon his own damn rulings. And so I'm going to end this segment again. Michaela Montgomery, on this day, September 3rd, 2024, we acknowledge and present you with your degree from Trump University, be it known, upon this day, by virtue of evolving into a deranged black MAGA grifter with no shame or adherence to facts, who blindly supports Donald Trump, a twice impeached, 34-time convicted felon, election denier, serial liar, chaos agent, and wannabe dictator, has completed a dubious course of study with all honors and privileges pertaining thereto. Michaela Montgomery is hereby awarded the degree of Bachelor of Science in Bullshit Communications for demonstrating outstanding proficiency in the art of spinning fiction as truth, manipulating facts, and creating false narratives that defy logic and reality. please let us know what address to send you your degree. I'll be right back.
We talk about blackness and what happens in black culture. We're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us.
We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it.
This is about covering us.
Invest in black-owned media.
Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks.
We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible.
Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hello, we're the Critter Fixers. I'm Dr. Bernard Hodges.
And I'm Dr. Terrence Ferguson.
And you're tuned in to
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Well, my man Isaac Hayes posted this tweet, me at my black job today. He was in a federal courthouse in Atlanta where they were suing Donald Trump for the campaign's use of the song Hold On, I'm Coming, which was co-written by his father, Isaac Hayes III. Well, guess what? The campaign must cease for now the use of that song. U.S. District Judge Thomas Thrash granted a motion for preliminary injunction at today's hearing in Atlanta. The state again sued Trump and his campaign, along with other defendants, claiming that the use of the song at rallies infringed on their copyright for the work. The song's co-author, David Porter, who wrote it with Hayes in 1966, also said he did not authorize the use of the music recorded by Sam and Dave. Actually, the estate of David Porter said that. However, the Trump campaign claimed it had permission with a BMI license obtained on November 30th, 2022. It also claimed that the Hayes estate was not the license holder, but Universal Music Publishing was. Well, here is the Hayes family and their attorneys holding a news conference after today's hearing.
After that license has been terminated by BMI, there's any opportunity to return to use the song. And that was told to him over 100 days ago, and he continued to use the song. So there's no coming back from using the song.
And how do you respond to the suggestion in court today that this is all politically motivated on your part?
That's totally not politically motivated.
I've been doing these cases for almost 30 years. We've gotten probably 250 plus artists out of bad contracts in situations like this. This is what we do. I saw him post something on August 3rd, and I called him from Chicago and said, do you want us to handle this? And he said, please step in. So from August 3rd to September 3rd, he has shut Donald Trump down. He and the team of lawyers, Ava, Liz, the artist sitting back here quietly, our copyright administrator, Gina, Ryan. There's a whole team of people. Paul Wilson, one of my associates, summer associates who couldn't be here, really did a heat of work, a whole lot of work here, a large amount of work, and our Howard Law students also stepped in. So I want to make sure we recognize a body of people who worked nonstop for 30 days to get a preliminary injunction on Donald Trump. That is an unheard of order by a court. It's one of the highest and hardest things you can get a court to award you. But this man got it.
In the beginning, you wanted to play a video, one piece of evidence.
Correct.
The opening was powerful. Are you disappointed the judge didn't allow you to play the entire video?
You said it in the elevator. He played it through?
Yeah, he played it exactly where I wanted him to know that Isaac Hayes was a songwriter and had written amazing records like Hold On, I'm Coming and Soul Man for artists like Sam and Dave. And he established himself as a writer. So for people to think that nobody knows that Isaac Hayes wrote Hold On, I'm Coming, that's just simply not true. He was inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame along with David Porter in 2005. So very many people that know, and more importantly, the people that we do business with that could affect Donald Trump using our music know who Isaac Hayes is and who the writer of that song is.
Of course, the family is also suing Trump to get $3 million for past use as well. You know what, Joe? It's a whole bunch of Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, copyright lawyers who are real silent because a lot of folks were blasting Isaac. Oh, he had the right to use it. Y'all gonna lose. Uh-oh.
Yeah, And to the point that's made, it is a very high standard to get a preliminary injunction, because normally when a case gets sued, it's very hard to make the court do something in your favor before you cross the finish line of having won the case. So anytime, whether you're doing a prejudgment writ or whether you're doing a TRO, which can lend into a preliminary injunction, at some level, you basically have to show that it looks like you're going to win. At the very beginning. And so that's what's so hard about that standard. It's a hard mountain to climb, and I think it says a whole lot that they actually got that right away, and they got it on their first try. So they're absolutely on their way. Trump and those guys, they like to handle business later, if at all. And his problem is he ran up against the family of a legend with great lawyers behind him and with a great team. These kids at Howard, I'm sure, are learning some fantastic stuff, but they're climbing the mountain. And the fact that they got a preliminary injunction already, that means that they're in the driver's seat, no doubt about it.
And didn't take them long, Mustafa. It was a quick decision.
Yeah, that was really quick. You know, Trump's always lived this life of privilege where he feels that he can extract whatever he wants and there's no consequences to it. And they showed him today that, yes, there are consequences. Yes, you will follow the letter of the law and you will be held accountable.
Julian, the reason this is important because other artists have complained about Trump using the music. No, this was the first time someone actually sued him in his campaign. That also is the difference here.
Absolutely. No, first of all, if it was political, they say it wasn't, and it probably wasn't. If it was, so what? That music belongs to Isaac Hayes' estate. And Mr. Trump, you can't just go around taking stuff. I mean, you order stuff from shop holders and you don't pay them. You don't want to pay anything. You still haven't paid E.G. and Carroll. But guess what? You will pay Isaac Hayes Jr. You will pay him. So I admire the brother for his moxie. And the brother from Chicago, he saw the tweet and he responded immediately. That's called working together. And I'm just really excited and happy for them. But it also sends Mr. Trump yet another warning. His behavior is not going to be universally tolerated forever. He breaks every rule, everything. He has no respect for anybody, and his chicken's about to come home to roost.
Absolutely. So that's what's going on there. So bottom line is we'll see what happens next in this particular case. Before we go, let me say this here. You can leave it. You can leave it right there on the four shot. So I don't give a damn what folk think. So last week during the show, we were playing the video, and then on Twitter, when you're on the iPad, it skips another video. It was a video of some dude with his butt out. So then you got these black MAGA folks sitting here like, oh, Roll 'em Out was showing gay porn. First of all, that was stupid. And I had somebody hit me, because I didn't give a damn what none of them thought. And somebody hit me and they said, first of all, it was a UK show of a straight nudity dating show. Like, I'm gonna watch that bullshit. So what's stupid with these people is that they actually think that it don't jump. So like I was sitting here, I had like this Isaac Hayes videos queued up. So I was playing this, and then all of a sudden, then go to it, come on. Then all of a sudden, it jumps to another video. You don't know what the hell is the next video. Literally, I have no idea what the hell this is. So that's what happens. But let me explain something to all y'all ignorant people. Matter of fact, let me just go, I'm gonna fast forward this right here, and then it's gonna jump to something else. I don't even know what it is. So I don't know what the hell that is. And so then if I fast forward that, it's gonna jump to some other damn video. Why the hell would I be watching a Taylor Swift, Jimmy Fallon video? So when they say, well, it's the algorithm, trust me, Taylor Swift and Jimmy Fallon ain't in my damn usage on Twitter. So that's what this whole thing does. So these fools been sitting here, ooh, you gay. Let me tell y'all something. First of all, I'm not. Second of all, I don't give a shit if I was. And what y'all think. I literally don't give a damn. And y'all can sit here and say what y'all want to say on Twitter, whatever. I do not care. Because guess what? I'm going to keep lighting y'all asses up till Trump lose. I'm letting you know every single day we're going to be lighting his behind up. So I don't give a damn what none of y'all think. I don't. Let me tell y'all something. I've been writing columns since I was 17 years old. I got hate letters. White folks were sending me racist stuff. I remember when I was at Texas A&M, I wrote a column in the school newspaper blasting the band for playing the song Dixie at halftime. I came home, my brother was like, man, what you do? I was like, what you mean? He said, the whole voicemail full. He said, with racist folks cussing you out. Do y'all think I gave a damn then? And I give a damn now? So y'all can say whatever y'all want to say, and y'all can call me whatever you want to call me, but I really do not care. And you know what? There have been other times when we played videos and it jumped. We caught it. Other times we didn't. Hell, I remember we did this the other day, and this fine Brazilian model came up, and you know what? Guess what? I caught it in time, so it happened. So I really don't care. And so, again, this stuff is going to happen, and y'all deal with it. But let me remind all y'all again, especially you black MAGA grifters, I don't give a damn about none of y'all, because y'all know there's a special place in the hell reserved for every single one of you. I don't know what's... Julian, I don't know why these people think I give a damn what they think at 55 when I ain't give a damn what they thought when I was 17.
They're not thinking. They truly not thinking. And they obviously don't watch Roland Martin Unfiltered on a regular basis, because if they did, they know that you got something for them. You know, like a big old can of whoop ass, if you will, for them with this, like that Michaela person. You know, so I don't know what they're thinking, but I know that they're not thinking. They cruising for bruising, as they say.
And I got this fool talking about, on one level, Roland, I believe you, but you have someone removing the insulting comments. Because we can do what we want to do. If you don't like it, go start your own YouTube channel. See, I don't understand, Joe, why these folk think that they somehow can say whatever they want to say and we good. Yeah, we will delete your ass in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they don't want to scrap.
All right, Julian, thanks.
If they want to scrap, I mean, this is the show for it. So you know, we just gonna keep it moving. Call it like we see it. I know you're gonna call it like you see it, and that'll be that. I know you're not worried about that, nor are you worried about how somebody feels about you having sugar on your grits. I learned that one up close too. So
don't give a damn. Matter of fact, and y'all gonna laugh at this. I'm glad you brought that up. So no. Let me find this video, cause so let me find this video. I'm so glad you brought that up.
I know he'd appreciate that.
We went out to so Friday. We went to the funeral home to view my sister's body with my family. Then after that, we went to the Breakfast Club. My man Marcus Davis, I appreciate y'all taking care of us. So I took my parents there and two of my nieces. My sister, Kenya, passed away, two of her 4 girls. And so they brought out some grits, eggs, and bacon. And see, my dad has always texted me tripping about sugar on grits. And so, you know, I pulled the camera out and had to do this here. Y'all go to my iPad.
That is so funny. Look at that. Well, there it is. Your daddy doesn't seem to approve of you putting sugar on your grits, Roland.
I ain't care.
He didn't get it from me, look.
Right, see, yeah. Mustafa, I don't care, because I paid for the breakfast.
That's good that you're taking care of your family like that. I ain't never had no sugar on no grits, but
don't care. Don't care.
Yeah.
You ain't
every now and then.
You ain't paying for them.
Right. I just hope, Roland, I hope that our folks get focused on the upliftment of our community. We continue to allow all this ancillary stuff to take us away from the hard work that we still have to do. And usually within a couple of minutes, you can tell if somebody is serious about our community or not, because they're talking about things that have no value to the folks who are out there every day trying to keep the lights on, trying to pay the rent, trying to do all these things. So we need to get focused, because we got a whole bunch of other folks that do not want to see our communities thrive. and will do everything in their power to keep us in a survival mode. So Black folks, we need to just get down to the work. We need to stay focused, and that should be our sets of conversations.
And again, just in case y'all didn't hear, I don't give a damn. Not 3 dams, not 2 dams, not 1 dam. What y'all got to say? All right, Julian had to bounce. Joe, I appreciate it. Mustafa, I appreciate it. Y'all, thanks for watching today's show. Again, if y'all on YouTube, if y'all ain't hit the like button, please do so. Tomorrow is anniversary day. Tomorrow is the 6th anniversary of Roland Martin Unfiltered. It is the 3rd anniversary of the Black Star Network. And so we look forward to having a great show for you tomorrow. It has been an absolute blast. Y'all have been phenomenal in supporting this show, and I appreciate that. This whole thing started with this sister from Long Island, New York. She was 92 years old, and she sent a $500 check as for the fan base. Lee Saunders with AFSCME. They were the first sponsor for our first 2 years of this show, and so that's why we're here. We appreciate their work. We appreciate their support, and so again, we're going to have a fantastic show tomorrow. Look forward to y'all being here. Don't forget, support the work that we do. Y'all, we don't just sit here and do drive-bys when it comes to Black information. We unpack the issues that are critically important. We don't waste our time with these people who don't care about the issues that we care about. We actually will cover the stuff that matters. And so when you support Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network and our other shows, you are supporting Black-owned media. We don't ask anybody for permission to talk about Black people. We speak to our issues every single day. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. Send your check and money order. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo, RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Download the Black Star Network app. Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Get my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Mind. Available, bookstores nationwide. Get your copy. Folks, I will see y'all tomorrow for our 6th anniversary of Roland Martin Unfiltered, the 3rd anniversary of the Black Star Network. Holla! Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punch! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay Black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Today is Wednesday, September 4th, 2024. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. It is the 6th anniversary of Roland Martin Unfiltered, the 3rd anniversary of the Black Star Network. And man, we've got some highlights from our first show and even talked to one of our first guests who joined us on that day. Vice President Kamala Harris laid out her new small business tax deduction plan at a rally today in New Hampshire. We'll tell you about it. Also, she commented on 2 students and 2 teachers shot and killed in a shooting in a Georgia high school. We'll show you that as well. An 11-year-old Louisiana kid is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing 2 of his family members. The Supreme Court's gutting affirmative action, some say, has boosted HBCU enrollment. We'll talk to the new president at Johnson C. Smith University. Also, we got some new political videos for you, including this one video, y'all, where they just nailed Donald Trump for all of his anti-black rhetoric. And the Department of Justice indicts 2 Russia Today employees and say they were funding a company where a number of large conservative YouTube commentators had shows. Oh, ain't that something? Oh, wait till we tell y'all about that indictment. It's time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the biz, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funky, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
Folks, 6 years ago, we launched Roland Martin Unfiltered, literally across the street from where we are right now. A lot of folks were like, oh man, this ain't gonna work. Black news is not gonna work. We don't know who's really gonna watch. Well, guess what? That wasn't true. A lot has changed. 3 years after that, we launched the Black Star Network. This is our first episode. We had the first panel, Dr. Greg Carr, Liz Copeland. We had Spencer Overton. They were on our initial panel. I know it kills A. Scott Bolden. He was on the second episode. He wasn't on the first, so that really messes with his little ego. He's on today's show. But it was, of course, fantastic. And listen, y'all, we didn't have much. Look, our studio, we were in basically an open area there. I was on the board of 50 Can education group, and they were going to sublet. And I was like, hey, how about if we do this? And so we were able to get that space, 3 offices to do the show. And then, of course, we grew February 2021. We actually signed the lease to where we are right now. And so a lot more space. We can do a lot more things. We've grown in a huge way. And again, a lot of people were like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. And in fact, a lot of people don't realize, you know, when TV One canceled my show News One Now, I still had 8 months of my contract, and TV One offered me a new 3-year deal. And my agent, my frat brother Mark Watts, he was like, look, this is easy, $330,000 a year. I said no, because I knew that if they didn't have any programming, I knew what I wanted to do. And so I was committed to doing this. And so we did. We have one sponsor, AFSCME, the American Federation of State County Municipal Employees. Lee Saunders, my alpha brother, is the president. They committed to that first year. Then they committed to a second year. That's how we were able to get this thing going. And here we are now. Now we have multiple shows on the Black Star Network. We had 157,000 subscribers when we launched. We now are close to 1.4 million. We have, I think we're over 30,000 donors. The first check that we got was from a 92-year-old black woman in Long Island, New York, who sent us $500. And we've had so many supporters backing us since. And so it has been a hell of a ride. Lots has changed. And so we appreciate everybody who's helped us out. And so all throughout the show, we're going to have a look back on some of the stories that we actually covered and things that we focus on. And again, our mission has been the same. Which of course is the lead, what's in the third paragraph of the nation's first black newspaper, Freedom's Journal, which they wrote on March 16, 1827. We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. And then we have been upholding that mission. That has been our focus. And we will continue to do that as well. And so we'll be, of course, having different conversations, going back and forth, looking back to that first show. And in the next hour, we'll actually be talking with the attorney of Crystal Mason, the black woman who they are still trying to put in jail in Texas for voting illegally. Do y'all realize she and her attorney were on our first show? So 6 years later, they are still dealing with this issue. So we're going to talk to her in the next hour. First, folks, Vice President Kamala Harris was in New Hampshire today and introduced her expansion of tax incentives for small businesses. She presented a pro-entrepreneur plan in New Hampshire that may soften her previous calls for wealthy Americans and large corporations to pay higher taxes. This took place at the Throwback Brewery in Northampton, a women-owned business. The owners got support to open its current location through a small business credit loan and install solar panels using federal programs championed by the Biden administration. Here's some of what the VP said today in New Hampshire.
One of my highest priorities will be to strengthen America's small businesses. And here I am in New Hampshire to announce a few elements of my plan to do that. So first, we're going to help more small businesses and innovators get off the ground, okay? Now, I'm setting what some, I'm sure, are going to call a very ambitious goal, but you know what? I think we should admire ambition in each other. So I want to see 25 million new small business applications by the end of my first term. And to help achieve this, we will lower the cost of starting a new business. So here's the thing. On average, it costs about $40,000 to start a new business in America. That is a great financial barrier for a lot of folks, and it can hold entrepreneurs back. And the current tax deduction for a startup is just $5,000, okay? So then you gotta make up the delta there. Gotta figure out how you're gonna do that. Not everyone has access to that kind of wealth and capital. So, part of my plan is we will expand the tax deduction for startups to $50,000. It's essentially a tax cut for starting a small business. Second, my plan will help existing small businesses grow. We will provide low and no interest loans to small businesses that want to expand, and we will, and this is very important, cut the red tape that can make starting and growing a small business more difficult than it needs to be. More difficult than it needs to be. For example, we will make it cheaper and easier for small businesses to file their taxes. Similar to how individuals can take a standard deduction. You know, I said to my team, kind of like, now I'm going to date myself again because they no longer do it, but kind of like, you remember the 1040 EZ? Like that kind of idea, right? Like, let's just take away some of the bureaucracy in the process to make it easier for people to actually do something that's going to benefit our entire economy. Third, my My plan will invest in small businesses and innovators throughout America, and here's why. We know that talent exists everywhere in our country, from rural towns to city centers. But not everyone has access to the financing, to venture capital, or expert advice. It's not that they don't have the skills, it's not that they don't have the work ethic. It's access to these resources. So under my plan, we will expand access to venture capital. We will support innovation hubs and business incubators. And we will increase federal contracts with small businesses. And we will have a particular focus on small businesses in rural communities, like right here in New Hampshire. Finally, my plan will make our tax code more fair while also prioritizing investment and innovation. So let us be clear. Billionaires and big corporations must pay their fair share in taxes. Because here's the thing, it's just not right that those who can most afford it are often paying a lower tax rate than our teachers and our nurses and our firefighters. It's just not right. It's just not right. So that's why I support a billionaire minimum tax and corporations paying their fair share. And while we ensure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, we will tax capital gains at a rate that rewards investment in America's innovators, founders, and small businesses. So here's the detail. If you earn $1 million a year or more, the tax rate on your long-term capital gains will be 28% under my plan, because we know when the government encourages investment, it leads to broad-based economic growth, and it creates jobs, which makes our economy stronger.
All right, folks, let's talk about this with our panel. Rebecca Carruthers, Vice President, Fair Elections Center. Scott Bolden, of course, a lawyer here in D.C., and of course has worked with PACs with National Bar Association as well as the D.C. Chamber of Commerce. All right, glad to have both of y'all here. So here's the thing here, Scott, that I think is important. Look, you got your rich folks who are really upset with the proposals when it comes to capital gains, unrealized gains. You've got the Goldman Sachs report out today saying that the economic ideas of Vice President Kamala Harris will actually strengthen the economy, and those of Donald Trump will not. That's pretty damn good news for the Vice President.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the Republican narrative and even some of the media narrative in regard to her not having a plan or not sharing her vision for economic recovery, she does two things really well. She says, listen, first, unlike Biden, first, I know prices are still too high. I know it's still too expensive to do business. But then secondly, she says, but these are all the statistics that you know we're doing. Eventually, it's going to touch you. So I like this small business proposal. I like the capital gains tax piece, because why would you overtax if you've invested and made $1 million or more from your investment? You want to encourage that investment. So as a former president of the D.C. Chamber of Commerce, that makes all the sense in the world, especially the small businesses. Listen, my clients who are large corporations, I've talked to several CEOs who happen to be clients of the firm. And I got to tell you, one thing they say is they don't really like Trump because of his personality and all the challenges that come with race and gender with him. But they say, listen, this just means we're going to go make more money. And I don't know one CEO or chairman of the board or entrepreneur that doesn't want to make more money. So I think this is a winning issue for her.
Well, but the thing here, Rebecca, I mean, folks who are at the top of the economic food chain, of course they want to make more money, but then you also look at the policies and how they impact everybody else below that.
You know, I think it's important to point out, especially for all those who are crying out for tangibles, with what would a President Harris administration looks like. You know what? This sounds like a tangible to me because we know that the largest growing demographic of small business owners and entrepreneurs are Black folks, and specifically Black women. So this sounds like a policy that's targeted to make sure it's helping Black communities by making sure that those would-be small business owners have the opportunity to remove some of the financial barriers and some of the startup costs and sunk costs in starting a business. And then also for those who are currently small business owners, and just taking a step back, I believe the definition of a small business is a business that employs, I think it's 10 or less employees, Roland, or is it 50 or less? I think it's 10 or less.
No. It's even worse. A small business in the United States is considered 500 or less.
Thank you. So
it's 500. Yes, 500. Which that ain't a small business. But go ahead.
Yeah, so with the definition of small business being a business that employs 500 employees or less, even for those existing businesses, it provides some additional relief for them as well. And we know the majority of Americans are employed by small businesses in this country. So not only does this help the business owners, it also strengthens those who seek employment from small businesses.
And I was in Houston the other day, Scott, Friday after we went to see the body of my sister at the funeral home. And I took my parents out to the Breakfast Club in Houston. And I was talking with Marcus Davis, who's the owner. We were talking about, and he said, listen, he said, as a business owner, when the corporate tax rate was lowered from 35 to 20%, he was like, yo, that was huge for me. And Vice President Kamala Harris is talking about raising it from 20 to 28%. And I said, well, this is one of those things that this is where it should be a threshold. So there should be a revenue threshold that if your business generates, I don't know, 100 million or less, then 50 million or less, whatever number you want to give, then you pay a lower corporate tax rate. To me, I think that's fair. I don't think that I should be paying the same corporate tax rate as Apple or as Boeing or as another major company.
And they know that reality. They certainly know that reality. These companies, but they want to pay as little as possible because they have an obligation to the shareholders. Okay, that may make sense in the business world, but it's just fundamental inequity. And I really think that her small business proposal, Biden-Harris team has created more small businesses in the last 4 years, probably any other administration. They've provided investment capital to it. And so this is just building on a great program already. Now, a lot of those businesses were started due to COVID, but it doesn't really matter. Collectively, small businesses hire more people than large companies. And so she's hitting all the right numbers. I'll tell you something else, too. White women are going to benefit from this small business piece because they always do benefit from it because they have more access to capital. And this is just going to create a groundswell of business and economic support for her from white women, white suburban women, entrepreneurs, and those who even work out of their homes. So I was sitting next to some white conservatives yesterday on a panel, and they hated everything about the small business. I looked at them and I said, my goodness gracious, you're a small business owner, you're a woman-owned business, you have a consultant firm. This makes all the sense in the world for you, whether you go through the SBA or not. And she didn't think the regs could be cut. I said, well, she's proposing the regs being cut. And so while the Republicans want to make it a political issue, the reality is this is just good for Americans, not only employees, but for small businesses. It just is.
Rebecca, I made the point. Goldman Sachs says the U.S. economy will get a bigger boost in the next 2 years if Democrats, headed by Vice President Kamala Harris, wins the White House and Congress. This is a perfect example of how perception is completely skewed. You have people in this country who literally believe that the economy is better when Republicans are in control, which is laughable. Because, as Bill Clinton said at the convention, what did he say? He said it's 50-1. Since the end of the Cold War, 51 million jobs have been created in the United States. 50 million were created under Democratic presidents, 1 under Republican presidents. The last 3 Republican presidents handed, or the last 4, whatever number, handed the Democratic president a recession. I mean, so if I'm Democrats, they need to be figuring out, hell, I need to hire a communications firm to teach me how to communicate the fact that we're better than the Republicans when it comes to the economy.
So here's the thing, it doesn't even have to be a partisan issue, because really what you're saying, Roland, is there's two competing sets of values. One competing set of values produces over 50 million jobs created. Another competing value only produces 1 million net jobs created. And so when you're looking at competing values, and the competing value here is, are you providing tax benefits? Are you providing economic opportunities and an economic agenda that's serving less than 1,000 people in this country? Or are you creating an economic policy agenda that positively impacts over 100 million people in this country? And when you look at it that way, as two competing value systems, then it makes sense in a country that's not just driven by 1,000 people, but it's driven by hundreds of millions of people to churn and make this economy grow and to make this economy move. Then it makes sense when you look at those two competing values that one value has a greater impact on the country than the other value. I think it's unfortunate sometimes when we get into the Republican versus Democrat debate, people once again are just listening to, like you said, some of the PR and the marketing, where Republicans have done a very effective job of making people think that they are absolutely better and experts and financial experts when it comes to long-term economic planning and strategy for this country, when historically that's not what we've seen since post World War II.
But Scott, Scott, Rebecca, Scott, what Rebecca just said there, she said she made the point about values, but the reality is that is political. When you talk about the values, that is political, and so
it's political, but not necessarily partisan.
No. I get that, but what I'm saying is, you do have to make that particular point because you got to make the point because you got to say, bottom line is, and again, this is the hype. Republicans try to suggest that they're for the working class. And they literally have convinced people. You look at the polling data, they're for the working class. But they vote against the working class. They vote against unions. They vote against health care. They vote against food for people. They actually vote against it. And so the reality is they support big business. Their whole idea to any problem is tax cuts. I mean, we literally saw Donald Trump push forward, Scott, massive tax cuts. And he was like, the companies, the CEOs tell me they're going to use the savings for the employees. And the CEOs were like, no, we're not. No, we're not. The CEO literally said, we're going to do stock buybacks. That's what they said. And so what you're dealing with is you're dealing with one party that has successfully marketed themselves as being great for the economy. And when they say great for the economy, that means making rich people richer, as opposed to helping regular, ordinary people, which is Democrats, and that actually helps them. I got some dude sitting here emailing me talking about, how great Trump was for the economy, and in the hood, we had money in our pockets, and man, people were hustling, and he in LA, things were great. And I was like, no. If I recall, we was in recession from 2009 to 2011, and that was the Obama-Biden economy, which they handed Donald Trump. And then, and then he was talking about, opportunity zones, and I was kind of like, no, you didn't benefit from opportunity zones, and you can't even find a single report that actually shows that. And then I said all the stimulus money that went in folks' pocket. I mean, so he was giving all this credit to Trump, and I'm like, that's a lie. And again, they have successfully marketed themselves as being brilliant minds when it comes to the economy, and they've always tanked it.
Yeah, but don't you being too kind to them about their marketing skills. And just call it disinformation, because in the last 40 years, that statistic you said, where it's been 50-1, and the Republicans have given us a recession economy. Well, guess what? In the last 40 years, the Democrats have done something else. We gave them a stronger economy than they gave us. It makes absolutely no sense. Oh, and by the way, Add this to that statistic. Then the Republicans, with their disinformation, they criticize the Democrats for not fixing their shit. That's all you can say. and then they run on it. I mean, they're incredible disinformation squads. They just really are. I tell you another piece of disinformation, right? Because you should repeat that statistic, Roland, throughout the show. But you know, another piece is they're against entitlements. Who are the top 10 entitlement? Top 10 states that I read, they get the most entitlements from the federal government. You can name them with me. Go right ahead. Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, that's
Oklahoma, West Virginia.
Oklahoma. You can stay West Virginia. You can stay south.
South Carolina.
South Carolina, North Carolina. We're almost at 10. And statistically, it makes no sense. So not only is there disinformation to America and to the media, but their disinformation is to their own voters, right? They don't vote their interest, and yet these cats who vote Republican, men and women, are just diehard Republicans. And I think it's rooted in race and gender when it's all said and done, the whole white fear thing and what have you, because they're the majority white party and the Democrats are a rainbow coalition. I mean, you just can't get around that. So we got to figure out a way to go against that disinformation as a Democratic Party, and then make sure that the Republican following, whose policies are not popular with the masses, whether it's abortion or being reasonable gun control, how to attack that disinformation and spend it in our favor, and we be bigger, better, and brighter marketers of our own information and our own statistics that's better for this country.
Well, Rebecca, this is why I think what's going to happen next week, September 10th, in a debate. You trust me, you're going to have Donald Trump sit there and say, oh, I left you guys a blazing economy. And that's when VP Harris goes, really? 16.9% unemployment. Oh, the reason gas was so low, Donald Trump, because nobody was driving because of COVID. Then he's going to say, drill, baby, drill. That's what she can say, really? That's interesting, because under Biden-Harris, we've never produced this amount of domestic oil, and we're now the leading in the world. See, to me, again, when he comes with the lie, they come back with, boom. And that's when she goes, to me, that's when she goes, hey, Donald, tell me how your infrastructure plan went. Because you had 4 years of infrastructure week. Last I checked, Joe and I passed a $600 billion infrastructure bill, building projects all across the country, the largest amount of infrastructure spending since Eisenhower was president. Did you do that? No, you didn't. We did. So to me, that's how you have to expose his lies. And I think what she also has to say, and let me also remind you, the states where you went to and promised manufacturing jobs, you didn't bring it back. We did. Most manufacturing in the United States in 30 years. To me, that's slice his ass on every single one of those economic points.
Because he don't have facts.
Well, no, even looking at this through a diversity lens, I think what we're going to see is Trump as a mediocre white man who fails up, unfortunately does not fail down and go away. I think he's also going to try to take credit for some of the policy agenda that Kamala Harris is rolling out. Because we've been seeing, like, as she started to hit the stump last week, we started to see Trump going on various social media platforms and accusing Kamala Harris of stealing his plans, when we know that not to be true. But Trump is very typical of a mediocre white man in the workplace who is taking credit for others' works, especially minorities in that same workplace. So I think what we're going to see next week is a lot of cribbing, a lot of Me Too. Well, I did it first. And, hopefully we'll see the vice president punching back, but also in a way where the American public understands what's going on and they're moving past and not listening to the media, especially the media that's criticizing Kamala Harris for allegedly not having plans. Hopefully the voters will hear from her directly and tune in and understand, hey, she's the one with a plan. She's someone who has a track record versus this other person really doesn't have a plan other than to continue grifting and to make those around him rich.
Again, to me, that has to be the posture next week, Scott. That is, every time he lies about the economy, come back and say, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
She can be a puncher, but she's got to be an even better counter puncher when he starts his hyperbole, because he doesn't come with facts. And when he starts bullying and when he starts spewing these lies, her mental file cabinet, when you're preparing not only for your presentation, but your voice inflection and how you punch and counter punch, it's like a mental file that just, right? Pull that fact up and fire away at him. The other thing is when he attacks her, if he's stupid enough to attack her on race and gender, or he's racially or sexually offensive in some way, she needs, I struggle with whether she lets that go and stays above the fray, or whether she responds by attacking him on his sexual abuse, finding him liable for sexual abuse and tax fraud, or rather financial fraud, as well as the criminal convictions. Does she pepper him with that in response to if he gets racially or sexually offensive? But I think the facts and counterpunch is just going to be awesome. And she's got to stay focused and disciplined, right? When you're in these debates, whether you're in court arguing or you're in an arbitration, mediation, or any debate, right? You got to be disciplined, right? You got to take your time when you're cutting up the other side, whether it's cross-examination or otherwise. She's got the skill set to do that. She's got the experience to do that. And I got to tell you, I think this debate, when she tears him a new one, is going to be worth an additional 1 to 3, 1 to 2 to 4 points. I really do. People are waiting for this. She's going to set the record straight with him. And I'll be honest with you, I think they talk about how close it is. I don't think it gets closer. I think they start to separate themselves with her in the lead. I really do, if she does what she's supposed to do in this debate.
Well, hold tight 1 second. Gun control is certainly going to be back in the news after today's mass shooting in Georgia. We'll talk about that next right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Our 6th anniversary show, folks. Support the work that we do. Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. I think we're having some issues with Cash App. I'm trying to get those fixed right now. I saw 5 or 6 people who tried to give, and it actually did not go through. So if y'all try to give on Cash App, let me know if there are any issues with that. And so please assist us as best as you can. We'll be right back.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, we're going to be talking about common sense. We think that people have it, know how to use it, but it is something that people often have to learn. The truth is, most of us are not born with it, and we need to teach common sense, embrace it, and give it to those who need it most, our kids.
So I always tell teachers to listen out to what conversations the students are having about what they're getting from social media, and then let's get ahead of it and have the appropriate conversations with them.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Me, Sherry Shepard with Sammy Roman. I'm Dr. Robin B., pharmacist and fitness coach, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
This court, not another court, this court that we have, the current Supreme Court, said surgical racism. Now, when people who tend to be racist in their decision have to call out the racist, that's pretty racist. And they said
That's true. No question. No question.
Said it was surgical racism. And what we have to, it wasn't just photo ID. They went after early voting. They went after same-day registration. We were able to prove that 50% of women didn't have, not just black women, didn't have the kind of photo ID they wanted. That it was impacting older people. One lady was over 95 years old, and it would have stopped her from voting, and she's been voting for 60, 70 years. But all of this is because, Roland, at the end of the day, the greatest opportunity is in the South. Southern states are really not red states or blue states. They are non-voting states. If you build black people and progressive whites and brown people in the southern states, you can turn about 5 southern states right now: North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Florida, and even Texas. If that happened, the whole political concepts have been torn apart. The solid South is down. The wall has been broken.
Folks, today's deadly shooting in a North Georgia high school brought this year's total of mass shootings to 285. 4 people, 2 students and 2 teachers, were killed at Apache High School in Winder, Georgia, northeast of Atlanta. According to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the suspected shooter is in custody. Vice President Kamala Harris called today's shooting senseless and said it doesn't have to be this way.
Before I begin, I do want to say a few words about this tragic shooting that took place this morning in Winder, Georgia. We're still gathering information about what happened, but we know that there were multiple fatalities and injuries. And, you know, our hearts are with all the students, the teachers, and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the families and all those who were affected, including, you know, I'm going off script right now, but listen, I mean, you know, at the last year, I started a college tour. And I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college-age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just love Gen Z. Right? But I'll tell you, one of the things that I asked every time I went to the auditorium, and it would be filled with these young leaders, students, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. And for the young leaders who are here who are raising their hand, I'm telling you, every time the auditorium was packed and almost every hand went up. You know, a lot of us, I'll speak about myself, you know, we had, well, I grew up in California, earthquake drills, we had fire drills, but our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential, and some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom. It does not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. And, you know, this is one of the many issues that's at stake in this election.
Folks, to understand this area, they're represented by Georgia Congressman Mike Collins. He posted this on Twitter. Leanne and I are praying for the victims, their families, and all students at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. We extend our gratitude to law enforcement for their swift action to secure the school and get the shooter in custody. I've spoken with Sheriff Smith and told him my team and I are available to assist in any way necessary. We will continue to monitor and provide updates as prudent. This is the same Mike Collins who released this ad in 2022.
Hey, Mike Collins here, your pro-Trump America First trucker, running for Congress here in Georgia 10. Well, I understand Joe Biden was in town yesterday to talk about our elections. It seems that he and Kamala Harris called anyone who disagreed with the federal hijacking of this election a racist. Well, Joe, I got some news for you. Let me tell you what Georgians really believe. First of all, you count the legal votes that were cast in the state of Georgia, Donald Trump won this state, period. Number two, get rid of those voting machines. Go back to paper ballots once and for all. Number three, get rid of those ridiculous drop boxes across this state that the Democrats use to stuff the ballots and steal our elections. Number four, Let's go to national forensic audits in every election cycle across this country. As a matter of fact, it's one of the first bills I'll introduce when I get to Washington. You see, Georgians are sick and tired of weak-kneed, spineless politicians who won't fight for Trump, get to the bottom of 2020, and fix our elections. Well, if they won't do it, Mike Collins will. Send me to Washington. I'll fix this election. I'll get to the bottom of 2020, and I will fight for Trump's America First agenda.
And we wonder why folks shoot up schools, Rebecca.
You know, when I saw this story, you know, I Googled to figure out exactly where was this Winder, Georgia is. And I saw that it's about 50 miles from downtown Atlanta. You know, just to get a sense of geographically where in Georgia this took place. And even listening to how Vice President Harris was talking about the experience of Gen Z and their experience of having to do these mass shooter drills. And I think we talked about this during the broadcast in Chicago, that one of the things that is a hallmark of the millennial experience, especially people like me, I know y'all say I'm not a millennial, but I'm an elder millennial, is that I remember still being, you know, K through 12 when school shootings went from those, East Coast or West Coast gang shootings to now Paducah, Jonesboro, Littleton, Colorado. When those things start to happen, that was really a big demarcation between what is a millennial versus a Gen Xer. And so now understanding all of the trauma that Gen Z and then even now Gen Alpha is going through because of this country's inability of dealing with this crazed behavior and this gun culture. And, you know, I support people's right to have firearms, but I also know that we still have to put limits around 2A because having folks, and especially these young people who have access to these war machines, these killing machines, to turn around and do these mass shootings. And it used to be like once a year, twice a year, but now for this not to just be monthly, but for it to be weekly. And as it's going towards like a daily happening, at some point, this country has to say enough is enough. And even, you know, I know people have argued and said that, you know, 2A is what protects people from the tyranny of the government. But what we're seeing is that 2A now is making people afraid to be able to live their life, to be able to go to school, to go to work, to go to church. And, you know, finally, enough is enough. And I do think this is now going to become such a critical voting issue. And I think we're going to start to see in different segments of the country where this even transcends partisanship. Because when people's close loved ones are getting killed and there isn't an adequate response from our government, that's going to trump red versus blue. And so at some point, you know, we thought Sandy Hook was going to be the tipping point. It was not. But at some point, I think we're going to start to see local officials elected, and they're going to start to be able to run in this particular issue. Like when we see what's happening in Tennessee, you know, if Tennessee's veto-proof supermajority gets busted, it's probably going to be around the gun issue, because that's the issue that's really moving some of these voters who are independents, nonpartisans, or in the middle, because the idea of being shot and killed indiscriminately, it now can happen to anyone. It's not just an inner city problem. It's not just a poverty problem. It's not just a quote unquote Black problem or Hispanic problem, but it is an American problem.
Well, Scott, it's going to take these white women to step up, like we saw this in Tennessee, to change this. Otherwise, you're going to have these shootings in Georgia, in Tennessee, in Texas, and they're going to keep voting for Republicans who do nothing about the problem.
We all know the problem. We got to get it fixed. And I want to talk about, and I want elected officials to start talking about solutions. There are 387 mass shootings in America so far. That's not weekly. That's daily. That's more than one a day, slightly more than one a day. The leading cause for the death of kids and children in this country is now gun violence. And still, the NRA exists. And still, Republicans don't want reasonable gun control. We forfeited the lives of those children because of our love of the NRA and our love for the Second Amendment, that it is worth killing our most innocent population to keep hold of our guns and to keep hold of the NRA. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves. I'm tired of being tired of these shootings and stuff. We hardly report on them. We haven't even reported on 387 shootings. So, you know, there's blood on all of our hands. We need to do something about it. If with this crisis, wouldn't you want to do something, anything that you know would stem the tide of gun violence? Even if it was directly or indirectly, you do it, right? I own 10 guns. Robert's not on, probably owns 20 or 30, who knows, right? And yet, we're both responsible gun owners. And yet and still, white America, primarily, white America says it's okay, essentially. I'm sorry. Just looking at evidence and empirical data, it's okay to kill our young people.
Yep.
To take our guns, and because we love guns and Second Amendment and NRA. Got to stop, man. And it's not going to stop. You're going to report on this next week, and next week, and you're going to report on police brutality too, because we have a culture of violence, and we don't care.
Indeed. Well, we care, but the question is, will these white conservative folks actually care? All right, going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back. The Supreme Court, of course, they knocked out affirmative action in college admissions. A couple of things. Wait till I tell y'all what happened to Asian enrollment at Yale. Remember there were Asians who led that lawsuit? They effed around and found out. And we'll talk about the impact of that decision on enrollment at HBCUs with the president of Johnson C. Smith University. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered, the Black Star Network. And for the folks who are giving on Cash App, there's an issue. For some reason, it keeps not going through. We're trying to sort that out. So if you want to support the show, please support the other means. That is, you can put it up, please. PayPal, Venmo, and Zelle. So we're trying to figure out, we're in contact with Cash App right now to figure out what is going on with Cash App on this, on why they're not processing our donations. A number of you have tried to give, looks like upwards of $3,000, and for some reason it's not going through. So you can support us on PayPal by going to paypal.me/Roland R. Martin Unfiltered. PayPal.me/R. Unfiltered. Venmo is Venmo.com/RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland@RolandSMartin.com. Roland@RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We'll be right back.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, I'm sure you've seen all those commercials about reverse mortgage and how easy it is to get more money in your pocket. Well, this woman that you're going to hear from knew it was too good to be true, and because of it, she now has 7 figures in net worth.
You know, wait a minute. This house is really valuable, and further, you can get money out of it to help you, and more importantly, you can keep your home.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
I am Tommy Davidson. I play Oscar on Proud Family, Louder and Prouder.
Right now, I'm rolling with Roland Martin, unfiltered, uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable. You hear me?
Next on the inaugural edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered, drama on Capitol Hill as Senate Democrats and Republicans clash on the first day of Trump's Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh. Kristen Clark of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, who was in the hearing room, will join us live. A black woman who was mistakenly voted in Texas is headed to prison. Yes, prison. She and her attorney are going to join us live as well. He has picked up the mantle of Dr. King's Poor People's Campaign. The Reverend Dr. William Barber will join us live to discuss that and why it's time to end voter apathy, especially among black folks headed into the midterm election. We'll also recap the homegoing celebration of Aretha Franklin and discuss why her family is blasting the eulogy delivered by Atlanta pastor Jasper Williams Jr. Plus, Colin Kaepernick and Nike, they've got conservatives in an uproar over making him the face of Nike's 30th anniversary of their Just Do It campaign. And of course, Black Twitter will be on fire tonight for the first night of BET's miniseries on Bobby Brown. Folks, it's time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered. Let's go. All right, folks, since the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion at colleges and universities across the country led to the Supreme Court ruling race could not be used in college admissions, you have seen enrollments surging in HBCUs. But they were actually surging in HBCUs even before that Supreme Court decision. What's going on? President of Johnson C. Smith University, Dr. Valerie Kinlock, joins us right now. Glad to have you here. First of all, Doc, so you say that Supreme Court decision is what is the reason for Johnson C. Smith's record high enrollment?
I mean, there are many reasons. And first of all, thank you for having me. But there are many reasons for a record enrollment. We are here at Johnson C. Smith University, founded in 1867. And in part, it is because of the Supreme Court decision that says we're not going to continue to support affirmative action. And we have lots of people who actually should be in universities, particularly Black people in this country, who now feel as if they cannot attend because they might not get accepted. But let me be clear. Historically, Black colleges and universities in this country have always prepared Black and brown folks for excellence and success in the world. And a Supreme Court decision is not going to stop us from doing that. But it does help us when we talk about our enrollment. It does help us when we try to elevate our academic enterprise and we prepare students for success. And that's what we're seeing here at JCSU.
What is your enrollment this year?
So currently we are at 1,300 plus students who are registered and cleared and who are here taking classes, whether they are first-time students, transfer students, returning students, adult students. And so last year we were sitting at 1,100. And so we're seeing about 1,300, 1,314 currently as of today.
What is your capacity?
Hey, my capacity is what we need it to be. I want to get 1,500
first of all, when I say capacity, the reason I say that is because what we've seen, Tennessee State, Florida A&M, Morehouse, Spelman, Texas Southern University, that because of the increase in applications and enrollment, you got to have facilities. And so a lot of these folks have had to rent hotel rooms and things along those lines. And so when I say capacity, like for instance, Fisk University, they had a capacity number. Their numbers dropped big time, but they're like, well, hey, this is what our capacity is and how we can go beyond it. So from a facility standpoint, from a dorm standpoint, what is your capacity for students on campus? And then what is your goal to be able to get to that and actually expand it beyond that?
That is a great question. So currently we are at capacity at 1,314. We are at capacity. The goal, however, is to revitalize our residence halls. We have a large residence hall that unfortunately is offline that has the capacity to hold at least 235 more students. And so my goal is to work at ensuring that we open that residence hall, we renovate it, and we provide space for our students to be here. Now, where do I want to go? I want us to get to 1,600 or more. Historically, we've hovered around 1,400, 1,410, but I believe that if we have our residence halls where they should be, we would be able to have more students coming in to our university.
And so, and again, so I asked that because I've talked to so many other presidents, and you know, good problems lead to bad problems. Oh, yeah. And also when we talk about growth, I remember having this conversation with Dr. Van Newkirk when he was at Fisk. He's now in Wilberforce. He also was trying to explain to the Board of Trustees there. Folks kept talking about, you know, new dorms. He was like, yo, slow down. We can also expand university enrollment by folks who want to go online, who want to be a part of Fisk University, but who may not be able to afford to come to Nashville. They can still go online. So when you look at your projections, what does that look like? Do you have students right now that attend Johnson C. Smith online? And if so, how many?
We have a few. We are not offering a real online experience at the moment. What COVID did to so many HBCUs and so many universities, if not all of them, was to force us to pivot by using Zoom. Zoom is what it is. But when we talk about online education, right, we are trying to create a platform by which we can deliver better online educational experiences. We have some of our classes that are doing very well online. But the reality is exactly what you just said. When we talk about capacity, we have to be able to have hard conversations with our Board of Trustees, with our faculty and our staff about if we are going to increase enrollment, we do that by having housing available for students to live on campus. We are a residential campus, and we need to have adequate housing for our students. At the same time, we need to think differently about the population of students coming into the university. We don't just have 18-year-olds. We have adult learners. We have students who are returning to the university campus, and we also need to have an online population of students. And we can get that done here, but we need to talk about the space that we need available, whether it's online and in our residence halls. And that's urgent. That's really urgent for many HBCUs.
And so with that, what is your growth plan? You talked about getting that dorm online. What is that going to take? How much is that going to take? And then from a standpoint of when, can it be open by fall 2025, or are we talking about 2026?
All right, so what I'm talking about is fall 2025 is my hope, is my goal, and yet it takes funders to be able to see the value of investing in facilities infrastructure. And it's not the sexy thing. It's not the thing that people want to invest in, but it's the thing that will support our students and get us our enrollment.
But what's the number? But what's the number?
That we'll have it.
But what's the number? In order to bring that dorm back online, what is it going to cost you?
I mean, it's going to cost me at least $12 million.
In order to bring that...
in order to bring it back online and have full capacity with every room renovated with the spaces that we need and with students who are able to occupy that building in its entirety.
And so what is the tuition for a year for a student at Johnson C. Smith? Tuition and room and board for a year. Just give me a ballpark number.
What's a ballpark number? Trying to figure that out right now. I got my colleagues here. What's the ballpark number? I mean, tuition can be like $20,000. We're private.
Right.
And yet we have tuition discounts like many universities do. And we have currently moving from 1,100 to 1,300 students. And so that's what it is at the moment.
Got it. And so before I go to Scott and Rebecca with questions, what would you say are your three main majors in terms of what do you focus on that gets students to come to Johnson C. Smith?
Business and business administration is definitely a top major, including anything in business, finance and management in particular. We also have STEM. We have a great STEM program, a college of STEM and professional studies. We have a master's in social work. I mean, those programs get our students to come. We're in Charlotte, and Charlotte is one of the top destinations for people who want to think about corporate America or businesses, marketing, finance, the healthcare industry. And I believe that those are the areas that will continue to drive this economy, but also those are the degrees that students, for the most part, are coming to actually study at Johnson C. Smith University. Now, I would not be fair if I only talk about those majors. I also have to talk about the liberal arts. We have students who come here and who want to be political scientists. They want to be the next governor or senator or US president. So they're studying political science. We have students who are also coming here who want to do music education. And they can combine music education with business to have a robust experience. And so those are some of our top majors. And apologies to my faculty if I missed any of them.
Questions from our panels. Rebecca, you first.
Thank you so much for your leadership. So I lead a national voting rights organization, and we have the largest C3 civic engagement for campuses in the country. We do a lot of HBCU work, including North Carolina. We were on your campus in 2023 where we hire students. They work with administrators to make sure that there is a plan for civic engagement. I don't think we have a student yet on your campus this fall, and I want to hire a couple of your students to work with you and your administration to help organize civic engagement, everything from voting, but then also to make students more active. Because you know, when students are active in that way, they have better academic success. So can I work with you to hire one or two of your students to do some great work? That's
a definite. That's an absolutely you can. And let's actually exchange contact information so that we can be in touch directly. And the reality is, if we don't have a student yet, which you said we don't, then we need to. And I'm committed to making sure we have at least 2 or more students who are participating. We just had a meeting about voting and turning out the vote, coming out and supporting Black voter participation, but also talking about civic engagement. And this is the work that we should be doing. So I am committed to this.
Absolutely. We are C3. We're working on the majority of the HBCUs in North Carolina with North Carolina Black Alliance raising the bar. So I look forward to working with you offline.
I would love to. Thank you.
Scott.
Hey, Doctor. A. Scott Bolden here. Appreciate your leadership. I happen to sit on the Board of Trustees for Morehouse College, and I chair the governance committee. That growth issue is a tricky thing. I live with it with Dr. Thomas and Chairman Willie Woods, but I will say this, and here's my question. You know, if 500 or 1,000 students show up, and you don't have the capacity for them, you don't have the capacity for them. So it's measured, if you will. And endowment is important, but also being able to upgrade your facilities, expand your facilities. Are you looking at any creative financing mechanisms like tax increment financing, nonprofit bonds, partnering with housing authorities in your local jurisdiction, or even partnering with developers who will build it and then you finance it over several years by creating a student fee, say for a student center? I think every HBCU has got to look at all of those issues when they grow and expand, because this influx of students from Morehouse and or Johnson C. Smith is not going to stop. And there's a lot of, well, most of us are debt free now, at least we were 2 or 3 years ago, based on federal legislation. So can you talk a little bit about how you get there sooner than later through non-traditional financing means?
Absolutely. And that's the answer, through non-traditional financing means. By looking at our property and understanding that some of them should be leased. How do we drive business and revenue into the university, but also, I want to be clear, into the historic West End district, which is where we live and where we work. And so how do we do that? By engaging developers. I have been meeting with so many developers who are committed to Johnson C. Smith, but who are also committed to growth, who are also committed to repairing relationships between the university and the surrounding community. And so I think that leveraging those partnerships will be so important, but also understanding we need to think about revenue generation in multiple ways. It's not just about students and tuition. It's about students, tuition, but also how do we get more revenue from diversifying our portfolio? How do we think differently about growing our endowment? How do we think differently about the types of vendors who are on campus, and how do we support them as they are also supporting us? And then I think the last part I will add into this is, you know, I've been dreaming about a convocation center. And in dreaming about a convocation center, it would be a space where we own our lands. We would create this convocation center that would be a multi-purpose space. And it would be for the community, for businesses, for industries, for the athletics teams in Charlotte and beyond. And it would also be a hub for our students' excellence. That would also increase revenue. But the days of thinking about revenue only by thinking about enrollment, those days are, if not over, very limited.
Yeah. Good luck. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
All right, then. Well, Doc, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much for joining us on the show, and good luck.
All right. Well, thank you, Roland Martin. I appreciate you.
All right, Dr. Kinlock, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
All right. Bye-bye.
Folks, we're just talking about, of course, the idea with, of course, HBCU enrollment and affirmative action. But I saw this today, and I had to get a kick out of this. The lawsuit that was filed that went to the Supreme Court that got rid of affirmative action was filed by a group of Asian students and their parents. Well, check this out. In the first Yale class since the end of affirmative action, Black and Latino enrollment share remained stable, yet Asian American decreased. And so this is right here. You see right here with the year at the bottom, where you see an increase with white enrollment. You see a drop for Asian American enrollment. Hispanics increased. Blacks went slightly up. International slightly down. Native American stayed the same. So they stopped considering race, Scott. And then they started factoring in essays that dealt with character and things along those lines. And I guess a whole lot of these Asian parents learned real quick, guess what? Trying to depend upon your grades and your SAT score didn't work. And so your little lawsuit, you done effed around and find out.
In all fairness, the majority of Asian students weren't supportive of that lawsuit. There were a handful of them that were, but they represent, beyond those 4 or 5 that the lawsuit had as plaintiffs, because that had no standing, by the way. It's interesting. The international went down and the Asian students went down. I'd love to see more empirical data on that, but it does seem like the chickens have come home to roost in regard to the lawsuit. But listen, I'm glad that Black and brown students didn't go down. Now, this is early data. But talking about their economic backgrounds, their communities that manifest themselves, whether it's poor or poverty, without talking about the color of your skin, not only have students and parents have to redefine how they approach this issue of getting into a top school, a white majority school, but also the administrators and diversity officers, how they process applications, how they stay on the right side of the law. As a lawyer, I find myself advising not only colleges and universities, but even corporations now about how they look at D&I because of the attorney general threats to companies operating in their jurisdiction, whereby that decision did not extend to corporations, but now we're all concerned about how we rethink DEI. Very, very powerful, but very negative for those of us who are Black, brown, economically disadvantaged, and how we get an education, a reasonable one, a really excellent one, and be able to pay for it. So this is going to shake out at some point.
And again, for those folks who filed that lawsuit, Rebecca, oops.
That's his proposition, and he gonna find it somewhere. And by the way, if you don't give it to him, Rebecca, he gonna say it anyway.
No. It's like, okay, so y'all filed that lawsuit thinking your enrollment was gonna blow up. Oops.
So what Scott's telling me, I have to agree with everything he just said, because he cornered me in Chicago, Roland, and said I agree with you too much over him. So Scott really is just saying he wants me to agree with him.
Bravo!
Only a weak ass man would go to somebody and say, you agree with Roland too much. You don't agree with me enough.
Now, mind you, Roland, this was after he big-timed me. It said he didn't recognize me at first because I had braids in my hair in Chicago.
You should have cussed his ass out.
She was in a good mood.
You should have cussed his ass out. You should have said, you little punk ass little capper. That's what you should have said. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So
unfortunately, I got some exes who are Kappas, so that's probably the reason why I should have cussed them out. So, here's the thing. There are some people think that they can be white adjacent, or that they can cozy up to white supremacy in this country and somehow they'll experience that white privilege. And what's unfortunate that there are some people in this country who bought into the model minority theory. And we know that theory is bunk. And so what people need to really understand as we get closer to white people being the minority in this country, and even when we think about the world and how the global South is getting ready to overtake the global North, it's going to be less than 10% of people around the world who are actually white. And so what's going to happen in this country, people got to learn really quick, is that you can't white identify or white align, and that's going to be a benefit for you moving forward in the future. And that's specifically, I'm talking about racial minorities here. And people are going to have to white people are quickly going to have to learn how to actually compete where they don't in a world where they don't get unfair advantages, AKA white privilege. And for those minorities who are thinking that they're going to ride in the coattails of white privilege, you're getting a wake-up call, because the world is changing. Power structures, that's really what DEI is about, is challenging power structures. Those things are rapidly changing in this country.
Oh, absolutely. And it's like, again, I mean, you can sit here, play games all you want to, but we're going to see how that works out. All right, y'all. We're going to go to a break. We come back. We're going to talk with a lawyer of a woman who was on our first show 6 years ago. This sister is still catching hell in Texas over an attempt to vote. It's absolutely crazy. You have the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton. He's literally trying to target states who want to remind people or send out voter registration forms. We see what the hell is going on there. Lots we want to talk about, y'all, including this indictment exposing these big-time conservatives working for a company that was funded by Russia. That and more right here. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
On the next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, we're going to be talking about common sense. We think that people have it, know how to use it, but it is something that people often have to learn. The truth is, most of us are not born with it, and we need to teach common sense, embrace it, and give it to those who need it most, our kids.
So I always tell teachers to listen out to what conversations the students are having about what they're getting from social media, and then let's get ahead of it and have the appropriate conversations with them.
On the next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Farquhar, executive producer of Proud Family.
Bruce Smith, creator and executive producer of The Proud Family, Louder and Prouder. And you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
And Crystal, take me through. So, what election was it that you voted in? And you said, look, no one told you. So when you got out of prison, there were no paperwork. There was nothing there that they said, look, these are your rights, what you can and cannot do.
Yeah, there was paperwork. It was my conditions, but that was not in my paperwork at all.
So in your paperwork, when you got out, there was nothing that said anything about voting.
No.
So when you had to go back to court, what, the court just said whatever? I'm sure you presented the paperwork and said, here it is. There's nothing about voting in here. So how was I supposed to know I couldn't vote?
My supervisor release officer testified on the stand and explained that it was nothing in paperwork. No one told me, and I was doing my conditions as.
Wait a minute. So the person who was supervising you testified that there was nothing in the paperwork that said you were not supposed to be able, that you could not vote, and the court still said, what the hell? We don't care. You're going to jail?
Correct.
All right, folks, so let me give you an update. So Cash App is tripping. So apparently Cash App has some limit on how many transactions can happen in a month, which is sort of weird because the month just started. So we don't know what the hell's going on. So I just checked, and about 20 or 25, maybe actually about 30 or 40 of y'all have tried to give on Cash App today, and it's getting rejected. And so I was on the phone with them trying to figure out what's going on. So it's not a dollar amount, it's literally the number of transactions. So we don't know what's going on. So we're trying to get this thing fixed right now. And so if you have other forms, if you want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered and you have other forms, if you have PayPal, Zelle, or Venmo, you can support the show. I'll let y'all know when this gets fixed, but this is weird. We've never experienced this before, and so many people want to support us on our 6th anniversary, so we're not sure what's going on. So I'm on it. I'm trying to get it fixed, and so again, you can support us on PayPal. It's paypal.me/R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, our email is roland@rolandsmartin.com, roland@rolandmartinunfiltered.com. So those are the emails. Those are the other ways: PayPal, Venmo, Zelle. And again, we're going to try to figure out what the hell is going on with Cash App. But we don't know. But it's rejecting our users for some reason. And in fact, I just sent an email to someone actually showing them exactly the impact of this. And I'm going to pull this up in a second. And so here's a perfect example. This is I made this video here. This is the number of transactions that were actually blocked. That were actually blocked in our Cash App. All of those because whatever this glitch is. So we'll figure out what's going on, and then we'll send those folks an alert once we actually get this thing fixed. All right, folks. 6 years ago, on our inaugural show, we had on Crystal Mason and her attorney talking about this case. Her attorney, Kim Cole, out of Texas. Now, this is a sister who tried to vote. The vote was never counted. She found out later that she could not vote after serving in federal prison. But the Tarrant County DA have been going after this sister, y'all, for I think it's now going on, this is the 7th or the 8th year. So understand this. She was on our first show in 2000, 6 years ago, y'all, 2018. She was on our show last year, our 5th anniversary show. Here we are still talking about her case on our 6th anniversary show. And now the Tarrant County DA they want the appeals court to review the last decision where they basically were like, okay, in this mess now. Her attorney, Kim Cole, joins us right now. And Kim, it is insane that we're still talking to you. It is utterly insane that Crystal tried to vote. The vote was not counted. As a result of them charging her, she had to go back to federal prison to sentence her term. They extended her federal parole, her supervised release, I'm sorry. This has impacted jobs, her family, housing, all of this. And even after it goes through the Texas Appeals Court, this racist DA is, oh no, we're gonna appeal this, and still trying to go after her, holding her accountable. And it's like, dude, which election was this? What year was it that this actually happened?
2016.
So we're in the 8th year. This is just insane.
It is absolutely insane, Roland. And first of all, congratulations. Second of all, we're here. Crystal was accused of voting illegally in the 2016 presidential election. We are looking at a new election 8 years later, and even though the Court of Criminal Appeals has, the Second Court of Appeals has sent Crystal's case back down to the lower court for her to be acquitted and for her conviction to be overturned, the Tarrant County DA is still beating this dead horse and still pursuing these trumped up charges, yes, pun intended, of voter fraud. They did not prove their case. The Second Court of Appeals said that they did not prove that Crystal knew that she was not eligible to vote. And here in Texas, felons do have the right to vote. However, they have to be done with any jail time and parole or probation. So Crystal didn't know that by her being on federal supervised release, that she was not eligible to vote. And in Texas, the law requires that an individual know that they're not eligible and vote anyway. That is the crime. It's not in voting and you don't know that you're not eligible. It's in voting or attempting to vote while knowing that you're not eligible. And that was not the case here. The Second Court of Appeals agreed, and now the Tarrant County District Attorney has appealed to the Court of Criminal Appeals. And since we last spoke, Roland, the Court of Criminal Appeals has actually agreed to take this case on yet again for another ruling.
I mean, so the Court of Criminal Appeals already ruled, and now they're appealing, and then now they're going to take this on again.
Yes. So what happened the first time? Okay, Crystal was convicted. We appealed it to the Second Court of Appeals. They upheld Crystal's conviction, and we appealed it further to the Court of Criminal Appeals. Well, the Court of Criminal Appeals looked at the Second Court of Appeals opinion and said, you guys didn't apply the correct standard here, so you might want to take a second look at it. So they did. And they reversed their initial decision, and they remanded Crystal's case back to the original court for her to be acquitted.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. So the Second Court of Appeals upheld the conviction.
Yes.
Then it got appealed to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. They kicked it back down and said y'all didn't apply the law. And then when they kicked it back down, then the Second Court of Criminal Appeals said, oh, you're right. And so then they kicked it to which court?
Back to the original trial court. They reversed her sentence.
So the original the original trial court reversed her sentence?
No, the Second Court of Appeals reversed.
So Second Court of Appeals reversed her sentence, and so now the Tarrant County DA is appealing the Second Court of Criminal Appeals ruling to the Texas to the higher, the one above them.
Yes.
Here's what I keep looking at: the amount of money the Tarrant County, the amount of money and time the Tarrant County DA is wasting on this one case. We're talking the exact same Tarrant County District Attorney's Office that is dealing with the case where a man died in the jail there in Tarrant County Jail, where they've had multiple issues with Tarrant County Jail. You're spending this amount of time, 8 years of time and money on one woman and one case, as opposed to, okay, it gets overturned, you move the hell on. Here's the reality: you want her to serve jail time. She actually went back to, when she went back to federal prison, how much time did she serve?
She was sentenced to 10 months. And so, I mean, she was sentenced to a year, I believe, and she served 10 months.
Okay, so she had to go back to federal prison. She spent 10 months in federal prison. They're like, nah. We want to send you to state prison.
For 5 years.
Scott.
Thank you for joining us today. What do you say to the other side that says, well, yeah, this is, you can talk about her not having the right to vote or not knowing she could vote, but this is really more about her violation of her supervised release, and that's why you get all these complicated and going back to jail and so forth and so on. It's not necessarily about her criminally voting.
Yes, it is.
It's more about it's a question. It's a question.
Well, but it is. It's bullshit. Her own.
Even a lawyer, he gonna interrupt.
No, reason I ain't gotta be a lawyer. No, it's bullshit, Scott. Her own probation officer testified in the trial that she was never told by anybody in the federal prison system she could not vote. Kim, in the trial.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Tell everybody what the probation. So they're like, well, how is it you didn't know? The probation officer said it.
Okay, watch this. So, let me ask the guest a question.
Hold on, Scott. Hold on. She gonna answer that. Then we'll come back to you. Kim, go ahead.
Because this isn't about her violating her supervised release. Okay. To Roland's point, the supervisor over the entire region testified that no one told Crystal that she was not eligible to vote. And he even went further to state that in the federal system in their region, they have absolutely no program, no process or anything in place to inform their inmates of their rights with regard to voting, because it's a federal system. Someone could be from Hawaii, Oklahoma, Texas. They're all there together at the same place. So that's number one. And that is Roland's point, that, you know, their own witness, this was the state's witness, mind you, their own witness contradicted their argument that Crystal knew she couldn't vote. But to your point, this is not about her violating supervised release, because if it was, she served time for that. She actually was found in violation, and she served that time. They sent her back to federal prison. That time has been discharged. In fact, she's off of the additional 3-year supervised release they gave her. So if it was only about that, this would be over. But this is about pushing a false narrative of widespread, rampant voter fraud, and they trumped up these charges against her, and they will not let it go.
I got it, guys, and thank you for your answer. And if I could get to my question, because I was going in another direction. That is it fair to say, or is it true that no court of appeals has overturned her conviction? They've overturned the sentencing. Am I right about that?
No, the conviction was overturned, not the sentencing. Conviction itself, because in their ruling, the Second Court of Appeals stated that the state did not produce sufficient evidence to show that Crystal knew that she was not eligible to vote because their own two witnesses contradicted that, including the gentleman from the Federal Bureau of Prisons, as well as their local county elections officials who sent letters to her home address while she was doing time in federal prison. So those letters clearly never reached her.
And I bet you there are not a lot of similar cases to this, because that law on its face would seem to be unenforceable, because how would you ever prove that an individual in her circumstance did not know she couldn't, knew that she couldn't vote, right? How do you show that intent?
Well, there are instances of people, and I'm sure you've seen this around the country, people who are voting using other people's names. There are people who are voting using false credentials. And there are people, had they produced a probation officer, who knows, I'm not sure what they do in the state because I'm not a criminal attorney, I'm a civil rights attorney. But if let's say in the state, the probation officers tell people, you can't vote until you're done dealing with me and your probation. They could produce that would say, hey, we told them. That would prove their case.
Got it. Yeah, that's incredible Texas justice. God bless you for hanging in there. This is Texas, right?
Yeah, it's Texas. And this right here is no different. This is no different, Kim, than what they did to that black man in Houston who waited in line for 5 hours, and then they arrested him. Later, it was found out that he actually could vote, and they have scared that man to death so much, he said last year, you know what, I'm not even going to vote. And that's what's going on here. It's the exact same thing DeSantis did in Florida when he had people arrested who were formerly incarcerated. It's the same thing happening in Nebraska, where the state attorney general and the secretary of state literally said that a law passed by the legislature is unconstitutional. I ain't never heard of a state AG, not a judge, a state AG telling the legislative body, oh, y'all law is unconstitutional, so therefore we're not going to enact it. What is happening in the Crystal, what's happening in all these places, they want to intimidate people who are formerly incarcerated, to scare them, to say, if you try to vote, we're going to come after you.
Absolutely. It's absolutely a form of voter suppression, voter intimidation. That is why they do not, everybody knows, Roland, I believe you're a resident of Texas. Texas is not a red state. Texas is a non-voting state. And if people come out to the polls and actually cast their ballots, we could flip Texas. And they don't want that. Tarrant County's motto is keep Tarrant County red. Period.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if woman in prison.
If everybody who doesn't know, Tarrant County is the last large county in Texas that is red. Travis, Harris, Dallas, Bayer, Williams, they've all flipped blue. And this is what this is all about. Rebecca, your question.
Yeah, as the conversation was going on, I was on my iPad looking at the demographics of Tarrant County, because I remember the 2014 cycle actually campaigned in Tarrant County. And so I was looking to see Phil Sorrells, I think that's the current DA. This is the troublemaker here. He's up for re-election in 2026. It's almost the end of 2024. That means in 2025, there should be recruited someone who is qualified to take on the DA role. And there should be adequate fundraising to make sure that person has adequate money that they need, and that they are a pro-democracy, pro-civil rights district attorney in Tarrant County. So at this point, where we see where the courts is failing your client, quite frankly, then we have other avenues that we can do. And one of the biggest avenue is vote, but it also requires recruiting a candidate who could take on someone who is being anti-democratic in Tarrant County. So for those of you who live in Tarrant County, you know, I'm saying this not in my day job as doing the work that I do, but as a former campaign manager, go find somebody to run against Phil Sorrells. There's more than enough money in Tarrant County. There's more than enough money in Texas to be able to put money behind that type of candidate. And with the demographic breakdown in Tarrant, there is more than enough voters and people who can be registered to vote, who can choose a different DA in Tarrant County.
Absolutely.
I agree. There are Tarrant County also is like much of the U.S. It's a non-voting They have very low, relatively low voter turnout. And I believe that if we put forth a candidate, first of all, Phil Sorrells should go just specifically because of the waste associated in continuing to attempt to prosecute Crystal Mason for a crime that everybody knows that she did not commit, and a crime that they can't prove that she committed. I mean, it's been through the ranks. They can't prove and did not prove that she committed this crime. So for him to continue to pursue this is a waste of taxpayer dollars, especially in the face of multiple deaths in the county jail.
Yep.
And they're not doing anything about it. So I agree with you. Let's get a candidate in there that can unseat Sorrells. Hopefully, this case will be done by then.
Yep.
And multiple unarmed Black men who have been killed by police in Tarrant County.
Yep.
Let's add that too.
Absolutely.
And there's no call for his removal, is it?
No.
Black female DAs around this country have been subjected to.
Well, there have been some calls there, but again, it's a red county, and what has to happen there, folks have got to turn out. I was down there when Deborah Peoples ran for mayor, and listen, the turnout was not what it should be. Black folks in Fort Worth, Texas, in Tarrant County, have got to exercise their right to vote. And so again, as Rebecca said, you got 2 years to take this guy out. So hopefully, and here's the other thing, Kim, people don't understand. We don't know when the hell the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals is going to look at this here. It took a whole year for the second court to issue that ruling. It was a whole year before they issued their ruling.
Last time when it was before the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, when we first appealed, it took, I want to say 15 months. It took 15 months before they ruled. It might have been more than that, but it definitely took over a year. And that was when I was on the cycle of where every Wednesday I would have to check. I had an alarm set to check every Wednesday to be able to inform Crystal whether or not she stay free. So we're back in this cycle again.
Unbelievable. Kim, keep up the fight. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I will.
All right.
To the people.
All right, thanks a bunch. Folks, I was telling you about what was early again was happening there in Texas. You got that crooked attorney general in Texas, Ken Paxton, who said, talking to Steve Bannon before, where he said that he said that if he didn't take his action in 2016, Trump would have lost to Hillary Clinton. Or, I'm sorry, in 2020, he would have lost Texas to Joe Biden. So what he's doing is he's literally using the power of his office and sending out letters to officials in Harris County, which is the largest county in Texas with the most Black voters, to Bexar County, telling them that they cannot send information out to the voters about registering. Okay, I hope y'all heard what I just said. Ken Paxton is literally doing that. And so he is threatening to sue officials in Harris County and Bexar County, saying that if they send out any literature with regards to people voting, that he is going to prosecute them. In the last session, they passed new laws regarding this, literally telling elected officials in Texas that they could not even inform voters about voter registration. Y'all hear what I said? And this is what he claims. He claims that, that voter registration applications could end up in the hands of unverified recipients. This is what he put on Twitter. It is unlawful and reckless for counties to use taxpayer dollars to indiscriminately send voter registration forms with no consideration of the recipient's eligibility and without any statutory authority to do so. These counties' attempts to do so after the Biden-Harris administration has allowed millions of illegal aliens to enter the country are especially troubling. It is more important than ever that we maintain the integrity of our voter rolls and ensure only eligible voters decide our elections. Your proposal does the opposite by indiscriminately inviting county residents to register to vote regardless of their eligibility. I urge you to abandon this proposal. If you do not, I will see you in court. Last week, there were several organized raids across South Texas over yet unfounded allegations that Latino activists have helped non-citizens register to cast ballots in November. Folks, what this is, Scott, here, is absolute voter intimidation by the Attorney General. That's exactly what it is. So this idea that county officials can't tell county residents sending out voter registration forms, this is what they're trying to stop. It is blatant intimidation by that thug, AG Ken Paxton.
Under color of law. Let's not forget that. Under color of law, he is doing voter intimidation. And these raids, DOJ is investigating right now, is a whole nother level of intimidation to get Texans to kind of no vote, if you will. It's just outrageous. You know, the Republicans, they know their policies aren't popular. They know they're not a popular political organization, and they're not popular with most Americans because their policies are outside the mainstream of most Americans. Because, you know, they wouldn't be engaged in voter suppression and voter intimidation if it was otherwise, if they were popular. So they're not. And so this is what you're getting. And again, we always talk about voting, right? But this is when Republicans win after doing voter suppression or not, this is what you get. This is Trumpism, this is MAGAism, this is extreme with no checks and balances. The feds may be able to help here, but you know, you gotta vote like this year, you gotta vote like it's your life. You can rest after you die, because there are gonna be so many forces against Black people and brown people and Democrats in this country to suppress the vote at all levels. Let's remember, voter intimidation, don't register, voter suppression, don't register, voter apathy, they don't come to the polls, right? So you got all that going on, right? Now, once you vote, at least in 70 counties or 70 non-believers in the 2020 election are now in a position to not certify your vote. We don't talk enough about this, Roland, that in Atlanta and in Georgia, right?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Certification of vote, we have, okay. Certification of voting is now discretionary, not ministerial. To those non-lawyers, discretionary, you know what that means? That means you may or may not. It's ministerial, that means you have to. It's perfunctory. Whatever the numbers are, you sign off on it, you send it to the state, who eventually sends it to the House of Representatives or the Senate. And so this fight is not going to be over for Kamala Harris in the winter of 2020 on November 5th. It's going to take several months to certify those votes, especially if she wins, which is why we're telling everyone, let's win big. Let's overwin. So there's no question about it. Here, though, Trump will be in office, Biden will be in office, we'll prosecute them for their bad acts going forward.
Bottom line, Rebecca, what we got to realize is, again, we keep saying this, Republicans will cheat to win. The only way they win if the electorate is shrunk. They have openly said that if more people vote, they will lose.
You know, Roland, I'm about to start quoting passages from White Fear here. Texas is literally the microcosm, meaning it is a small example of what the entire country is getting ready to go to. For folks who may not be aware, white people are the minority in Texas now, right? Hispanics have outpaced and technically is the largest group of people in Texas.
Well, in fact, Black and Hispanics, minorities in Texas make up 61% of the state. But 61% of the voters are white.
Right, but this is where I'm going. Just like what we're seeing in post-apartheid South Africa, when we see the white majority now as the white minority, especially when it comes to the ruling class, there now is a struggle for who gets to rule Texas. And right now there are white people in Texas like Paxton, who is very felonious, and his felony charges got dropped because the impeachment trial, he actually won his impeachment trial in Texas, but we know he's felonious based upon his actions in office. We know that this is a struggle for power in Texas, and specifically white power. power. So we're seeing the rise of white fear, which is why we're seeing these concerted efforts of where you see a Paxson using his platform to tell counties not to do the work that those particular agencies are supposed to do. Election administrators are supposed to let people know how to register the vote, when to register the vote, and there's an election going. They're not supposed to be reactive. They're supposed to be proactive. They're supposed to be trying to get more people within their various municipalities to register to vote. So that is their job. So what I will say, once again, we know there's a lot of lawyers in Texas. There's a lot of money in Texas, that I hope that some of those large law firms who see the writing on the wall, I hope they wake up and they let both Bexar County and Harris County know, hey, we're going to take on your case pro bono, so Paxson, bring it on. Because now you have all these firms who are going to be lined up against you, and we're going to be able to push all those resources compared to the resources in your office, which is finite, is not the same as many of the Texas law firms, but there's going to have to be a concerted effort to punch back and fight back on this, because this is not constitutional, and this is also a test case for what we're going to see Florida try to do. We're going to see Tennessee try to do it. We're going to see Louisiana and Mississippi, because once again, Texas is appearing to be ground zero on what's happening with the demographic shift in this country. And so if we don't stop this in Texas, it's going to spread across the South, and we're going to see it pushing across the country.
Absolutely. All right, folks, hold tight 1 second. I go to break. We'll be right back. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network on our 6th anniversary. Back in a moment.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds. An angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
It's John Murray, the executive producer of the new Sherry Shepherd Talk Show.
This is your boy, Earthquake.
And you're tuned in to
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Transparent. We already have a lot of questions about the legitimacy of the president who's in the office and how he behaves and the decisions that he makes. Why the Republicans should have gotten all the information that they had available to them, and at least at a minimum given all of the members of the committee an opportunity to postpone so they could review it. However, at the time, President Obama said elections have consequences, and 60+ million Americans voted for Donald Trump. And at that time, Donald Trump as a candidate said, hey, these are the people, and no other nominee had did this before. These are the people that I'm going to put on the Supreme Court. So the American people knew what type of candidate, what type of jurist would be presented by this president, and they went to the polls and they spoke on this very particular issue.
But Liz, I got to push back on you, and I'm going to go to Spencer on this one.
Of course.
Elections do have consequences. And a black man won twice.
Yes, that's
won
true.
Twice. And there was some 200+ days between Scalia dying and the election. And Spencer, they did not respect that election.
That's right.
And let's also remember, more folks voted for him than voted for Donald Trump. Ariana Collins has been missing from Chicago since March 23rd. The 17-year-old is 5 feet 1 inches tall, weighs 120 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. Anyone with information about Ariana Collins should call the Chicago Police Department. call that particular number. It's right there on the screen. Let me just pull this up. So 312. 312-745-5020. 312-745-5020. Folks, I always love, we were just talking about Texas, and in November, there are 3 Republican Supreme Court justices on the ballot. A lot of folks in the state have been really upset with the abortion rulings in that state, the voter rulings. It's a hardcore right-wing Supreme Court. Yet, polling data shows that when folks begin to talk about those 3 justices and their positions, hardcore positions on abortion, it changes voters' minds. Now keep in mind, in 2022, when Beto O'Rourke ran against incumbent Governor Greg Abbott, 75% of young voters under the age of 30 did not cast a ballot in Texas. 75%. So Gina Ortiz-Jones and her PAC, they released this ad that's having a huge impact in Texas.
A woman miscarrying, left to bleed out and nearly die. A mother of 2 facing internal organ rupture. Doctors unable to provide life-saving care for fear of a prison sentence. These are real stories happening in Texas right now because Texas Supreme Court judges Blacklock, Devine, and Bland are playing doctor from the bench, putting their politics over our health and risking women's lives. Hold them accountable by voting them out, because medical decisions belong to women and doctors, not politicians.
Republicans all across the country don't want to deal with this issue. It is a galvanizing and mobilizing issue, Rebecca, and we're seeing that in Texas. And again, this is a state Supreme Court race, and all too often, people don't focus on these state Supreme Court races, but they're just as important as the United States Supreme Court. And so when you look at North Carolina, when you look at all these other, Ohio, we saw what happened in Wisconsin when that flipped from Republican control to Democrat control, 4-3. They then, guess what, allowed ballot drop boxes, outlawed political gerrymandering. And so this is one of those areas where, I've been saying, Democrats have got to put money in Texas, and they can't stop saying, oh, well, you know, it's red and we're never going to. No, this is how you start winning. You may not win the governor and U.S. Senator races, but here's an opportunity to boot out those 3 Republicans on the Supreme Court. That could change and have a huge impact.
In Texas, also in Arizona, there's a Arizona Supreme Court judge retention that's on the ballot as well. But it also takes people who know how to, like we just talked about in the last segment about the Hispanic population in Texas, the Black population in Texas. Quite frankly, in Harris County, there is one of the largest Asian American demographics in the country. You also have to have people and strategists who are from those communities, who know how to organize those communities. You can't just rely on, once again, your typical white DC political strategists and political consultants to then go into a state like Texas. We saw, I think it was back in 2010, 2012, when we saw, was it Texas Battleground 2020, where you had people from outside the state going into Texas saying how they were going to make Texas blue based upon the demographics, rather than working with some of the existing infrastructure on the ground that actually understands how to organize communities in Texas and how to mobilize those communities. Because what we have seen in a state like Texas is that when you see an overwhelming of one party that's constantly doing things like having a 8+ year prosecution against someone who was trying to vote who didn't know that they weren't necessarily eligible at that time to vote, when you see those things happening, there is a chilling effect. Yep. Like you talked 2 segments ago about the man in Houston, how he no longer wants to vote because how he is being politically targeted. So unfortunately, when you have a state like Texas, one thing that contributes to a low voter turnout is people have been shell-shocked into submission. So we actually need to put resources behind the groups in Texas who are willing to take on that 5-year fight of what it will take to make Texas more reflective of the residents who live there.
When you look at when you start looking at impact. Scott, again, Wisconsin. That Republican Supreme Court was rubber stamping everything with the legislature. Now that they flipped that, that judge won by 11 points, it is going to change that state. It's going to equalize. You actually might see an even congressional delegation. You're going to see expanding voting access. The Republicans were stripping the governor of many of his rights. Now that court is switched. And again, this is when Howard Dean was talking about a 50-state strategy, this is what he was talking about. One of the reasons, and listen, people can love Obama, but there were 1,000 seats lost when he was president. Okay? Because the DNC was completely ineffective when he was president. And you see Vice President Kamala Harris providing resources for down ballots. And I'm telling you right now, if Vice President Kamala Harris becomes the president, you are going to see an effort to restructure the Democratic National Committee very similar to what happened after Reverend Jackson ran in 1988, where they changed the infrastructure, because she understands that Democrats have been getting their clocks clean on the state level because they kept focusing on the federal level.
Yeah, got it. And you're right, conceptually and theoretically.
Conceptually, theoretically, my ass, I'm 100% right.
Philosophically.
No, not philosophically. I am in real time correct.
You got one more time to interrupt me.
I'm in real time correct. I can provide you with more examples. When North Carolina flipped from a Republican Supreme Court to a Democratic Supreme Court, they outlawed racial gerrymandering. They shut down voter ID. They also stopped the Republicans from passing they passed a bunch of crazy laws. It got stopped. The Republicans were so angry that the Democrats took control of the state Supreme Court, they were literally threatening to strip the state Supreme Court of most of their power and giving it to a lower court. It didn't happen because they were like, are y'all out of your mind? So I'm not telling you what's philosophical. I'm saying what's real. We have real-time data to show what happens when Democrats get serious about state Supreme Court races.
If you wouldn't interrupt me, I don't disagree with anything you said.
Well, don't say it was philosophical. Well, don't say it was philosophical.
Let me finish my statement.
Go ahead.
And then you can interrupt.
Go ahead.
It's too late now. I don't want to talk anymore.
Okay, fine.
No.
I mean, I can go on to the next damn point, so.
As a former party chair, when I say you're philosophically right, it makes all the sense. But it gets expensive putting money in state races or down ballot state races.
Duh.
When in a state, in a state like Texas, where you certainly have, you got to put money where you solidify your base. And if you have a Texas Democratic State Party that isn't doing its job or could do better, if you will, you put money in Texas. Or do you put money in Pennsylvania?
You put money in Texas. Scott, there are 2.1 million. Scott, you don't know Texas, Scott. So let me explain to you. Right now in Texas, the black voters in Texas represent the largest number of black voters in any state in the union. There are 2.1 million eligible but unregistered Latino voters in Texas. 75% of young voters in Texas under the age of 30, as I said, didn't vote in the 2022 election. There are 254 counties in Texas. There are only 85 Democratic county parties. So what Democrats have done in Texas, they have fixated, and I get it, on Harris, Dallas, Bayer, Travis, as 4 counties, but they've been getting, I got that, but they've been getting slaughtered in about 230 other counties. And so, hold on. So when Beto ran, he ran a 254 county strategy. And so the problem in Texas has been, and so here's the other deal we also got to remember. In Texas used to be all blue. Governor Ann Richards lost to George W. Bush. When he ran for re-election, that's when they won all statewide positions except one. Now, in Texas, they have all major statewide positions. And so that's the problem in Texas. And so 4 years ago, They were within 5 seats of taking the majority of the Texas House. When you don't invest, you're never going to control the House. If you take over the House, the Senate's going to be very difficult because there are only 31 state senators in all of Texas. But if you take over the House, you can literally stop. They have to negotiate with you. But when you have a supermajority, you can control the House, control the Senate, governor's mansion, and the courts. Then you can just run it up. So the investment has to happen. So Democrats have got to stop only thinking about Texas in election years. They've got to mobilize and organize and invest in Texas in non-election years. Now you can speak.
Well, it's still money, and it's still money not well invested by traditional means of where we put our money.
How is it not money? Well, how is it not money? How is it not money? Scott, how is it not money? Scott, that's a lie, Scott. How is it not, Scott, how is it not money well invested? How is it not money well invested? Scott, how is it not money well invested when you haven't invested?
Well, it's either the chicken or the egg.
No, it's not.
Money is a precious resource, and I got to tell you, right now the DNC is investing in other areas. Why should I invest a bunch of money on a possibility? Not even a probability.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Well, guess what? Guess what, Scott? Guess what, Scott? Guess what, Scott? People like you, that's exactly what they said in Georgia. That's it. Hold up. No, wait. Hold up. I'm gonna give you real time. I'm gonna give you real data. No, Scott.
Then DNC put some money.
No, you're wrong. No, Scott, you're wrong. Scott, you're wrong.
I'm a party chair.
Scott, I don't care if you're a party chair.
You're a party chair, DC. That's not real. That's not.
Hold up, Scott. Let me educate you on something. No, Scott, stop talking.
That's not
Scott.
a real party,
Scott, stop talking. DC. Scott, stop. Right. A DC party chair ain't nothing. That's a guaranteed. That's a guaranteed win. So let me explain to you something, Scott, that you don't know. 2012, Obama beats Mitt Romney. I'm waiting to go on CNN the next morning. Who's standing next to me? Then Congressman Chris Van Hollen. At the time, he was the chair of the DCCC. I remarked to him about the need for Democrats to invest in places like Texas and Georgia to turn those purple. You know what he says? Oh no, those are red. It's going to cost too much money. I said, are you aware? No, Scott, listen, before you throw your little hands up. Listen, Scott, listen. I then said, well, are you aware? I said, are you aware if there are 800,000 eligible but unregistered African Americans in Georgia? Are you aware? Scott, you're not listening. Stop talking and listen. And I said, are you aware of the number of young white voters and Latinos not registered? He was like, it's just too red. I said, and that's why Democrats keep losing. And guess what happened after 2012? Stacey Abrams and Raphael Warnock and others created a group because they said, we're sick and tired of y'all saying we're red. So you know what they did? They got the laws changed. There were 20+% of people in Georgia who were not registered. They made it where if you registered, when you get your driver's license, automatically registered. It went from 20+% down to 2%. The reason Georgia is purple, the reason Warnock and Ossoff won, Biden-Harris won, is because they actually put the focus on mobilize, organize, and then said, the hell with y'all, the DCCC and the DNC. They went and raised money from other donors, and they mobilized the state. That's how it happened. So, Scott, when you, no, Scott, you were like, well, no, you don't put the money there. You don't put the money. That's just wasting money. That's just throwing money at it.
Talking about the DNC. I said earlier on that there was private money and nonprofit money that saturated Georgia. I agree with that. But that was necessary before the DNC put money in there because you had to get close or demonstrate that it was money well spent. That's the only point I'm making.
So why in the hell did you say? So why did you say, Scott, it was a waste to do it in Texas when they did it in Georgia to prove to them they can actually win? So if you don't do it in Texas, you can never prove it can happen.
bring your nonprofits together, your voting rights group together, and do in Texas what you did in Georgia.
What the hell did I just say? I'm sorry, Rebecca. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Rebecca, didn't I say that? I'm sorry, Rebecca, didn't I say that? And Scott's response was, oh, well, that's just throwing money and wasting money. I'm sorry, Rebecca. Rebecca, did you and I hear the same thing?
You know what?
Yes, so here's
Rebecca, go ahead. Scott, Rebecca has the floor. Scott, Rebecca has the floor. Rebecca has the floor.
Projects or campaign in about 36 states. So if we're going to talk about what works in different states, I'm going to go with some of my personal experience, and not just, no offense, Scott, but kind of offense. You know, being the D.C. chair of the party, while yes, that's work. There's a lot of type A's in D.C. who think they know politics. So you had to wrangle a lot of people.
I'm talking about dealing with the DNC.
Scott, Rebecca has the floor. Scott, Rebecca has the floor.
But if we're talking about how to win competitive seats, I'm the type of person that you bring in for that, because I grew up, that's what was my bread and butter in learning how to actually campaign. I can tell you many times where I've walked candidates into the committees in D.C. asking for money, asking for endorsement, or just ask them just to send around an email to some of the unions to raise money, and they did not. These were races where I lost by 1%, where we should not even been that close, where we were outraised $2 million to $500,000, right? The reason why I've been able to be very competitive, because I understand you have to talk directly to voters. But in order to talk directly to voters, that means you have to show up in different communities. One thing that we know that is free when it comes to party building is talking to voters, not just in election years, but also recruitment of candidates. You literally have to challenge every line on that ballot. What we've seen the Democratic Party do is the equivalent, if we're playing spades, for the Republicans to be able to walk with a 10 of clubs, right? That should never happen in spades, but that's what's happening in this country. Even Republicans walking with a 7 of clubs. That's utter BS, and that is political malfeasance. So as much as people say, oh, well, that costs too much money, but guess how much money it costs the American people when you have a president like Trump who's issuing trillion-dollar tax cuts that is exploding our national debt. So if we're talking about money and cost, it costs more the American people when there actually isn't competition on the ballot. Instead, you have one-party rule. The other thing that I want to say is, if we don't pay attention to Texas, this is what's going to happen across the country. I understand the three of us live in D.C., right? Or live in the
Nope, I am still a registered voter in Dallas County. In Texas, this is still my homestead. Go ahead.
That's illegal, by the way.
Yes,
you live in Virginia.
No, it's not. No,
you registered in Texas. That's illegal.
Hey,
actually, it's not, Scott.
That's illegal.
No, it's not.
So you're domiciled in Texas?
No, Scott.
You're not domiciled in Virginia?
Scott, when it's your homestead.
What you're not going to do is do this on camera.
But also, he's wrong.
You ain't going to do this. And he's wrong. So he's loud and wrong.
Loud and wrong.
Vote where you live, brother.
No, Scott, you're wrong. Scott, do you know the Texas homestead laws? Scott, do you know the Texas homestead laws? No, you don't. No, you don't. Rebecca, finish your comment. Rebecca is finishing her comment. Stop talking. Rebecca, go.
The bottom line is there are many areas in this country where Democrats could be competitive based upon the demographics. And Texas is ground zero for that. If Democrats don't figure out how to win a state like Texas, then the next 50 years is going to be extremely hard for them, as we see people who are married to white supremacy trying to hold on to political power in this country. So Texas has to be our canary in the coal mine. It has to be our wake-up call. And I would say people who care about democracy and civil rights in this country need to pay attention to what's happening in Texas.
Absolutely. Last video I'm playing. Link in the project. Drop this video here. Roll it. Roll it. No, you don't.
Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness cynicism, and divisive battles of the past a chance to chart a new way forward, not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. I promise to be a president for all Americans. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. Let us show each other and the world who we are. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
Damn, they good at making ads. Damn, they good. All right, Scott, final comment. You got 30 seconds. And you're on the clock.
You all may bleed Texas. You may be right. But here's the deal. If you all are so right and I'm so wrong, then how come the DNC isn't following your lead and putting money in places that I read? How come they're not?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Okay, I'll tell you why.
You may be right, but it ain't happening. That's my only point.
I'll tell you why. Because what they do is they come into Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, hold fundraisers, raise $4, $5, $8, $10 million, and they leave the state. And what they have not done is build a party infrastructure. I go back to when Howard Dean was chair of the Democratic National Committee. He kept saying, we need a national strategy, a 50-state strategy. Then you had Paul Bagaya, James Carville, and Rahm Emanuel, who were clashing with him because they wanted the party to be a nationally focused party. Obama becomes president in 2008. What do? They get him to fire Howard Dean as DNC chair, replace him with Tim Kaine. That made no sense whatsoever. And so what then happens is they went from that strategy back to a national strategy. What happened in 2010? Massive losses. What happened in 2012? Obama wins, massive losses. What happened in 2014? Massive losses. Then Trump wins in 2016. Why? Because they gutted the infrastructure. Not only that, with Obama running for president, he didn't need the black infrastructure that was in the DNC. So that got completely gutted and has not been replaced. And so now what you have is, and let's be real clear, Obama had Obama for America, he had OFA. He was not focused on the DNC. And so what you had is for 8 years, no rebuilding of a party infrastructure with people, with support staff, with money. And so then Trump comes in 2016. He wins. And then that's when Keith Ellison was going to run for party chair. Obama steps in, no, we can't have that, and makes Tom Perez run for DNC chair. He becomes DNC chair. What did he not have? Didn't have money, didn't have infrastructure. And so the DNC right now, Jamie Harrison will tell you this, not on the record, but he'll tell you off the record, it has been hell dealing with a party that you do not have a strong national infrastructure. So they have been methodically trying to build that. And so what you're now seeing is them understanding you cannot compete in places like North Carolina if you do not have a party infrastructure. And so what Biden and Harris did, now Harris-Walz, you now see the field offices and the personnel that they have in place. But Rebecca, here's the issue. That's for a presidential campaign. If you win in November, you've got to have an infrastructure that remains in place in 2025 for the 2026 midterms. You can't have it be candidate driven. And that has been the problem of the Democratic National Committee. They have been candidate driven and not have a strong infrastructure. Rebecca.
Because as Scott is saying, it's about money. But the thing that I disagree with Scott with his element of money that he's focusing on is also about the vendors who are making money. It's about the consultants that are making money. It's not like if the money that the DNC like over the last 15 years was spent directly on voter contact, then we will see different results happening at the ballot box. Instead, we're seeing certain consulting firms getting richer and richer, hopping from campaign to campaign. Like we see where the Democratic Party has spent money in races where we all knew that candidate was going to lose, but they still poured money into that race rather than figuring out ways to invest in winnable races that were further down ballot. And part of that is because there has been a vanity project that's been happening at the DNC where certain names want to support certain people. We all know this to be true, and we see this thing happening. So I'm not going to rely on people who have spent their time mainly clustered in one area in campaigning, but I want to talk to the people who have campaigned in different regions in the country to talk about what does it look like to party build, because there is a necessity to party build, because as we look at marching into the 2030 census, if the party isn't building now, then that means there isn't going to be adequate apparatus to make sure that Black and brown people aren't undercounted the way they were in Texas during the census. And if people who care about civil rights and democracy and what's happening in this country, if they're not organizing now, then they're not going to be ready in 2029 when you need to have boots on the ground getting people ready to participate in the census through 2031, because usually there is an additional time to make up for people who were undercounted during the 2030 time period. So if people aren't planning for that now, and you do that by exercising basic organizing principles every single year between now and 2030, that also includes the midterms, that includes 2028, the next presidential cycle as well. But you have to start this off in 2025 in order to prepare for those things that are coming up later.
Last point I will make on this, it also speaks to media infrastructure. One of the greatest weaknesses of Democrats is they spend their time focusing on comedy and entertainment and not politics and news. I was one of the folks who interviewed for Air America, and it was a joke. Their deal was like, well, can you be funny? And I'm like, I'm sorry, aren't y'all trying to build a syndicated radio network to compete against conservative radio? And y'all sitting there asking me about some damn jokes? I'm like, what the hell y'all talking about? And in fact, if you look at the biggest stars that came out of that, they were actually comedians. That was utterly idiotic. What have Republicans done? Their billionaires have invested in media, digital media, Daily Caller, Daily Wire, Daily Signal, Breitbart. We can go on and on and on. That's what they've done. The problem for Democrats, they haven't done that. When Think Progress was probably one of the most broad, progressive media institutions, they had a deficit. They allowed that to die. That was the dumbest thing in the world. What do? You go to your rich-ass donors and say, pay off the damn debt because we need a media infrastructure. So what do they complain about now? Right now, what do conservatives have? They got Fox News, hardcore conservative backing Donald Trump. They no news network. They got Salem Radio. Salem Radio ain't dealing with no equal time provisions. They don't give a damn. Then you turn on AM radio, it's going to be 8 to 10 conservative radio stations. And then they have the digital infrastructure, PragerU. You had 2 Texas billionaires that gave PragerU its first $7 million. They raised $22 million its first year, $25 million the second year. Their whole goal is to hit 1 billion views. And guess what happens now? PragerU has now PragerU for Kids. Because Republicans control the infrastructure in states, they now have PragerU for Kids, books and other information in school systems in Oklahoma, in Florida, in Texas. So to Rebecca's point, if you let them have total control, that's the kind of crap that happens. And so Democrats need to be thinking, you got to be funding media institutions. You got to be funding your party infrastructure in off years if you want to compete and want to win. We'll end with that, Scott, Rebecca.
I don't disagree with
Scott, Rebecca, I appreciate y'all being on.
About DNC shit.
Gotcha. Okay, well, there you go. you now have been schooled. And I still be voting in Texas. Scott, Rebecca, thank you so very much. Hey, folks, if y'all want to support the work that we do, please join our Bring the Funk fan club. Again, we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with Cash App. So I'm not going to tell you to give there because for some reason it's rejecting a lot of folks giving. So if you want to support our show, you want to give us an anniversary gift, please support us via PayPal. It's R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com. Roland@RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And so please support us there. You can also send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Folks, we normally do this on Friday, but because it's our anniversary, I want to end the show by thanking the folks who have made this show possible, our donors. Our donors have been absolutely amazing. I can't remember, Keenan, what are we up to now? Is it 33,000? I forgot the number you gave me. Was it 29 or 33,000? So y'all have been amazing. And I'm trying to tell y'all, without our fans, we would not be here. During COVID, when 2020 hit, advertising was drying up, everything was drying up, and our donors gave like $30,000 in 3 weeks, and it was amazing. They got us through. Our donors have contributed more than $2.5 million since we launched this show 6 years ago. And the reason that's important is because that money, there were months when, frankly, YouTube had dropped big time, external advertising wasn't coming in, and then that money is what paid the bills. It paid the rent, it paid the staff. And so I can't tell you how crucial that is. So when I tell y'all our goal annually is to have 20,000 of our fans contribute on average $50 each, that's $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day to raise $1 million. That's real because our monthly costs are $195,000. So we can't do this. We're not sitting in the basement. We're not at the house. We got staff. We got people we pay. We got facility, the streaming equipment when something breaks. And so y'all have been so amazing. And so we want to honor you. Again, this is how you can give. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com. Roland@RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And here are all the people who have given to our show since we launched. If you don't see your name, send us an email. We'll get it on there. We thank y'all for all of y'all contributions. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm actually flying to Kansas City tomorrow to meet with our folks. They're rebuilding the Mobile 2.0 to find out the status of that. And so I will give y'all an update on tomorrow's show. I'm flying up for the meeting to Kansas City, and I'm flying right back. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Holla! Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches! I'm real revolutionary right now. Black power.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland. Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
It's Thursday, September the 5th, 2024. I'm Greg Carr, sitting in for Roland tonight. And here's what's coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. President Joe Biden unveils the recipients of $7.3 billion in clean energy funding for rural power co-ops. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney endorses Vice President Kamala Harris and explains why it's vital to keep MAGA Republicans out of office. The president of Chicago's Joseph Business School will explain how Vice President Kamala Harris's plan for small businesses will help them create wealth in the community. Quite an ambitious plan, by the way. Look forward to that conversation. Haiti has extended its state of emergency as gangs continue to wreak havoc on the country. A former Haitian policy advisor will be here to explain why the transitional government doesn't seem to be working. Can't wait for that conversation as well. It's time to bring the funk on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
President Joe Biden was in Wisconsin today to announce $7.3 billion in spending for clean energy in rural areas throughout the United States. Biden explained how the first 16 rural electric cooperatives covering 23 states with about 5 million members will receive funding from the United States Department of Agriculture to help them transition to clean energy and distribute power to farms, families, and businesses. Here's some of what he had to say.
In June of 2021, 5 months after I came to office, I went to nearby La Crosse, Wisconsin. It was the 65th anniversary of President Eisenhower signing the bill that created the interstate highway system. I talked about my vision to do something just as historic, to invest in infrastructure and clean energy and so much more in rural America, to invest in all America and all Americans, to propel us into the future, creating millions, and I mean millions of good-paying jobs, and positioning America to win the economic competition of the 21st century. And I'm back again today to begin a series of trips and events showing the progress we've made together by our Investing in America agenda, an agenda that has come to fruition over the last decade. Invest in America. invest in American workers. Here in Westby, you know, I'm proud to announce that my investments, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever, and by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called the, we should have named it what it was, but at any rate, the Department of Agriculture is able, from that legislation, to announce $7.3 billion in grants to 16 electrical co-ops nationwide to help rural communities transition to clean, affordable, reliable energy. It's the most significant transformative investment in electricity and electrification and clean energy for rural America since FDR's New Deal nearly 90 years ago. And that's not hype, that's a fact. And it includes Dairyland Power Cooperative that will receive $580 million to develop and purchase solar power, wind power, energy storage right here in Wisconsin and all across the Midwest. And here's why it's a game changer. Before the New Deal, private companies refused to provide affordable electricity to rural communities. As a result, 1 in 10 rural households, only 1 in 10, had electricity before FDR came to power. So farmers had to organize electric co-ops to distribute electricity to their families and their communities. With help from the New Deal, there are now more than 800 rural electric co-ops to provide electricity for 40 million Americans in 48 states. But key challenges, they've overcome them, but there's still, the co-ops are still nonprofits. They don't have the same resources that private utility companies have to modernize their energy infrastructure. And for decades, they couldn't access tax credits and make clean energy more affordable. That's why Kamala and I ensured that for the first time in American history, that these nonprofit co-ops can benefit from clean energy tax credits, just like for-profit utilities have for decades. We also created new tools for co-ops to refinance prior debts so they can go out there and not be held back from investing in their future. Today's historic announcement of $7.3 billion for rural electric co-ops builds on those steps. It means clean, affordable electricity for over 5 million rural households and businesses across 23 states. It means 20,000 jobs, good-paying, high-quality jobs, including union jobs, so rural America is empowered to lead our clean energy future. It means covering the upfront cost of clean energy so rural families can save on their energy bills and get just a little more breathing room at the end of the month. And it means rural entrepreneurs and manufacturers who are so fundamental to our economy are powered with reliable, affordable energy, and they can create more job opportunities in their communities. And guess what? It's also good for the environment as well. Because of our historic actions, we're going to reduce by 43 million tons greenhouse gas pollution every single year as a consequence of these investments. That is the equivalent of removing pollution from more than 10 million gas-powered vehicles. 10 million. It's going to save $265 billion in healthcare costs because of better, cleaner quality of air. People aren't breathing polluted air and getting sick. That comes from the NIH. It matters, folks. You know it. And folks, I've kept my commitment to be president for all America and all Americans, including rural America. Your communities are the backbone, and that's not hype. You're the backbone of this country. You deserve the same resources as folks in our cities and our suburbs. And that's what today's announcement is all about. Generating rural power for rural America. But that's not all. Last year, I was next door with your good neighbor, Governor Walz of Minnesota. I think the guy's gone places. I talked about we're making the most fundamental and significant investment ever in rural America, creating new and better markets, new income streams that are generators of rural Americas that can grow and thrive. For example, we're taking on big corporations, doing everything from increasing competition in the meat markets to boosting domestic fertilizer production. In fact, here in Wisconsin, that means $12 million to lower fertilizer costs for farmers across the state, which also creates jobs and grows new businesses. Here in Wisconsin, we also invested $47 million to lower energy costs, install renewable and energy-efficient technologies like solar panels behind me on farms and rural small businesses. Darren just shared how that's cut his family electricity bill in half. We're helping farmers and ranchers and entrepreneurs tackle the climate crisis. Climate-smart agriculture, such as cover crops, nutrient management, storing carbon in the soil. These practices reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and improve our overall health of the soil and the water. They put us on a path to continuing to grow the food, the fuel, the fiber that will power our nation for decades to come. Through our bipartisan infrastructure law, it's a fancy way of saying that $366 billion for environment, most significant investment in America's infrastructure. And what the infrastructure bill, by the way, the bipartisan bill, that was $1.2 trillion. And guess what? We're still lowering the deficit. Anyway, the most significant investment in America since Eisenhower's interstate highway system. We've invested $4 billion so far in 350 projects to modernize Wisconsin transportation. Just in Wisconsin, that's been invested. Infrastructure, going to 3 roundabouts on Route 14, US 14, and a new bridge on County Highway M. Folks, look, just like we're making the most significant investment in rural electrification as FDR, we're also making the most significant investment ever in affordable high-speed internet. Because affordable high-speed internet is just as essential today as electricity was a century ago. In order to be able to do business, and when things are shut down, the kid doesn't have to sit outside of McDonald's. And anyway, that's why we've invested $1.6 billion just in Wisconsin to connect everyone to affordable high-speed internet in Wisconsin. And since I took office, 72,000 more Wisconsin homes and small businesses have access to high-speed internet for the first time ever. We're going to keep it going. We've also invested $200 million to replace lead pipes across the state so a kid can drink clean water without worrying about brain damage, and changing their schools as well.
Well, the president looks to have a lot of pep in his step. He's got his cool sunglasses on. He says this is the biggest investment in rural electrification since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Here to discuss this, myself, of course, and our dear sister Reese Colbert, host of the Reese Colbert Show from Washington, D.C. That's Sirius Channel 126, Sirius XM on the weekends. So y'all make sure y'all tune in. Hey, Reese, how you doing, sis?
Hey, fellow Sirius XM host.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We holding it down, trying to keep black media going.
There we go. There we go.
We're trying to do it. Yes, we are. So, well, I mean, Joe Biden is looks like he's in fighting form now, huh? Take that re-election campaign off him, and he's moving with a little pep in his step. What do you make of today's announcement, Reese?
Well, Dr. Carr, you are grading on a curve today. But
am I grading on the curve?
You are, but I will say thank you, Joe, for the clean energy and for stepping aside. Because if it was still that up against Trump, we would be up shit creek right now. But I do appreciate the substantive value of what he was saying. This is undeniably and unequivocally one of the most accomplished administrations in terms of advancing clean energy, in terms of advancing our investment in infrastructure and clean energy. This was something that President Obama certainly ran on, and he made strides, but they didn't really get very far in a lot of things. And obviously Trump is drill, baby, drill. And so I appreciate this for a number of reasons. Number one, when we have Trump-appointed judges who have basically gutted the Civil Rights Act enforcement of disparate treatment and evaluating that in how companies, for instance, set up shop in Black communities for waste, you know, for their carcinogenic waste and for oil refineries and things of that nature, then we need to create an economy, as Vice President Kamala Harris would say, an opportunity economy that is more around clean energy and, you know, weaning us off our reliance off of pollution, off of polluting, producing energy. And so I appreciate this. This is also, you know, something that's good for rural communities. Black people are in rural communities as well. They're not just white folks in rural communities. And so this is undeniably a win. Now, I sometimes I do twitch a little bit seeing bipartisan law, because it was probably like, what, 2 or 3 bipartisan people on the infrastructure bill? I don't know. It could have been more people, but this is a Biden-Harris Democratic Congress infrastructure bill, and we're seeing the results, and very quickly, not 10 years from now, but immediately. So this is really, really great that he's still out there touting the accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, spend a few minutes and help us walk through the politics and how this might even impact the campaign. Like you say, all this money going to rural America. And as you just said, the Inflation Reduction Act got no Republican votes. And by the time you combine that with the $7.3 billion today, they're talking about close to $30 billion of investment in rural America. A lot of those states that are going to benefit, including today, we see Wisconsin with this Dairyland Power Co-op. They're getting, let's say, $573 million. That's Wisconsin. You've got Pennsylvania, Minnesota. You've got Michigan in here, Nevada, Wisconsin, not to mention places like Florida and Ohio. If you're advising the Harris campaign, how could you make today's announcement perhaps work, not to spend too much time on it, but maybe to emphasize some of this stuff in some of these states that may be nudging towards swing or even toss up or close enough to maybe come in and steal?
Well, I would say 2 words: electoral college. Wisconsin is a must-win state for this electoral college, and it's swinging in Vice President Kamala Harris's direction. And I think it's swinging towards the Democrats. There's, if I'm not mistaken, there's a key. Isn't Tammy Baldwin up? Isn't she Wisconsin? Okay, I think she's up for election as well this time. And so this is a key must-win state. And so I think what Democrats have gotten better, particularly since President Biden dropped out, bless his heart, is touting their accomplishments, or at least the times that they are touting their accomplishments, penetrating through the ecosystem that wants to have Donald Trump suck up all the oxygen. And so I think one of the strongest messages to your potential voters is specifics. You know, one of the complaints against Vice President Kamala Harris right now on the trail is people don't know what her plans are. She's had a couple of specifics, but you have to get specific to really win over the undecideds. I don't think that you're going to get people off the couch off of platitudes. You're going to get them off the couch when you talk about the specific ways that they're going to benefit. And it's no doubt that this is going to bring manufacturing jobs, probably union jobs, which would probably be a criteria to not be part of the investment if we were talking about the Trump administration making this announcement. And so this means job. This means opportunity. This means that you're less likely to have to move because of tornadoes or because of 100-degree weather for 100 straight days like Arizona. And so I think they have to be out here connecting the dots and really taking credit for what they've done, which, again, has been quite extraordinary given the fact that they only had a majority for 2 years, and we're in the 4th year of the administration. And so I think they've done a good job of taking credit. I think they're doing a really good job of contrasting. President Biden didn't necessarily contrast as much in that speech, but I think Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz have really been doing an excellent job of contrasting the Biden-Harris accomplishments, the Harris-Walz plan with what Trump and the havoc that he's wreaked and the havoc he's wreaked on our country and what they're planning with Project 2025.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. You know, it's fascinating, as you said, he didn't do it there. And of course, you know, he has his bipartisan thing that he's been on for his whole life.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
With segregationists. So, but she is drawing that contrast. It's been interesting over the last couple of days to see her began to diverge from Biden on some economic policy and talk about things like these taxes on corporations and raising them. So it sounds like I'm sure those legs that she is using now were always under her in terms of the things she wanted to kind of diverge with, but she does seem to be getting bolder in terms of drawing out some of these distinctions. Something you said earlier, and of course needs to obviously be always highlighted and underscored, is that Black people live in these rural communities too. I mean, might say, well, what is the administration doing for Detroit or Flint? What is the administration doing specifically for Black people? Well, when you start talking about a reduction in the power costs of 40% over 10 years for a lot of these communities, it's a lot of poor people involved in those communities too. How do you see this playing out in terms of the next couple of months in this election campaign season of the vice president beginning to sound more the note of economic populism and the idea that for the poor, echoing William Barber, these things kind of give relief in ways that may make people rethink their decision to go into the voting booth at the same time that this money is coming out. Like, say, only had 2 years to be able to do it. And now, she does seem to be really beginning to stress the idea of poor people really benefiting from policies that these Republicans really could care less about. You feel like she's getting more momentum in that kind of economic populism message?
Well, absolutely. It's the economy, stupid, as James Carville. I don't want to care for him, but he was right on that. The reality is you have to convince people that you have a plan to lower the prices that they are experiencing right now. You can't argue with the $6 bag of chips. You can't argue with gas being whatever the price it is. You can't argue with higher rents. You can't argue with higher interest rates. You got to have a plan. You got to talk about when you came into office with the American Rescue Plan, 0 Republican votes, but people got stimulus checks, child tax credit, cut child poverty in half. Then they also had child care tax credits, the investments that have benefited so many people. Broadband access has been expanded. It's been made more affordable for tens of millions of families. And so when she talks about her record, because she has 20 years now in this, as being an elected official, her record as Attorney General, for instance, of going after people who are price gouging, Walmart, for instance, she won a settlement or a lawsuit against them when she was Attorney General. Those are the kinds of things that people are looking to see. Are you going to fight for the little guy, or are you going to be all about the corporations and the rich and the wealthy? And I think that she has so many receipts to prove that she is the person who's going to fight for the little person. The $20 billion mortgage settlement is another thing that comes to mind. And people were losing their homes, foreclosure, what she did around Corinthian colleges and for-profit colleges that were preying on veterans and people of color. And we've seen that work continue under the administration. It's important to make that case. And the reality is that the Democrats have always been better on the economy, despite the fact that the perception has always been that Republicans are better for the economy. So I think with Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz, I think that they're really going to claim the mantle of the opportunity economy, claim the mantle of being for the working class. And I think that Vice President Kamala Harris is just getting started, because I remember her 2019 campaign. I remember her Senate tenure, where she put things in place, or she proposed legislation called the LIFT Act, which was about giving people $250 a month if you're single, $500 a month if you were a family, a household family, because people can't afford an emergency if it's $500. And that was a monthly tax credit. And so we've seen some of her policies try to be Columbus by J.D. Vance and others. But the reality is she's been there. She's been singing this tune. And I think that to the extent that she returns to some of those messages, she's talking about $25,000 for first-time home buyers. She's talking about $50,000 tax write-off for starting new businesses. Again, getting specific and talking about the money, because that's what people want to know. How are my pockets going to get fatter? And how am I going to, have cheaper health care, more quality health care? And how am I going to send my kids to school and not let them get shot up by some MAGA person or some, radicalized child with an AR-15? That's what is on people's mind. And I think she's the right messenger for that.
My God, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, today's announcement was quite a moment for those many. We got a few of our viewers in the Black Star Network who are old enough to remember the 1930s. By the mid-1930s, only 9 out of every 10 households in rural America were without electric service. People were still milking cows by hand, had kerosene lamps, and I know growing up in Nashville, my father came out of East Tennessee, and they worked as boys for something called the Tennessee Valley Authority, and the TVA with the dams and electrification really changed the lives of untold millions. And so today, those who want to go back and look at the Roosevelt administration, some of y'all remember, your grandparents or great-grandparents will tell you the importance of distributing the resources of this country where they are needed the most. And so there'll be a lot of people going to be happy today. I hope they don't take all that enthusiasm and run up in the box and vote against their class interests. But I guess we'll have to wait and see how that's going to turn out. So this is Roland Martin Unfiltered. We are on the Black Star Network, and Reese and I'll be right back.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. There's a lot of talk about the inevitability of another civil war in this country. But on our next show, we'll talk to a noted author and scholar who says we're actually in the middle of one right now. In fact, Steve Phillips says the first one that started back in 1861, well, it never ended.
People carrying the Confederate flag, wearing sweatshirts saying MAGA Civil War, January 6, 2021, stormed the U.S. Capitol, hunted down the country's elected officials, built a gallows for the Vice President of the United States, and to block the peaceful transfer of power within this country.
On the next Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
Hi, I am Tommy Davidson. I play Oscar on Proud Family, Louder and Prouder. I don't play Sammy, but I could. Or I don't play Obama, but I could. I don't do Stallone, but I could do all that. And I am here with Roland Martin on Unfiltered.
Welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered here on the Black Star Network. And everybody will be excited to know that we've got new sessions at the Black Table in the pipeline. So keep your eyes peeled. Everybody's been bothering Roland all over the country. When is more episodes of the Black Table coming out? They're coming shortly. So we're excited about that. Earlier this week, Vice President Kamala Harris laid out her economic policies for helping small businesses and entrepreneurs. You heard Reese talking about some of that in the previous segment. The Joseph Business School of Illinois will take advantage of Harris's plan, which could help the school achieve its goal of assisting 100,000 entrepreneurs to achieve $1 million as their kind of foundation. Yeah, I didn't read that wrong. 100,000. Dr. Dolores Thomas, the president of the Joseph Business School, joins us to discuss their 5-year entrepreneur campaign. Dr. Thomas, welcome to the Black. I'm saying the Black Table. Welcome to Roland Martin Unfiltered.
It's good to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh no, the pleasure is ours. Listen, the Joseph Business School has quite a history and is a story. I mean, a story. This premier Christian business school, and you say preparing kingdom-minded entrepreneurs. But this campus, this 33-acre campus in Forest Park, Illinois, the track record of great success, and just could you walk us a little bit through the history of the Joseph Business School and what this institution has not only meant to us, but what's in the plans for what it's going to mean to us going forward.
Certainly. So it was started by a vision of Dr. Bill Winston, who's a pastor and a former Top Gun fighter pilot of the U.S. Air Force, and had worked at IBM, got called into ministry, and really wanted to provide something for the community that would close the wealth gap and eradicate generational poverty. And he asked my husband and I, who were members at the time, my husband had worked with him at IBM, to start this program. And so 25 years ago, we proposed to him a plan that, in fact, we told him it would take 2 years. He told us, God says, 2 months. And so 25 years ago, we submitted the plan to start the school that is, the namesake is Joseph from the Bible. And now we are fully accredited. We operate in 5 continents, and we have, over our last 25 years, been able to get 50 entrepreneurs to get to $1 million in revenue, plus some. And so now we're on a mission, after we have figured out exactly how to do this, on a mission that we believe that in the next 5 years, we can get 100,000 entrepreneurs to operate businesses at $1 million or more. And the reason for that is, although we have many Black and brown entrepreneurs who start and run their businesses, the average revenue is usually under $50,000. So if you could only imagine us building an economy where we can have entrepreneurs operating at $1 million, it's really a transformative effort, where now we are talking about job creators, not just soulpreneurs.
Thank you, President Thomas. You know, I was looking at the website for the Joseph Business School Nigeria. I'm assuming that's one of your programs.
Yes, that's one of our locations, yes.
Ma'am, and you know, I was looking at the principles, the core values, and number 4 popped out to me immediately: think and go big. This is quite an ambitious undertaking. Could you talk more about how did y'all come with the number of 100,000?
Well, you know, it creates $1 billion economy just on the face of it, not to mention how much they would create and create jobs and add to the GDP. But 100,000 entrepreneurs at $1 million create a $1 billion economy. And what Dr. Winston had said a long time ago, he wrote a book called The Billion Flow. And it really is a way of endeavoring to eradicate generational poverty, one entrepreneur at a time. But when we talk about think big, we recognize that within the Black and brown community, sometimes we're in jobs that are service jobs, right? Whether that's a hair salon. Well, you can't always get to $1 million with just doing hair in your kitchen or in a local store. So we tell them to think big, that if hair is your passion, let's scale that. You know, let's create multiple salons. Let's create hair products, right? If you're into baked goods, let's make it huge. And so what we recognize is that these passions are sometimes not developed to where they could be scalable, where they could create jobs for others. And so that's our motto, is to think big. And what we find is that most of our entrepreneurs are first-generational entrepreneurs, and they've never had someone before to kind of walk them through what it means to be an entrepreneur. And our job is to help them to recognize that with God, all things are possible. And yes, you can have a big job, and you can have a big company, and you can create opportunities for others. And so that is our motto. You've got to think big, because God only has big ideas.
Absolutely. A couple more questions from me, and I'm going to ask Reese Colbert to join us in this conversation, if you don't mind, sure. President Thomas. Your faculty is drawn from everywhere, right? I mean, it's just fascinating to look at some of the areas of expertise they are in: investment bankers, financial analysts. Could you talk about the people when folks are coming to be trained by you and to be in community? What kind of folk will we be encountering as you sign up for this program?
Yes, that's a very good question. So one of the things that we realize, we're not a typical school where you go to school, you're studying, you know, what happened with Walmart, what happened with, you know, Tesla, and then you graduate and you're trying to figure out, well, what do I do with what I learned? That's not how we approach our program. Every entrepreneur is working on their business, and their assignment is their business. So I say, instead of working in your business, let's work on your business. And in doing so, we partner with a number of our faculty members that have specific expertise. So when we're teaching accounting, it's going to be taught by a CPA. When we're talking about investments, it's going to be taught by someone who's a certified financial advisor. Or when we are talking about marketing, it's someone who has done marketing. And so our faculty is designed of those who are running their businesses successfully or are Fortune 500 executives. And so our focus is that whether you're working on construction, healthcare, energy, technology, whatever line of business that you're in, we're going to provide you with instructions from experts, whether that's an accountant, a lawyer, or a marketer. That's what we're going to provide as experts to help you with your business plan.
Wow. Last question for me, and I'm going to ask Reese to join us in this conversation. In reading some of the materials and really kind of sitting with some of the conversations that you have had, some of the work you've already done, I couldn't help but linger over the story of a mother and son, Patricia Grant and Michael Reed. And I thought, man, this is fascinating. Could you tell us a little bit about two of these success stories of folk who've already come through JBS?
Yes, absolutely. So she actually grew up in one of the toughest neighborhoods in Chicago called Cabrini Green. And if you know anything about Cabrini Green, you would know that the story is short of a miracle. But she signed up for our program and has been doing very, very well, to the point where she started to influence her children. And her son was so impressed with how her life had been transformed that he decided he wanted to also attend the program. And so he attended the school, and now they've gone from Cabrini Green to where Pat was raised to now the son owns and lives in a multi-million-dollar home and owns over 30 plus properties. And one of the things that makes that such a successful story for us is because we believe in multi-generational wealth, and also, like I mentioned, closing the wealth gap. We also have other entrepreneurs, where we have a gentleman who's an ex-offender, and he loves barbecue. He launched a barbecue shop. And he said, man, I was hustling and trying to make it to $1 million. And then I decided to go to the Joseph Business School, and he's been able to get his barbecue shop to produce over $1 million and is now hiring ex-offenders themselves. And so what we tell our entrepreneurs is that they're not starting businesses for their own benefit, but for transforming the community and transforming generations to come. And so there's so many stories, people who've been on public aid, who didn't even, they would tell them in school that they weren't good at math. And when they come to the program, they learn how to manage their financial statements. They can produce an income statement, a balance sheet, a cash flow. They can understand their ratios. And they can really begin to not just guess about what it means to be in business, but truly command their financials, command their market, and they can grow and scale with great passion and with great agility.
Yes, ma'am. If memory serves me correctly, your husband came through Tuskegee, right?
So Dr. Winston went through Tuskegee. And so Dr. Winston, who is the visionary for this program, he's a pastor, and he teaches on the importance of us being the head and not the tail, above only, not beneath, that with God all things are possible. And actually the scripture in which the school was founded on is Isaiah 48:17. And it says, I'm the Lord thy God, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, that teacheth thee to profit and lead thee by the way that thou shouldest go. And that word profit, P-R-O-F-I-T, kind of shocked him when he first read it, because he always thought that you couldn't, serve God and deal with money. In fact, it says you can't serve God and mammon. But God says you can't serve mammon. But he says he also has given you power to get wealth, to establish his covenant. So when he started to think about that differently is when he birthed this vision of having a school, of teaching people that if you don't have money, then you can't help the poor. If you don't have money, then you can't build the neighborhoods. If you don't have money, then you can't really educate your children. And so you're not supposed to love money, but you're supposed to create wealth so that you can really benefit humanity.
Mm-hmm. Well, that just made me think about it, because, it has so many strains of the Booker T. Washington philosophy. We can help
100%.
ourselves build our institutions. And so it's so important to hear you talk about this, because the combination of skills and talents all grounded in this spiritual purpose, in this divine purpose, is really quite compelling. And for those out there who are thinking, well, maybe this is just something involved for those who already have all the benefits in life. No, you're combining Harvard MBAs like you with that Tuskegee gospel of work and wealth and connecting it all to the Lord. So that's a winning strategy. Always has been for our people.
Always has been for our people. If you think about those major companies, they didn't have access to capital. All they had was their Bible. In fact, George Washington Carver was able to produce over 300 products from a peanut. All they had was their Bible after slavery. And our people, for whatever reason, we're kind of drifting away from that. But that is the competitive edge. That is the difference maker, is when people tell you can't, but the Bible says, no, I've called you to do great things. And for us to get back to that place, to be innovators, creators, and to be able to do what other people say we can't do, because God says we can.
Absolutely. And each generation builds on the previous one, because if George Carver hadn't had that completely selfless approach, he could have been a millionaire, billionaire, but he kept inventing stuff and not patenting it. So this time you're not going to make that mistake.
No, we're not making that mistake. No.
No question. Let's bring in Reese Colbert. Reese, any questions or comments, conversation for Dr. Dolores Thomas, the president of the Joseph Business School?
Yes, Dr. Thomas, thank you for being here. My question is, what's step one for anybody who wants to take advantage of this wonderful initiative?
Awesome. So step one is for them to go and visit our website, which is jbs.edu, called josephbusinessschool.edu. And when they go on, they can either write us to ask us questions, or they can apply to be one of our students. We have several different programs. We have our 4-month program, and we also have a 6-week accelerator program. So the 4-month is, I have an idea, or I've been running my business and it's not working, and I really want to figure out what to do and how to grow. And we have a full ecosystem to support our entrepreneurs. We run a small business development center. We also run an international trade center, and we also run an Apex accelerator, where we have, over our last several years, since we've had the Apex accelerator, been able to help entrepreneurs with $2.1 billion in government contracts. That's why I'm excited about what Vice President Harris has just released, which is the policy around providing those funds to help entrepreneurs to have a much easier way of starting their businesses and scaling them. But yes, we do have that full ecosystem to help you from concept all the way to scaling and growing your business, and helping you to even do exports through international trade and government contracts with minority certifications and all of the above.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Reese. I tell you, Dr. Thomas, this is not only uplifting, it's quite instructive, and hopefully there'll be more applicants than you have room for, but then knowing the Joseph Business School, you'll just expand and get all those people too. So
That's right.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Dolores Thomas, president of the Joseph Business School, and we'll be checking in because we're going to have updates as we move forward. Thank you for joining us here tonight on Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Roland Martin Unfiltered will be right back here on the Black Star Network. Back after this.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, I'm sure you've seen all those commercials about reverse mortgage and how easy it is to get more money in your pocket. Well, this woman that you're going to hear from knew it was too good to be true, and because of it, she now has 7 figures in net worth.
You know, wait a minute. This house is really valuable, and further, you can get money out of it to help you, and more importantly, you can keep your home.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
On the next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, we're going to be talking about common sense. We think that people have it, know how to use it, but it is something that people often have to learn. The truth is, most of us are not born with it, and we need to teach common sense, embrace it, and give it to those who need it most, our kids.
So I always tell the teachers to listen out to what conversations the students are having about what they're getting from social media, and then let's get ahead of it and have the appropriate conversations with them.
On the next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Hello, I'm Paula J. Parker. Truly proud on the Proud Family, Louder and Prouder on Disney+. And you're watching Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
And since we've had our panel from last week, of course, we had the homegoing services for our Roland's sister, Kenya Natasha Martin Williams, and of course, Pastor Jackie Hood Martin presided over those. So we continue to hold the Martin family in our thoughts and our prayers and embrace them in love. So it's good to see Reverend Jackie, and to watch. Actually, if you want to watch those rituals, they still are on the Roland Martin's social network on YouTube. I watched on YouTube, also Black Star Network. So again, we send that ancestor forth as he starts her journey into eternity. Well, Liz Cheney. What is Liz Cheney doing endorsing Kamala Harris? Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney says she's voting for Vice President Kamala Harris at a Duke University event entitled Defending Democracy. During the moderated session, Cheney explained the importance of defeating Make America Great Republicans.
We have to defeat election deniers. It's not just Donald Trump, it's election deniers. Here in North Carolina, that means defeating the Republican candidate for governor. It means defeating the Republican candidate for the superintendent of public instruction here in North Carolina. But we, as a nation, as a republic, we can't elect people who will only certify elections that they agree with the results, that they win. We have to elect people who are going to be honorable and honest stewards of the public trust. And that's certainly true in this election cycle, more than it's ever been.
Reese, I promise you, no matter whether it comes out of her mouth, right, wrong, or wherever, every time I see that face, I see her father. I see but I mean, you can't. I mean, she's now politically. The two of us probably wouldn't agree with Liz Cheney on much of anything, but she does seem committed to continuing the American experiment. What do you make of Liz Cheney endorsing Kamala Harris, and not only endorsing her, but some of the other things she said in North Carolina at Duke?
Well, in the past, I would have said Liz Cheney still ain't shit, but a win is a win. So I'm going to take the win. Thank you, Liz. And anybody else that want to hop on the Harris train, we need all the votes that we can get. I know that Donald Trump is telling people he don't need votes. We need votes over here on this side, okay? But to your point, I don't give out cookies, but what I will say is I do appreciate intellectual consistency. I do appreciate the ethical consistency and saying that this is something that's important to me. Democracy is important to me. She's had her other stuff we can call out, but I'm saying going forward and saying that we need to protect this country from the tyranny and the lawlessness of a Donald Trump. And so I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and actually support the only candidate in the race that can beat Donald Trump. Third-party candidates can't do that. And the candidate that actually embodies the virtues and the values that I hold dear. And we've been having debates, if you want to call it that, or we've been having discussions with people whose whose morals, whose ethics, whose policy priorities are not consistent with the party that they identify with, are not consistent with the candidates that they support. And so anytime a person looks past maybe where they've situated themselves in terms of party affiliation and actually is consistent in their application of their values and the candidate that they support, I'm going to celebrate that as a win. And so, you know, I ain't going to give her a pass for nothing, but on this one, I will say, welcome aboard the Kamala Harris train.
No question, no question. I've been dying to ask you about this ever since Donna Bash asked the vice president if she would be open to appointing a Republican to her cabinet. I know my students had some interesting ideas. I know you probably were in the middle of the conversation. Folk were saying, well, maybe she should appoint Susan Collins so the Democratic governor of Maine could put a Democrat in that seat. But, you know, could you imagine somebody like Lynn Cheney finding her way into it? We're not putting the cart before the horse. Check your voter registration, everybody. Check your voter registration.
Yeah.
So we're not doing that. But could you imagine a Lynn Cheney playing a role in the Harris administration?
Hell no. I can't imagine that. That would not happen. Now, she might be ambassador somewhere. She might make her ambassador to Norway or Sweden or some white country or something like that. I'll be okay with that. They tend to do that with Republicans. When they say bipartisan, they mean Cindy McCain, you can go be ambassador of some country or whatever. Is she like London or something like that? Wherever she is. I don't have a problem with you making her ambassador, honey, but let's go on ahead and keep the cabinet Democratic. Okay, I don't think we need to have intellectual diversity in the actual cabinet. Now, if you want her to be an advisor, if you want to make her the border czar, okay, saddle a Republican with the border. I don't have a problem with that. But no, I do not think that she will be part of the ecosystem and think tank and leadership of the administration. But thank you for your support, Liz Cheney.
Okay, well, I was just saying, I need to ask Risky about this. Okay, very good. Well, speaking of not putting the cart before the horse, there's an election to be won. There's an election to be run. Today, the Harris campaign has accepted the terms of Tuesday's presidential debate with former President Donald Trump. The rules included muted mics. Remember, originally, although Donald Trump claimed, oh yeah, don't mind them being unmuted, whatever, the candidates' microphones will be off when it is not their turn to speak. However, in a letter to ABC News Wednesday afternoon agreeing to the rules, the Harris campaign again reiterated its objections to the muted mic conditions, insisting that it believes the vice president will be, quote, disadvantaged, end quote, by the format. You think, former prosecutor? Oh my God, she would have that man talking out of all sides of all necks if they kept talking. Right? The moderator will also discourage either candidate from interrupting and will work to explain what is being said to viewers. By the way, be sure to join us on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. You know how Roland Martin does it. We'll probably be in the studio all night long because there's going to be complete debate coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Reese, I guess they really have a choice, did they?
Yeah, I mean, Trump has no self-control. And so his team is trying to manage him as best as they can by turning off the microphone. It was something very interesting that President Biden said was that Donald Trump was hollering while he was speaking, and it was just throwing him off. We couldn't hear it in terms of the viewing audience, but he can hear it. And so I can definitely understand why Vice President Kamala Harris, knowing the experience that Biden had, would want the audience to understand just how unhinged and out of control Donald Trump is. And so I think the challenge for her, if I were her, I would be like, y'all can't hear this right now, but he's over here unhinged, screaming like a maniac while I'm trying to talk. She needs to tell him and say, I'm speaking. We love the I'm speaking part. And I think she's going to have to play referee. She's going to have to play prosecutor, but she's going to have to stay focused and on her score. And please, somebody tell her where the camera is, because President Biden, I don't know what he was doing. And so it's going to be very much an orchestrated event. You have to really think of all angles. And I don't think that President Biden was gamed out that way, or to whatever extent it was gamed out, it just didn't show up in his performance. But I think that one of the onuses of her during this debate will be to point out to the audience some of the things that we're not going to hear and some of the things that may be happening off camera. I think that her strategy should be to call attention to that and say, listen, while I'm trying to explain to you how I'm going to, bring down the price of oil and da-da-da-da, he's over here lobbing insults and having an episode of sorts, like what Trump said. I don't think he even understood anything he said. She's going to have to do that. But the caveat is, if you can. If that's too much, then keep it simple. Keep it simple. Just stay on message, ignore him. But if you can multitask like most Black women can, and if you can get your message across and also be like, see crazy over here, then go ahead and do that. I think Hillary Clinton tried the ignore him attack. President Biden was a little out of it, so he really wasn't fighting back at all this past debate. And so I think that the expectations are higher on Vice President Kamala Harris's side. And so I hope that they've gamed out every scenario, game out everything, game out he's hollering, game out he's quiet, game out he says X, game out he says Y and Z. Sometimes I feel like they haven't fully gamed things out, like the Tulsi Gabbard moment. And that's my only concern. That's the only thing that keeps me up at night. It's like, are y'all gaming all this stuff out? Because you have to be prepared. There should not be one error that should have been anticipated. Something that you knew, you should have known. I could have told you if you called me. I'd have been like, that's what they're going for you at. I don't want even one of those moments because the stakes are too high, and she's going to be graded like she's supposed to knock President Biden's debate performance out of the park. And Donald Trump is going to be graded like Donald Trump.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, one thing about lawyers, particularly trial lawyers, and particularly people with experience like the vice president, who, of course, began her professional life as a public defender and has been on both sides of that, it's hard to knock people like that off their feet. So even if they haven't gamed it out, I suspect that she will be very hard to rattle, to dislodge, and she'll be able to make the pivot very quickly, certainly. I'm glad you mentioned Tulsi Gabbard, because if she's the one helping to prep Trump, then God knows he's not going to be prepped at all. But that leads me to another question I want to ask you. ABC reported that they reserve the right to turn the mics on if there's significant back and forth between them. And they said there'll be reporters in the room who can report what is being said. So he's going to talk. He can't stay quiet. So I guess a couple of questions for you. One, can you imagine ABC maybe calling an audible and lighting those mics up and us catching some of that? And two, whether they do it or not, do you think this might be the only debate we have between the two? Is Trump maybe going to basically say, I've had enough, and maybe one is one too many, particularly if she has, as we all expect, a strong night?
I think that I'm 50-50 because when you are in a 12-round fight and you need a knockout, you might get your ass knocked out, but you got to go for it anyway. And so if things go well, and we already know Governor Walz is going to wipe the floor with J.D. Vance, he might need to take the swing, before the election, try to stall the momentum. That's going to be the only card that he has left to play, is another debate, and hope that she falls flat on her face. And so I wouldn't rule out another debate especially if she performs well, the momentum is on her side. Governor Walz is going to keep it going. Donald Trump he's going to have a sentencing coming up, and he has a lot of things that are going to keep the heat on him, and he's going to need an opportunity to try to shift the narrative, and the biggest swings that you have to take are the debates. So I wouldn't rule it out completely, but if he does better than her, then yeah, that's it. He ain't going to be like, I'm going to take the win and I'm going to walk on. But I don't expect that to happen. It's going to be a draw, most likely, in terms of, because he's going to be great on the curb, or she's going to perform, exceptionally well, and he's going to have no choice. I think that ABC will also have no choice but to unmute the mics. This is something, Vice President Kamala Harris, a woman, a Black woman, is can get under his skin like nobody's business. I mean, we saw how he conducted himself at NABJ. He was unhinged. No matter what the question was, he came back to, oh, she's a nasty one. I mean, he dragged Rachel, was it Rachel Davis? Rachel, whatever her name is. He dragged her the whole hour. He could not let it go. And so I don't think that he has the capacity to conduct himself in a manner that is not going to force ABC, number one, get the ratings, get the clips, get the explosive moments, but to have to try to let people in on what he's doing in that room. And the last thing I'll just say is, don't underestimate the Tosi factor. She's full of shit. She got on that stage and she lied her ass off about Vice President Kamala Harris, and Vice President Kamala Harris did not have an answer. That was the single most damaging moment of Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. Now, the bigger issue was it takes a white man to be the white man, and the donors wanted to go with the white man, and she just had an overlap in who her constituencies were, donor-wise and in voting-wise. That's her biggest issue. But the singular most damaging moment of her campaign was Tulsi Gabbard. She has to be prepared for the lies. She has to be prepared for the lies in the same way that, because what was damaging to President Barack Obama when he first debated Mitt Romney, he didn't expect Mitt Romney to get up there and lie his ass off. And so that first debate, he was just like not prepared. And so she has to be prepared, not just for him to lie, but for him to lie specifically about her record, and she has to have direct answers. I'm not of the camp that just says, keep saying, oh, it's the same old playbook and batting it away. I think that because it's going to be a debate, she has to directly take him to task on the lies that he's going to say, on his attacks on her Blackness. She's going to have to answer as a Black woman, not batted across. I think she's gonna have to be prepared to be specific and direct. And I'm hoping that the strategy isn't to just be like, oh, that's just Donald. Oh, well, see how crazy it is. The biggest weakness that I saw was when she was not direct in attacking very specific claims that were made for her. So that's and y'all know I love Kamala. Y'all know that I'm team ride or die. And if she bombs, I would be like, well, I'll help a sister out. I'll say what she should have said. But that's what keeps me up at night, is I think that people underestimate the specificity and the disinformation that is out there about her, that has been out there about her for 5 years. That's being regurgitated, that's backed up by selectively and deceptively edited clips and memes, and that a lot of people believe. It hasn't been enough to deny her the VP slot. It hasn't been enough to stall her momentum, but she cannot trip and not directly address specific lies about her. I'm not saying that she has to go point by point, but she has to be prepared to get specific, and she has to be prepared for the fact that he's going to be specific even in his lies.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we'll get deeper and deeper into this on Tuesday night again. Complete debate coverage here on the Black Star Network, live beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. You do not want to miss that. We will be right back here at Roland Martin Unfiltered. You're watching the Black Star Network. Back after this break.
When you talk about Blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. There's a lot of talk about the inevitability of another civil war in this country. But on our next show, we'll talk to a noted author and scholar who says we're actually in the middle of one right now. In fact, Steve Phillips says the first one that started back in 1861, well, it never ended.
People carrying the Confederate flag, wearing sweatshirts saying MAGA Civil War, January 6, 2021, stormed the U.S. Capitol, hunted down the country's elected officials, built a gallows for the Vice President of the United States, and to block the peaceful transfer of power within this country.
On the next Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
Carl Payne pretending to be Roland Martin. Holla!
You ain't got to wear black and gold every damn place, okay? Ooh, I'm an alpha, yay. All right, you're 58 years old. It's over.
And you are now watching
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable.
Okay, here we go. That's why I love coming down to the mothership, to the main studio, doing it from here. Couldn't get there in time, otherwise I wouldn't have had to mute myself like that. Welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered here on the Black Star Network. Remember to support the Black Star Network across our platforms. It is because of you that we have this platform, we have this network. So there you see all the important information, whether you're watching on iPhone, Android, or Apple Plus TV or Roku. If you're going through any of the other ways, we're over the top. We're on all digital platforms. So make sure you support Roland Martin Unfiltered. Let's turn our attention in the world to the first independent republic controlled by African people in the Western Hemisphere, and that, of course, would be the nation of Haiti. In Haiti, there's an extended state of emergency. The world anticipated some stability would come to Haiti, at least a lot of people in the world did, after governmental infrastructure was put in place, some form of stability. However, the Haitian authorities have continued and have expanded, in fact, to the whole nation, a state of emergency, as the government battles the armed militias that have taken control of large parts of the capital and are attempting to move into other regions. According to the United Nations, nearly 580,000 people have been internally displaced by conflict, with close to 5 million facing severe hunger. The move to expand the state of emergency comes as the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, who I don't know when he stays in the United States, he's been bouncing back and forth in the so-called Middle East for quite some time, but he is planning to visit Haiti, where he will meet with the new Prime Minister, Gary Coney, to discuss forthcoming steps in Haiti's democratic transition. We are very happy to be joined here at Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network by Johanna LeBlanc, a partner at the Adumi Advisory Group, who has served as a foreign policy advisor to the Haitian government and recently served as a senior staffer on Capitol Hill. She worked, among other things, on Haitian matters. She joins us now to give us an update on the world's first independent Black republic and what's going on right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Sister Joanna. Could you give us a sense of what's going on in Haiti and through your lens, what needs to happen?
Dr. Carr, thank you so much for having me on. I'm happy to see that the Haitian government is taking the right steps, announcing a nationwide emergency. The reality is that the country has been in a state of emergency since the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, which occurred in 2022. More than 500 people have been displaced due to gang violence in the country. Countless people are homeless as a result. And we're talking about a country that never fully recovered from the earthquake that happened in 2010, where more than 300,000 people lost their lives. Fast forward 2024, we are dealing with 4 crises simultaneously. You have the humanitarian crisis, the economic crisis, a governance crisis and a security crisis at the same time. And that's the problem here. People across the country have been living in fear, not just those in Port-au-Prince. Studies show that more than 80% of Port-au-Prince is controlled by gangs, but those who live in outskirts of Port-au-Prince in the countryside have also felt the violence in their respective neighborhoods across the country. But as you know, Dr. Carr, currently you have the Kenyan-led mission on the ground that is supposed to help restore some peace and stability in the country. And recently the United States announced through the media that it is considering turning the Kenyan-led mission into a UN peacekeeping in the country. And I think that's a mistake. I think that what needs to happen is that Kenya has been on the ground now for almost 2 months. They've made some mistakes and they've learned the terrain a little bit more. And I think with what has been learned by the Kenyan mission, I think they can make sure that they address the issue properly moving forward. But for the U.S. to go through the UN to establish a UN peacekeeping in Haiti, I think that, first of all, I don't think it's going to happen because the UN is very bureaucratic, as we know, with the member states having the veto power, with China and Russia being two of those members of the UN Security Council, are not going to allow the United States the opportunity to have this mandate pass through. I mean, it was hard enough to get the Kenyan-led resolution through, but to get a UN mission through UN, it's very unlikely. So what I think should happen instead is Kenya should ask for an extension, should extend its mandate, and Kenya should be provided with additional resources. As we know, the mission as it is right now is very underfunded. Yes, the United States, as the #1 funder for the mission, has announced millions of dollars to support the mission, but a lot of that support comes in form of military equipment, surplus of equipment that the U.S. has, and the U.S. provides them to the Kenyan-led mission and the police force in Haiti, but not necessarily providing actual dollars for the mission. And I think there also needs to be more support from the partners, because this is a Kenyan-led mission, which means that there are other partners, there are other countries that have agreed to be a part of this, to participate. And I think it's time for everyone to step up and provide the necessary support that the mission needs in order for it to be successful and for the country to restore some level of security.
You know, I'm glad you're raising this, and I know that your group, Adomi, has a global African kind of team. So you've got your eye on a lot of places in the world. As you said, the UN, obviously, between bureaucracy and all the political interests that are swirling around the UN, can move slow. And given your expertise and vast experience working not only as a policymaker, but as an observer and kind of like on the ground as well, grappling with the challenges facing Haiti, do you see some similarities in previous moments? I mean, the idea of a black-facing group of black-facing group. We know that there are protests in the streets in Kenya around the Kenyan economy and what Ruto is or isn't doing over there, and the idea of sending peacekeepers somewhere else hasn't played quite nicely with a lot of people in Kenya. Saw what Mia Amour Motley in Barbados had to say about participating, but participating in a very specific kind of limited way in a kind of Pan-Africanist move. Any thoughts on how the Black world community, I know CARICOM was involved and they had those early meetings earlier this year kind of leading to, how should we be thinking about how Black folk, particularly those in countries in Africa and the Caribbean, as the UN is kind of used as a point of entry, as it has been used before in Haiti by powers like the United States and Canada and France. How should these African nations and nations run by Black folk be approaching this intervention to help the Haitian people?
No, I think this is a great question, Dr. Carr. First and foremost, as it relates to a UN peacekeeping, there's been one in Haiti before, and it failed. It failed miserably. In fact, under the last UN peacekeeping in the country, there are allegations of the UN bringing cholera into the country, which led to the death of thousands of Haitians in the country and led to countless Haitians being sick. And even though at some point the UN did admit to being responsible for bringing cholera into the country, but up until this date, not one person has been compensated, right? Can you imagine this happening in the United States, where the UN brought cholera to U.S. shores and American citizens were injured and died as a result? There would have been some form of compensation. But the reality is that, unfortunately, Black bodies all over the world are not as important as other white bodies, in particular as white bodies. And of course, Haiti being the nation that it is, a country because of its history of gaining its independence. It's the first Black independent country in the world. And that means something. And I will say Haiti's international partners has, to a certain extent, failed Haiti. So has leaders who have been elected or selected by the people have also let the Haitian people down. So UN peacekeeping has not worked in Haiti before, right? And in addition to the cholera, there are also accusations of peacekeepers raping young women and having children with women in Haiti who are now left fatherless. These are reports that are very well established. So there's a lot of skepticism when it comes to a UN peacekeeping into the country. To go back to your country, to go back to your question, in spite of all of these different challenges, I think nonetheless, it's an opportunity for Black countries to come together and help solve a very historical problem. And I think that the African Union should be somewhat involved in this. It should not be limited to just Kenya and Benin. And I believe a few other African countries said that they would support. And obviously countries across the Caribbean. And African Americans here in this country also have a stake in this, and everybody in this country has a stake in this, because with the Kenyan-led mission to Haiti, it is funded by U.S. dollars, right? U.S. tax dollars. And you have an obligation, the U.S. government has an obligation to tell you how are your dollars being used, and if they're being used effectively. And if they are not, there needs to be, somebody needs to be held accountable. But I think it's a great opportunity for Black countries to come together and to help solve a very historical problem. And more specifically, I think that in spite of all of the challenges President Ruto is dealing with home, even before his state visit to the United States, he signed up to lead this mission. And I think it's quite honorable, and I think that it shows the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And I think it shows the spirit of unity. And I refuse to lose hope, Carr. Yes, there's been some challenges since the mission has been on the ground, but I think there are lessons that can be learned to make sure that moving forward, the right steps are taken to secure peace and stability in the country.
No, and I absolutely agree with you. It's a Hobson's choice. There's no great choice either way, but we have an obligation as Africans to get involved in this situation. I'm just concerned with the interests that work at cross interests against African people, including against Haiti. And and think about the very powerful interest in the country that and external interests that continue to collude against the Haitian people. I'm always concerned whether it be the core group or whether it be, individual countries that have very clear material interests in the island and could give less of a damn about the people. In that regard, you said, of course, now that there's a nationwide state of emergency, that it isn't just Port-au-Prince anymore, huh? It's in the surrounding areas. How has this? Are there elements of the Haitian economy that have remained relatively unscathed or untouched? And if so, what are they? And how are they kind of weathering this storm as the reportage comes out would make people think that nothing is working on the island?
Well, Carr, the unfortunate reality is that every sector in the country currently is red. no sector left untouched as a result of the gang violence in the country. In fact, many companies have left Haiti during this time, during this period, because of the lack of safety. Because, Carl, when you think about an investor, a business owner, right, there are certain things you want to ensure that are in place in order for you to continue to do business in that market. And one of them is peace and security. Absent of that, companies are not going to want to do business. Second, you want to ensure that there is a judiciary in place that in the event that litigation were to arise, that the business will get a fair day in court. The judiciary in Haiti, as of right now, is completely broken, right? And you want to make sure that there is a segment of the population that can actually afford your services, and that you can make profit, right? Because businesses don't go into countries because they love the people, they love the culture, but they go into countries to set up shop because they want a return on their investment. And the road blockage by the gangs have led to the closing of many businesses in Haiti, and have led to a number of people from the Haitian community to leave Haiti, to flee. And when you talk about the issue of migration at the U.S.-Mexico border, you've seen an uptick number of Haitian nationals at the U.S.-Mexico border who are looking for safety, who are trying to seek asylum, which they are entitled to under international law, as a result of the, not just the economic crisis, right, because they would not be eligible under an economic crisis, but the insecurity, the inability to live in a peaceful community, in the political persecution that comes with at times. So one of the reasons why the gangs have been very successful in Haiti, Dr. Carr, is because more than 60% of the Haitian population is unemployed. So they're able to recruit young people to be a part of the gang. When you don't have access to some of your most basic necessities, and you have a group that comes on board and say, hey, I will provide you with food and shelter, it makes it a little bit easier for that group to recruit and retain so what you will call talents, right? So if you are going to address the challenges in Haiti currently, you also have to look at not just the insecurity, asking gang members to drop their guns down and bringing the Kenyan-led mission into the country and providing more support to the Haitian National Police and the Haitian military, but there has to be economic opportunities for the people, right? If you want them to drop their guns, you have to replace it with either school or employment. That's simple. And that's why Haiti's crisis is so complicated in a way, because it's not one issue that we're dealing with. We're dealing with 4 crises simultaneously that must be addressed simultaneously in order to achieve peace and security on the island.
Absolutely. Can you stay with us for another segment after the break, Sister LeBlanc?
Absolutely, Professor Carr.
Okay, very good. Very happy to do that. We're going to continue this conversation with Joanna LeBlanc, partner at the Adomi Advisory Group, about this very important issue facing the Black world and the global community as well. Of course, the crisis in Haiti. Here on the Black Star Network, we're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. We'll be right back.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind $100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com.
Hi, I'm Jo Marie Payton, voice of Sugar Mama on Disney's Louder and Prouder, Disney Plus. And I'm with Roland Martin on Unfiltered.
Valencia Starks has been missing from her Columbia, South Carolina home since February 17th, 2024. The 18-year-old is 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighs 210 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. Anyone with information about Valencia Starks should call the Richland County, South Carolina Sheriff's Office at area code 803-576-3000. We're going to return now to our conversation, and we'll bring Reese. We'll bring you in a second. I just want to ask another question, and appreciate you, Sister LeBlanc, Joanna LeBlanc, who is a partner at the Adomi Advisory Group, who is really helping us work through what's going on in Haiti right now and what needs to happen. There are a lot of folks out there, and I would probably be closely aligned to you as far as on this. To them, on this is probably no surprise. That would say that these foreign interventions just continue a pattern of meddling in the affairs of Haiti and not allowing the Haitian people to work out their challenges on their own. And we can go back to the beginning when the United States wouldn't recognize Haiti, and then France hangs them with a reparation bill that they pay off for decades, and then of course the serial invasions, and then of course taking out Jean-Paul Aristide and everything prior to, of course, the earthquake and this they haven't ever recovered from. Question: How do they emerge to begin to rebuild a government they elected? Because there are a number of people that would say that the current government is just completely illegitimate, and that anybody coming in there to try to restore quote-unquote order is doing it not on the invitation of a legitimate government, but an appointed group, many of whom are expats or don't really live in the country, but who are under the thumb of some of these powers, whether it be the core group or the United States or France or Canada. But setting all that aside momentarily, if we can, how do you anticipate, or how can you imagine the Haitian people finally getting in a position to begin to elect their own leaders and not have anybody imposed from without, regardless of their intent?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question that you just posed. But what I think is important to note is that at the end of the day, the state of Haiti is a sovereign nation, right? Haiti's international partners may have ideas on how to address some of the crises impacting the country. But at the end of the day, the government has to allow it, right? And as you noted, the current government that exists in the country is not one that was elected by the people, right? It is one that was appointed through a process that CARICOM played a role in. You have the Presidential Council, which is comprised of 9 individuals. Pretty much the country has 9 presidents, right? 2 of them do not have voting powers. And most recently, that Presidential Council has been hit with corruption scandals, right? So that's the reality. And then you have Prime Minister Conil, who was also selected to lead the country. So his bosses really are the presidents of the country, the 9 members of the council. And I'm not sure if you've been following this, Dr. Carr, but the Prime Minister and the Presidential Council don't see eye to eye on many issues. There's not a great deal of communication between the two. And the reality is that the Prime Minister has very little control over the country. So that's the kind of climate that we're dealing with. But at the same time, you have crises that have to be dealt with in order for the people of Haiti to thrive. So how do you do that, right? One of the reasons why the mission was approved was that so that they can a country can achieve some level of peace and security to organize free, fair, transparent, and inclusive elections. So the goal is that the current government that is in place will support with the Kenyan-led mission, restore peace and order, and organize free, fair, transparent, and inclusive elections next year, November 2025, and by February 7th of 2026, there would be a new president. There will be a president, there will be a prime minister, and there will be elected officials in the country. Because right now, not one person in the country is elected, not one person. All of their mandates expired years ago. They had not been able to organize elections because of the insecurity crisis and because of lack of consensus between various political groups. So that's where we are. But in the midst of all of this political challenge that the country is being faced with, you have children, you have women, you have the most vulnerable who still don't have access to some of their most basic necessities, right? And as a result, they're taking dangerous routes to come to the U.S.-Mexico border, seeking safety and better opportunities. And the country has also dealt with a great deal of brain drain. Folks, fleeing to Chile, Brazil, you name it. And then the Biden administration put in place the humanitarian parole program. So everyone who could be eligible essentially left the country and came to the United States. So there is very little talent left in the country. So as we're discussing the rebuilding of Haiti, who's going to be left to help rebuild the country if all of the talents have left?
Absolutely. No, and thank you for, being very pragmatic about this. You can be idealistic about it, but at the end of the day, there are people dying. There are people completely in harm's way, and nobody leaves their home unless they just don't feel like they have anything else to lose. And so greatly appreciate that. Let me bring Reese in. We should have brought her in a little earlier. Sis, I'm sorry about that, Reese, but this is such education we're getting tonight. Do you mind, please, any questions, comments, conversation for our sister Joanna LeBlanc?
Well, I'm more of a student in this conversation than a person who can contribute much. But I am curious about your take. One of the things that I specialize in is combating disinformation and sounding the alarm about how misinformation is impacting our community. I read that there were 90 Haitian journalists as well as Reporters Without Borders who urged several months ago to the Haitian Transitional Presidential Council to get more support for free media, for journalists, and for the infrastructure there around that. What impact do you think it's having on the ability to galvanize a response around any kind of solution in Haiti, not just within the borders, but around the world, with the attacks that are happening there on journalists, kidnappings, murders, and places being inaccessible to them?
Because of the severity of the crisis, every sector within the country have been impacted, including journalists, right? But journalists play a pivotal role in getting accurate information to the rest of the world, right? So they need to be able to access information freely, right? As long as it's within the laws of the Republic of Haiti, because it's important for Haitians to control their narrative, right? And I think this is one of the reasons why Roland's show exists, because if Haitians don't control their narrative, it's going to be told by somebody else. And when someone else is telling your narrative, they can tell it however suits them, right? So it is important not only for journalists to have access to information so that they can do their work and not be persecuted by different gang groups in the country, but it's even more important to ensure that there's accuracy in the information that is being shared with the public. For example, Jacqueline Charles is one of the leading voices when it comes to Haitian affairs here in the United States. She's with the Miami Herald, does an incredible job at profiling and making sure that the American public is really aware and understand of what's happening on the ground. But based on my personal experience, and I worked for the Haitian government one time in my career. And I can tell you, while there are many challenges, at least at the time I worked for the Haitian government, I think the government was very lax in terms of providing, this was obviously under the Jovenel Moïse administration, but making sure that journalists had access to information so that they can do their job. Perhaps it has changed under this new government because of how dire the insecurity crisis is. But previous government under Jovenel Moïse, I will say that they had a lot of issues, but in terms of not providing access to journalists, that certainly was not one of them under the Jovenel Moïse administration.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Reese. You have no question or?
Oh, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay. No, we've been getting quite the tutorial. We're all students in this conversation. I tell you. One more thing, if you don't mind, wondering about what you think about the role of Brazil. Why Lula hasn't been as vocal, perhaps, as we might have wanted him to be. I mean, particularly given that the world is much more multipolar now. Brazil is a big player in the hemisphere. Any thoughts on the relationship between Brazil and Haiti and what Lula might or might not be doing at this juncture as it relates to intervention or not?
Well, I think it's a great question, Dr. Carr. In fact, when the proposal was out there initially for Kenya to lead this mission, many of us in the sector were asking ourselves, why not Brazil? Brazil has a very strong military and has done a great work, not just in Brazil, but across the region. But we know with these types of arrangements, sometimes what seems to be the obvious is not always the position that governments take. Governments enter into agreements for different reasons. Sometimes those reasons are classified. We will never find out. But certainly beyond Brazil, the first countries that we thought that could support with this insecurity crisis would be, why not start regional, right? It would have been cheaper, right? A lot more cost effective for American taxpayers. That's just the reality. But instead, this is where we are. We have a Kenyan-led mission. And the U.S. alluded recently that it intends on turning it into a peacekeeping mission, and which I think is not a good idea. I think it would be a mistake. I think instead Kenya should ask for an extension, and Kenya could really do some good in addressing the crisis. And beyond that, I think it would, in a sense, elevate Kenya's diplomatically and show the rest of the world that Kenya indeed has the ability and has the tools and the capabilities to help address insecurity crisis, not just in East Africa, but in a foreign land where many of these officers don't even speak the language, which is Haitian Creole and French, and the Kenyan police officers, they speak primarily Swahili. So I think while there are significant challenges, but there are also significant opportunities for Kenya to step up and for other nations to step up and provide the support that is needed with the Haitian National Police and the Haitian military. Because at some point, Dr. Carr, the Kenyan-led mission will leave. If others join, they will leave at some point. But the Haitian National Police will stay and the Haitian military will stay. So they need to be provided with the proper training, with the proper additional training, rather, with the resources and with the tools, with the weapons, so that they can continue to fight these gangs. As you know, and I think you mentioned that earlier, some of these gangs have more sophisticated weapons than members of the Haitian National Police. So I think that it is important for the Haitian National Police to have access to better equipment and the technology so that they can do the work that is desperately needed on behalf of the Haitian people.
No, I agree, and I didn't want to rip you out. In fact, you said that, and I wanted to ask you that too. Where are they getting these guns?
Well, Dr. Carr,
what's the boy that they trained in Columbus, Georgia, that was bringing the guns over from the DR? What's his name? This is years ago when they took out Aristide, maybe the first or the second time. But Guy Philippe, was it Guy Philippe that was coming from over? You know, but I'm saying, where are these guns coming from, Joy? And how do we stop the flow of guns to these young boys got these guns?
So there's very good record of this by the Department of Homeland Security that many of these guns are coming from South Florida, Georgia, and Texas. What's happening is that when folks ship cargoes to the country, they stuff them with guns. And because of lack of inspection on the U.S. government side and on the Haitian side, they're able to get into the country. Those who are financing the gangs then distribute those guns to various gangs. And Dr. Carr, just a few days ago, the United States sanctioned the former president of Haiti, Michel Martelly, for its role in money laundering and also financing some of these gangs. And the U.S. government also recently sanctioned the former prime minister of Haiti, Laurent Lamotte, for also financing some of these gangs. So you have members of the Haitian government that have played a role in the financing of these gangs in the country and also the destabilization of the country. But I think on the U.S. side, I think the United States has the technology. The United States has the resources. And I think if the United States is truly committed, and if there's a political will, we can see less guns going into the country. Now, I'm not saying that we will stop the illicit flow of weapons 100%, because here in this country, we have a gun problem that we're not even able to solve domestically, right? But I think there are some efforts that if the United States government take, we can minimize the number of guns that are going into Haiti and ending up in the hands of young people who are causing chaos in the country.
Well, listen, I thank you on behalf of all of us, because it's beyond a challenge. I mean, Haiti's problems begin when they decide they're not going to wear chains anymore. And we know that at that point, they have to be punished. And when you strike a Haitian, you're striking all of us. So we have an obligation to fight back on behalf of our people. They struck the first blow, and we need to continue that fight. As it was once said, one continual cry out of Haiti, and Haitians can take care of themselves. We just got to make sure that we do the rest of their business to help them be able to do that. Joanna LeBlanc, partner at the Adomi Advisory Group, thank you for giving us a tutorial tonight, for bringing us up to speed, and we hope you'll come back so we can continue to discuss this.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered here on the Black Star Network, and we'll be right back.
Blackness and what happens in Black culture. We're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind $100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, Dave.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, my name is Freddie Ricks. I'm from Houston, Texas.
My name is Sharon Williams. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Right now, I'm rolling with Roland Martin, unfiltered, uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable. You hear me?
Welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered here on the Black Star Network. We're glad that you all have joined us. Make sure that you support the network. You got to support the network financially. We are depending on us, supporting we, to make sure that independent black media, hard-hitting black media, of course, survives, and that these types of conversations like the ones we've had tonight persist. It's indispensable at this point. Speaking of a conversation that everyone's having, but that black folk are going to have differently and have been having differently, let's turn our attention to Appalachian High School in Georgia. Georgia authorities have identified the 2 students and 2 teachers who were killed in that shooting at Appalachian High School in Winder on Wednesday morning. Richard Aspinwall and Christina Ermy were the 2 teachers killed in the incident. Officials said at a Wednesday night news briefing they also identified the 14-year-old student victims as Mason Schermerhorn, and Christian Angulo. Investigators are still looking into why Colt Gray, who has previously fallen on the radar of law enforcement. Oh, there's a young cherub-faced Colt Gray who was killed while being taken into custody. Oh, no, they didn't. No, they encountered him with a weapon. He gets to lay his weapon down. Whiteness is a hell of a drug, isn't it? A hell of a drug. Investigators are looking into why the killer, Colt Gray, who has previously fallen on the radar of law enforcement who fell on the radar of law enforcement for threatening to carry out a school shooting, opened fire on his classmates. Gray allegedly denied being behind the posts, while his father said that they were hunting guns in the family home. They had hunting guns in the family home, but that his son, then 13, did not have unsupervised access to them. Did he have unsupervised access to television when the punk governor of Georgia, that punk governor, Brian Kemp, was running those campaign ads when he ran against Stacey Abrams? Did he have access to television when he ended one of those ads with that shotgun over his lap, talking about if somebody came to his house looking for his daughters, and then he blasted the shotgun? Did he have access to all of your MAGA legislators in the Georgia state legislature? Did he have access to their campaigns when every damn kind of gun that you can imagine is loose in the state of Georgia? Did he have access to television? Did he have access to all of the video games that they let you play today, that let you kill people for sport on video games? Did he have access to that? Gray was arrested on the scene. Ahmaud Arbery didn't have a gun when he was hunted in the streets of Georgia, did he? Yeah. Gray was arrested on the scene, like Dylan Ruff was arrested in South Carolina after slaughtering 9 of our people at Mother Emanuel. Gray was arrested on the scene and we prosecuted as an adult. Cold comfort to those who lost their lives. He is set to appear in court on Friday. Reese, sis, we're going to need you to be Reese on this one. Any thoughts on what's going on? Not that you're always Reese, but we might need a little extra Reese here at the bottom of the second hour here. Reese, your thoughts on this Georgia shooting and on the Gray family and just in general. What are we facing here? What do you see here?
so much, starting with the idea that he's going to be charged with as an adult, but he's still at a juvenile facility. It is giving Dylan Roof going to Burger King on his way to jail. Get his ass in the adult penitentiary yesterday. If you can go out there with an AR-15 and shoot up a dozen people, killing 4, what's the holdup? What's the holdup? If it was a 14-year-old black boy, he would have been in an adult penitentiary by now. So that's one of the disconnects in how this person is being treated. I saw that the father is being charged with murder and child endangerment. Yeah, lock his ass up too. Where is he at? Is he in the adult penitentiary or is he at home still eating his Burger King?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of talk about how somebody's going to face consequences. I want to see the perp walk. I want to see their ass in jail right now. Let's not delay. Let's not give them a chance to get their affairs in order. The victims did not have a chance to get their affairs in order. This motherfucker did not want to die because he surrendered, but he took it upon himself to take the lives of others, to rob allegedly, to rob the lives of others. For what? For what purpose? It's inexcusable that this person was under FBI investigation, and I guess because he denied that he made the threats, they just took his little white ass word for it. Is that all it takes to get off the hook and to be unsupervised, or even if it's damn supervised? To me, that's the dead giveaway. You said he wasn't unsupervised. So you caused this shit. You created a monster. You created a depraved human being who can go next door to his classroom and shoot people with an AR-15 that you purchased. Brian Kemp talking about now's not the time for policy, it's the time for thoughts and prayers. The motherfucking policy should take an AR-15 out of the home of a degenerate fucking person who is calling allegedly bomb threats, who's under FBI investigation. Name one black household that would be allowed to have an AR-15 under FBI investigation. Yes, it's time to talk about policy. There were so many failures in this, but on the same token, this is exactly how our society is designed. It's designed to indoctrinate. It is designed to groom this kind of person who feels entitled to take life, and this kind of family that his alleged aunt was on there talking about, I'm gonna stick beside him, and y'all not ready for whatever. Bitch, lock her ass up too. Sound like a threat to me.
That's right.
This society has designed this situation, and because of the apathy of the non-voters, because of the susceptibility of people to disinformation and misinformation, and look at what the Asians got, and the deflection to look what that person over there getting, look what that person is getting over here. And meanwhile, we're not solving the problems right in front of our faces because people insist on paying any price in terms of human carnage for the so-called Second Amendment right. This is the price that we're paying, and this is the design of our society. It's not a bug in our society. It's literally the design. And the only way we know that school was out of session is that we didn't have this conversation for 3 months. But guess what? We back. And so now we're back again talking about it. Now we're back again as senseless victims. And the last thing I will say is the motherfuckers who sat up there and published the picture of that black boy who was gunned down.
Come on.
Identifying him as the perpetrator. They would not have done that. They were slow, very slow, to identify Colt Gray. That's my first time seeing his mugshot. He's going to be tried as an adult, so all bets are off. They were very slow. They couldn't wait to put that young black boy's face out there and try to paint him as the problem. He doesn't fit the profile. of how this society was designed for us to have this conversation every couple of weeks about the carnage and about the choices that we've made to be the kind of society that allows Colt Graves and his families to continue to perpetrate this kind of unnecessary violence on our country and our children.
We needed that to echo. Thank you, Reese. That's absolutely right. Again, this is the indispensable role of Black media. What we are seeing, independent Black media that's speaking truth to power. Because you're absolutely right. A shout out, of course, Carol Gant, the producers here at the Black Star Network, because we'll see how many times we see that picture going forth anywhere else and how it's narrated. Not going to hear it that way. We know that. We look at the K-12 shooting database. The media has been scouring the database. How many shootings are we up to now? More than 200 incidents this year as of September the 4th. 285. Oh, my God. 385. Okay. I had that wrong number. I'm reading the CBS website, but we see at least 10 were in Georgia, including the Appalachia school shooting. And the majority of them, over half of the school shootings in the last 10 years, have taken place in the school day while classes were in session. We know that since the Sandy Hook shooting and the Sandy Hook murders, that over 34 states in this country have passed laws to enable teachers to carry guns, as if that's the solution.
Right.
Congressman Congressman Collins, 10th District in Georgia. I would tell you to go to hell, but you already live there. So stay your ass in hell next to Marjorie Taylor Greene, because a video that he shot in 2022 has resurfaced, and we've been talking all about it when he was getting elected to Congress. He's a full-bred election denier, saying in his commercial that Joe Biden and the Democrats stole the 2020 election, Donald Trump won in Georgia, and then his final comment was, "Send me to Washington and I'll blow the Democrats' cover up." And of course, then that sets off his gun. Blowing up the ballot box. So that's the congressional district, of course, that high school is in. So you can keep your thoughts and prayers and perhaps pray to your white supremacist gun-toting God in the hell that you live in, and stay in that hell, sir. But one thing is for sure, something is going to have to change in this country, because we are facing, we've been facing a crisis since the boat showed up to bring us here, but this is completely out of hand. Reese, thank you for.
Yeah, I just want to say the thing that has to change is we have to put humanity over whiteness, because as long as this country chooses whiteness, we're going to continue to see this carnage. Uvalde happened. Greg Abbott gets reelected decisively, not even close, decisively.
That's right.
You had Marjorie Parkland, Florida.
That's right.
Ron DeSantis, Republican senators elected. Now you have Georgia. They chose Brian Kemp over Stacey Abrams. This is the design, because whiteness is more powerful than humanity by design, and because we allow it to be, because we abdicate our power, because we don't vote our capacity, we alone could have shifted the outcome. And I'm not saying it would have necessarily avoided this, but it will be changing the design a little bit more. But we continue to step back and let whiteness rule.
That's right.
So this is the design, and this is the choice that this country has made, and it will continue to make this choice as long as we allow it to.
Absolutely. Well stated, my sis. As always, our Thursday night conversation, Reese Colbert, host of the Reese Colbert Show, Sirius XM, channel 126 on Saturdays. That's right. We throw in the fist. We've been joining the rotation, Lamar King and I, 3 days a week on Sirius XM mornings, holding down the fort in the Black Eagles nest, trying to, at least have the shadow of Joe Madison. So we just joining forces, Black Star Network and Channel 120X series.
Yes.
Check us out. We're going to be together in person, as the Muslims would say, inshallah, on Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, there in the mothership, in the studio with Roland. Roland, travel safe, brother. We're always glad when you're on the road, and we're always glad when you get back to the nest. So y'all make sure you all join us at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, September the 10th. You see the graphic up there. Live coverage of the, I guess you can call it the debate. You're seeing the Vice President of the United States and a madman ranting that, shout out to Judge Tanya Churkin of the Federal District Court here in the District of Columbia, who, when confronted by Donald Trump's lawyers today, when they said there's a presidential election going on, she said, yeah, I have no concern about a presidential election. There's a 4-count trial that I'm trying to get scheduled. So talk about black women. She said she got them straight today, Reese. It was a beautiful thing.
That's right. I know that's right.
So I know you're going to be talking all about it on Saturday. So, you know, we'll tune in as always. So that's it tonight for Roland Martin Unfiltered. Shout out to, indeed, Carol and all the production team there at the mothership. We're glad to be here. Travel safe, Roland. Support the Black Star Network. That's real rap. We got to do that. No cap, as the young people would say. And with that, we will shout out the way we do at the end of Roland Martin Unfiltered. Oh, wait, there it is. There it is. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle. I got to read that. I can't do it like Roland. Even send the cash money in. The envelopes come in. Get that money that folds, not the money that jingles, to quote Coming to America. We want the money that folds. Send it right there. You see the address on your screen. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037. Do that. Okay. With that in mind, as Roland Martin would say, how?
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now. Black power.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland. Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Today is Friday, September 6, 2024. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. Republican state lawmakers in Louisiana have launched an investigation into the New Orleans district attorney over concerns he's abusing his power by making use of criminal justice reform policies intended to address prosecutorial and police misconduct. Orleans Parish DA Jason Williams be here to talk about it. Hundreds of Delaware voters have been told they're ineligible to vote after a clerical error. We'll talk to two activists about the Delaware Department of Elections admitting about 750 voters had incorrect party affiliations due to a DMV glitch. Donald Trump's sentencing for in New York is going to get pushed back after the election. Also, folks are calling it an incoherent word salad. Wait till you hear what Trump had to say about child care in America. Totally confused. Also, more political ads being dropped. We'll show you what some of those are saying. Pretty damn good ones. Plus, Georgia's mass shooting suspect and his father face a judge today to hear the charges against him. And former Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. is trying to get a pardon from President Joe Biden. It's time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with
many times have I told you when Republicans do something in one state, you see it popping up in another? That's what's happening in Louisiana, following what Ron DeSantis did in Florida by going after progressive district attorneys. That's what Louisiana Republicans are doing. Members of a Louisiana Senate committee have questioned Orleans Parish DA Jason Williams over the work of a civil rights division that Williams says helps restore trust in a long-troubled New Orleans justice system. Republican lawmakers criticized Williams over the motives and reasoning behind the moves by his office to back the release of many long-serving prisoners. Joining us now from New Orleans is DA Jason Williams. Glad to have you here. So I'm trying to understand what the problem is. So explain to us why Republicans are complaining about this office.
You know, I wish I could explain what was going on in their heads. New Orleans has been known for injustice for quite some time. That's not a new news story. And I'm simply trying to clean up our reputation as it relates to constitutionality and equal justice under the law for everyone, right? So the fact that we have worked really hard to bring crime down in the city of New Orleans, and we have faster than any other city in the country. And we're also reckoning with the sins of the past. And some octogenarians have come home, some for crimes they didn't commit, some for crimes where there was cheating within their trial. I don't understand why it seems like once we get one step forward, there needs to be 100 steps backwards. So I can't explain what Republicans are thinking.
So what exactly does the office do?
So I created a civil rights division to reckon with the sins of the past. We have been in the city of New Orleans an outlier for decades. We have been the prison capital of the world, the wrongful conviction capital of the world, the exoneration rate of the world, and we have had the highest crime rates at the same time during those particular decades. And this civil rights division is simply looking at cases to see if a police officer cheated, if a prior prosecutor cheated, to make sure people had a fair trial. And there's defense attorneys that have filed motions. Those motions are held in open court. We're simply allowing for there to be a place for review of these defective convictions.
So this sounds very similar to what the late Craig Watkins did in Dallas with his integrity unit that looked at old cases, that tested DNA, and there were people who were actually exonerated. Facts are facts. We know reality that previous DAs have cut corners and have put people in prison by withholding evidence, by not properly testing. Those things have actually happened. So what it sounds to me like you're saying is we want to make sure that we got it right. And if we got it wrong, then those folks should not be sitting in a prison and then they later sue the city or sue the state as a result of a wrongful prosecution.
You hit the nail right on the head. And, you know, I know Craig Watkins. I studied his work. We're using some of his playbook. I don't know how this became a partisan issue. If an innocent person is in jail, that means the person who actually committed the crime has been left in community. I would think R's and D's, black and white, old and young, I would think everybody could support that effort. Clearly, that's not the case.
Well, I'll tell you, because when you have these Republicans, their motive is very simple, to say that, and I'm sure they probably called you a Soros-backed DA. That's the language they use for any, non-conservative, hardcore, lock-em-up DA. This is what they do. This is how they complain. And they think that anybody is soft on crime if they are trying to, frankly, do right.
Yeah, fairness does not seem like that should be something that we would want to fight about. I've said it during the campaign. I've said it during my tenure. Criminal justice reform and public safety are not antithetical. In fact, they're two sides of the very same coin, and you cannot have one without the other, because I need people in community to come to court and testify when someone has committed a crime. But when they don't believe in me and they don't believe in this system, they choose not to participate, which means the bad guys get away. And so we've got to understand that if we make everything a partisan fight, we're never truly going to achieve what we want, which is a peaceful, safe place to live.
But this is also why I say these people are not really pro-life, because there have been individuals that have spent 20, 30, 40 years on death row. People who came close to death. I'm from Texas. I remember the Clarence Brantley case very well. That man came close 2 or 3 times being put to death, and he didn't commit the crime. And so I would think anybody would want to say, no, let's absolutely make positively sure if this individual did it. They just automatically assume, hey, never review it. And look, you've got the case in Missouri where the district attorney, Wesley Bell's office, has said there are issues with this here, and the judge has said, release this man. The Republicans in the state said, no, he got to stay in prison.
You know, I mean, the thing that gets lost in this argument, and I hope there'll be some sober minds at the Capitol that will actually be honest about the fact that we have been ground zero for mass incarceration, and that is absolutely an outgrowth of Jim Crow and an outgrowth of chattel slavery. But we found in my very first year, there was a man by the name of Jermaine Hudson. We were reviewing his case because he was convicted with a non-unanimous jury. We Republicans and Democrats across the board said we need to come in line with the modern era. We need all 12 jurors to agree. We did that. And so we began reviewing the non-unanimous jury cases. And this individual, Jermaine Hudson, spent 22 years in jail and was about to plead guilty to a lesser crime to come home to his grown son. And the purported victim in his case called us from an inpatient facility to say that the crime never occurred. He actually lied about the crime occurring, but heard there was a DA that was willing to look, willing to check, and he came forward. He'd come forward in the past and had been sent away from other DA's offices of my predecessors who ignored him. But this man was about to plead guilty to a crime he didn't commit, to a crime that never even occurred. And that's just how real it is. Just when you talk about somebody coming close to death or someone willing to plead guilty to something they did not do just to see their son.
Right. And that's the thing right there that a lot of people don't quite understand. When you look at a criminal justice system, and we have seen and heard this all across the country, when they get presented with an option, somebody says, man, listen, if I got to plead to get 5 years, and these people are telling me they're going to put me away for 30, I'll go ahead and plead. I mean, we know of cases like this where the individual didn't do it, but they're making a determination saying, I can't get a break with this system, so I got to go ahead and plead. And then what happens is when the person didn't do it, what you're now dealing with, you're dealing with largely Republican lawmakers who will come back and say, hey, what's the problem? He pled. Well, there's a reason why he pled. They act like that stuff doesn't exist, like, oh, that's just television.
And the other thing is we could hit this from 2 different angles. There's a moral imperative here, but there's also a fiscal imperative here. We are spending money taking care of men and women who should not be in jail, who could be taking care of their own families, who could be gainfully employed. This is debilitating the ability to invest in people to get better outcomes. Frederick Douglass said it a long time ago, we still refuse to hear it. It is easier and better to build strong boys and girls than to try to repair broken men and women. But a broken system is breaking people on purpose.
Well, and the thing for me is, do these people not realize what state they're in? We're talking about Louisiana is the mass incarceration capital of America.
Which means the mass incarceration capital of the world. Yeah. Because America incarcerates more people than any other place.
And so they also act like there haven't been people wrongfully prosecuted and imprisoned in Louisiana.
You know, and the thing that they want to try to label someone who cares about fairness as being soft on crime. I might be one of the only DAs in the country that's actually in court trying murder cases because I'm a litigator. But they're ignoring the number of cases in which we're going after the most violent offenders because they want to play this sort of partisan politics. This whole this Dirty Harry sense of go ahead, punk, make my day, cut corners, and go after the bad guy. That might be nice for Hollywood. It might be nice for a movie, but that's how innocent people go to jail, and that's how cities go bankrupt, paying off lawsuits when the truth comes out.
Well, absolutely. And so I would hope that these folks, actually, and here's my last one. This is what I don't understand. Weren't you elected?
By almost 60% of the vote, and I promised I would do this when I ran.
So you were elected by the citizens of New Orleans.
Correct.
But you've got individuals who are not elected by the citizens of New Orleans trying to tell the duly elected representative in New Orleans how to do his job. Are you questioning how they do their job in other parts of Louisiana?
You know, to my knowledge, it's the first time that a prosecutor, a duly elected prosecutor by the entire parish was brought before a Senate committee to be questioned about their policies and practices. My predecessor used the multiple bill, the habitual offender law, the 3 strikes and you're out. He used it almost 2,700 times in 1 year, when the next largest parish used it about 10 times, right? There was no questions when he was misusing the habitual offender law on folks for a couple of joints, for a chump amount of dope, for stealing an umbrella off someone's porch while it was raining. He was never questioned about his discretion when he was operating this way for nearly 14 years. But I have been questioned.
Oh, so he wasn't questioned, but you're being questioned.
Yeah.
Also, I take it that DA wasn't black.
He was not.
I figured that. All right, keep us abreast of what happens down there.
Thank you, Roland. It's good to see you, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Good luck. Folks, got to go to a break. We come back. I know my panel can't wait to weigh in on this, especially since I got 2 attorneys on the panel. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network. Matt's already shaking his head, licking his chops. He like, ooh, yeah. And I know Jolanda damn well, she got lots something to say. I'm going to have to go to her last, all the stuff she got to say. And we'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. There's a lot of talk about the inevitability of another civil war in this country. But on our next show, we'll talk to a noted author and scholar who says we're actually in the middle of one right now. In fact, Steve Phillips says the first one that started back in 1861, well, it never ended.
People carrying the Confederate flag, wearing sweatshirts saying MAGA Civil War, January 6, 2021, stormed the U.S. Capitol, hunted down the country's elected officials, built a gallows for the Vice President of the United States, and to block the peaceful transfer of power within this country.
On the next Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
On the next A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, we're going to be talking about common sense. We think that people have it, know how to use it, but it is something that people often have to learn. The truth is, most of us are not born with it, and we need to teach common sense, embrace it, and give it to those who need it most, our kids.
So I always tell teachers to listen out to what conversations the students are having about what they're getting from social media, and then let's get ahead of it and have the appropriate conversations with them.
On the next A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Hello, I'm Jamia Pugh. I am from Coatesville, Pennsylvania, just an hour right outside of Philadelphia.
My name is Jasmine Pugh. I'm also from Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
You are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. Stay right here.
All right, folks, let's get into it with our panel. Matt Manning, civil rights attorney out of Corpus Christi, Texas. Jelana Jones, Texas State Representative, lawyer out of Houston, and Michael Imhotep, host, African History Network show out of Detroit. All right, Matt, you have been waiting to weigh in. Go.
Well, look, I think you hit the nail on the head at the beginning. This is a part of the Republican playbook. And I'm glad you asked him about him being duly elected, because as I've said on the show many times, I represented our local DA for whom I had worked previously in actions to remove him. And all of this is political. None of it is really, truthful, obviously, and it's all ideological, but it's ideologically responsive. And I'm glad that he said that, nobody had a problem with this until the terms changed and soft on crime became synonymous with fairness. And I'm really glad that he said that, because at the same time that you see this, you see the intellectual dishonesty from primarily Republicans when they talk about the criminal justice system as it relates to Mr. Trump, right? So you can't talk out of both sides of your head. And what infuriates me about this is that this is what a DA's office should be doing. This is the task of the DA. In fact, in Texas, under the Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 2.01 says a district attorney's job is to seek justice. So this is an extension of that. If you are reviewing old cases and determining that prosecutors either cheated or outright lied, or there was some kind of malfeasance with the case. And I think that this becomes a big issue, because as much as people talk about wanting public safety and wanting to live in a safe community, when you disempower the DA's office to do the job that he or she is duly elected to do, then what you do is embolden their political opponents to decide to come at them and hamstring them whenever that's politically expedient. And we can't allow that as a society. Once you're elected, you're duly elected, you should be able to serve, particularly when one of the tasks that you have, the overriding task, is to seek justice. And here, the extension of that is to look at situations where experts, which is what Mr. Williams and the people in his office are, have determined that there was some impropriety that took place in the case. What should happen is a revisiting of that. So anyone who's opposed to this is intellectually dishonest, and it's about politics and nothing else. But I do think there needs to be a stronger institutional response from prosecutors groups like Fair and Just Prosecution and other organizations that empower, quote, progressive prosecutors, because if they don't have an institutional response, then the DA I represent, or the former DA, and others like him, and others like Kim Gardner, will be in this situation continuously, and we can't allow that as citizens.
Jolanda, let's just be clear. Republicans, they only want to see hardcore right-wing, lock-em-up prosecutors. They think that those prosecutors are perfect. Nothing is wrong with their cases. These Republicans have no problem when DAs cross the line. They have no problem when these DAs withhold evidence. And when you look at cases, and if all y'all people out there who love talking about, oh, you just being a shield for the Democrats, you just sitting here just speaking up for the Democrats, if you show me, I dare say, in the last 40 years, when you have a case where you have circumstantial evidence, or where you have folks relying on an eyewitness, or when you have questions regarding DNA, I will dare say 9.99 out of 10, you're going to have Democratic DAs or Democratic elected officials saying, let's stand up and get this thing right. And you're going to have Republicans, 10 out of 10, saying, damn that, it's good, move on. In fact, that was a Supreme Court ruling, I think it was Antonin Scalia, who literally said, even if that person is innocent, if they have exhausted all of their appeals and everything was done right, sorry. That's how crazy conservatives are on these type of issues, Yolanda.
Yeah, so you're right. And I know that D.A. Williams said something like, I hope there's sober minds in the Capitol. Well, there aren't going to be. They're in Louisiana, let's face that. And here's what I see. And part of my law practice is criminal defense. And when I tell you that they hide evidence, and you are more likely to see under Democratic DAs, at least they'll allow us to go into that, and we have the opportunity to get rid of the prosecutors or strike evidence. And you didn't see that before. So I've been practicing law for 29 years. It's definitely different now. But what they do is they change the rules when Black folks get in positions of power. Even say, for example, where they're now doing the Grand Inquisition over D.A. Williams to ask him how he does things. The DA's greatest tool is discretion. And it's normally not challenged. I'm going to say that one more again. The greatest tool is discretion. You'll see a little white kid do something, and they like literally committed a crime. The DA has the discretion to say, well, I'm going to go lock this kid up, or maybe I give them a scolding and I take them back to their parents and I say, hey, right? So they basically been scared straight. But DAs want to err on the side of locking us up. Here in Texas, for example, we had a whole bunch of Black judges take office. Now they've gone and they've changed. The rules for what qualifies you to be a judge have been the same for 40 years. once a whole bunch of black people got on the bench, they changed it and now have said, rather than having to practice law for 4 years, now you've got to practice for 8 years. And when we go back to session in January, they want to now make you board certified. So they're trying to make it more difficult for black people to be able to be in these positions.
Also keep it, well, first of all, you got to keep in mind, it used to be the system in the United States, I think it was in South Carolina, where you didn't need to go to law school to be a lawyer.
And that's true as well.
They literally, and when a black man became a lawyer, oh, hell no, we got to change the rules.
Oh, because that's what they do, right? That's just what they do. And so what's really scary is most of the laws for appeals, for whether you get a chance to go back to court or whether you exhaust your appeals, are in favor of believing whatever happened, even if it's unfair. Right? Even if somebody hid evidence from you, they're saying you should have known about it. So it makes it very difficult. It's extremely courageous and extremely different that we now have DAs that have conviction integrity units, because there are a whole bunch of non-guilt innocent reasons why people will plead guilty. You mentioned some of them at the beginning. I literally just had a case last year where I was ready to go to trial. No lawyer can promise a result, but I thought this was about as good a case as I could have had, and I expected to get an acquittal. So I prepared my client. We prepared the night before and the weekend before. We talked to the witnesses, and we were ready to go. The system is so unfair here that by the time we got to court the next morning, the mama had convinced the girl not to go to trial. She was like, the system is set up against you. And I was begging my client, please, 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 can we go to trial? I can't promise you a result. And she wanted to do a PTI instead of going to trial because her mother convinced her, you're not going to get a fair shot, despite my skill. So that happens all the time. And it's sad because once you plead guilty, for the most part, you're stuck with it for life.
So for all you maggots who are watching and y'all think that I'm lying, here's Matthew Perry, that brother in South Carolina I was telling y'all about. Watch this.
And up until this time, South Carolina had a practice by which, well, it was known as the diploma privilege. If you had graduated from a law school in South Carolina, you didn't have to take the state bar examination. You were admitted under what became popularly known as the diploma privilege. Now, when the law school at South Carolina State was created, the officials decided, well, look, we've got to do something about this diploma privilege. And so they persuaded the legislature to enact a law requiring the passing of the bar examination by all law school graduates. And so I tell young people, anybody who has graduated since 1951, that if you had to take the bar examination, you can, of course, blame me. And up until...
There you go. Oh, and also for all you idiots, y'all saw what happens when you play a video from Twitter, how it jumps to the next video, you don't know? Yeah, dumbasses. Michael, go to you. What they're doing there in Louisiana, this is what white Republicans do when black people get in power or when it's progressive. This is what they do. And they always talk about local control, local control. No, they only want local control when they are the ones who are in power.
Yeah, Roland, but it goes even beyond that. This is what white supremacists do when they are in power, regardless of political party. When in preparation for this segment, I read this piece from Fox 8 Live, and in reading it and watching I watched a segment where they had District Attorney Williams talking about the resentencing, and it sounded like this was going back to the 1898 Louisiana State Constitution. And on page 2 of this article, it talked about how several of the resentencing cases included the alleged misuse of a U.S. Supreme Court case on non-unanimous juries. And I've talked about this on this show before because in 1898, Louisiana rewrote their state constitution, and they imposed a 9-3 non-unanimous jury for felony convictions, and that was designed to target African Americans, to nullify any African Americans on a jury. So if you got convicted of a felony and it was 9 white people who said you did it and 3 black people who said you didn't, you were guilty. Okay. And when he talked about you have octogenarians, you have people in their 80s that have been unjustly imprisoned, things like this. That goes back to understanding the devastation that Louisiana State Constitution did. Decades later, it changed to 10-2. It wasn't until 2018 that it was changed to a unanimous conviction. And that's because it was put on the ballot. So this is understanding the impact of law. Okay, this is understanding the impact of policy. And the people who put this nonsense out here and say, oh, you're shilling for the Democrats, and I get that also, and I shut them down with facts and evidence because they don't understand history. They haven't read any of these state constitutions. They don't understand what happened after Reconstruction collapsed in 1877. We are dealing with the consequences of these state constitutions, and you still have these policies today. Everything they do to us, they use the law to do it, and then when they get caught breaking the law, they go hire an attorney at law to defend them in the court of law. So we must understand the law better than they understand the law, so we don't keep getting caught up in this system like that.
Absolutely. Folks, hold tight 1 second. Got to go to a break. We come back. Dick Cheney endorses Vice President Kamala Harris after his daughter Liz Cheney endorsed her? Man, what the hell? And we got some new political ads for you as well. Y'all, lots to talk about. Don't forget, support the Roland Martin Unfiltered, the Black Star Network. Now, we are still having an issue with Cash App. Y'all, we dealing with it. I know, it's driving me crazy. It's absolutely driving me out of my mind in dealing with them. And so we're trying to get it rectified. And so we are, again, having the conversations with them. It is not, we haven't got it taken care of yet. So I want y'all to do this here. If you want to give via Cash App, again, we're trying to get this thing straight. So let me go ahead and show y'all this here. I'm only doing this for y'all because, again, we probably had about 50 or 60 people who have been trying to give. And so I'm trying to pull this thing up. Where is it? I'm going to give y'all an option. Give me 1 second. Okay, this didn't go through. I'm going to do it again. Let's see here. Let me try to send it right now. Hold on. Go ahead and pull it. Go ahead and pull up the how people can give. PayPal is, first of all, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App is PayPal R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And the backup, folks, the backup there, if you want to give. This is our backup, okay? We never give this out, but this is, so it's go to it. It's $ Uncle Roro Martin. That's the backup. That's the QR code right there as well. $ Uncle Roro Martin. Until Cash App gets it straight with our Roland Martin Unfiltered account. For some reason, it limits numbers of transactions. We don't know why. This is just all new. So you can give to us via Cash App right here, $ Uncle Roro Martin. And as y'all know, everybody who gives to us via Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and Zelle during the show, I give y'all a shout out. And so y'all can go ahead and do that. And again, somebody in the chat said by mail. Yes, there are people who literally send us checks and emails, and it all cash is the same. All right, I'll be back in a moment.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
this country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Mitchell, a news anchor at Fox 5 DC.
Hey, what's up? It's Tammy Roman, and you are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, y'all. The Delaware Department of Elections admitted that state officials put hundreds of voters who had registered in the past year through an automatic voter registration system into the wrong political party. The error impacted about 750 registered voters and has caused a surge of criticism, particularly in Wilmington, Delaware. Joining us now is Alicia Clark, the founder of Delaware Faith in Action Network, and Dr. Marlene Saunders, the chair of the Connection and Social Action Committee. Glad to have both of you here. So, Alicia, what the heck happened?
So we're still trying to figure it out, Roland, but what we know is that we're in the beginning of the early election process, and our primary is September the 10th. Delaware has a closed primary, so you have to be affiliated with a party in order to vote. There are a number of individuals who have attempted to vote and have been turned away because their party affiliation was marked as unaffiliated. So it's causing a great deal of concern on our part. We're a relatively small state, and we know that turnout for primaries is often low anyway. So 750 people being unaffiliated and their parties not being correctly noted on their registration cards is a major problem here. We've been in contact with the ACLU, we've been in contact with the Department of Elections, and there's not a sense of urgency in terms of really addressing this that meets our satisfaction. So we're sort of, putting an action plan in place to try and connect with as many people as we can to troubleshoot, but there absolutely must be more accountability and action taken from the Department of Collections to fix this problem. How it started, Roland, is last year the DMV implemented this new voting program, which is a great idea for people to be able to register at the DMV when they're there for their license and other matters. But it's a complicated process, and if you don't identify when you're registering or take the next step to identify your party affiliation, it puts you on the rolls as unaffiliated, which then eliminates you from being able to vote in the primary. The other thing that we're finding out, and I'll let Dr. Saunders speak a little bit more to this because I'm upstate, she's downstate. The other thing we're finding out is in some instances, people were registered Democrats, but they're showing up on the rolls as unaffiliated. And in some instances, people were registered Democrats and they're showing up on the rolls as Republican. So there's a lot of inconsistencies here in terms of what's happening, and the Department of Elections has not been proactive.
Marlene, at that particular point, again, what some people don't realize, look, I'm from Texas, and you can pick which primary you want to vote in, but when you've closed primaries, this is a big deal, and these votes can make the difference between somebody winning or losing in their primary.
That is absolutely correct. And before I make another comment, I would be remiss if I just didn't clarify my title as chair of the Connection and Social Action Committee. That's part of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, of which I am a member. And I belong to the chapter in Georgetown, Delaware. So
gotcha.
I just need to say that.
It's all good. We got you.
Yeah. And I think that the reason that this issue is so important is that while on the one hand, this automatic voter registration, is a good idea, when glitches occur and negate a person's status in terms of voting, it does diminish the capacity to vote, particularly in an area like Wilmington, Delaware, which is the area where Alicia has been concentrating, where the population is 53%, African American. So, we're trying to advocate for people to vote, and people are embracing that. But if glitches prevent you from voting, then, the opportunity to put certain people in office is contaminated.
And look, you've got, so when were the primaries in Delaware?
The early voting started in August 26th. It ends on Sunday. The actual primary is on Tuesday.
Wow. So they still haven't. So 750 some odd people, and y'all know is that number? Is it more, Alicia?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. That's the number they're giving us. And what we have said is if you've been able to identify 750, then those individuals should be contacted directly so that they can come into the DMV or go to the Department of Elections and have this matter resolved. The way the Department of Elections has handled the matter is here's a number, call us if you have an issue. And that doesn't work because some people show up to the polls. They're told, here's the thing, Roland. Some people have shown up to the polls and they were told, you're not registered, you're not affiliated with the party, so you cannot vote in the primary. Come back in November. And we have verified these stories. Now, the other interesting matter here in Delaware, we have two candidates running for mayor of Wilmington. One is Miss Velda Jones Potter, who is a former state treasurer and city treasurer here who's running. And our governor, our current governor, is running for mayor of Wilmington. Now, the Department of Elections is under his purview in terms of where this responsibility lies to address this issue. We held a forum with him last night. I moderated it, Delaware Faith in Action, and this issue was brought up during that forum. At the time that we brought it up, he said that he would have his chief of staff look into it, but he could not touch it because of his running for office at the time. He was the lieutenant governor. He was our U.S. congressman. He is now our governor, and he's running for mayor in the city now.
Well, listen, we see a lot of these things happen all around the country. It's really keep us abreast of what happens. Hopefully this gets fixed and folks will be able to cast their vote as best that they can.
Thank you. And thank you for the time.
And if I can say one thing.
Go ahead.
What we are advocating for people who encounter problems, do not leave the polling site. Do not leave until your problem is resolved, or you get an explanation as to why you're not able to vote on Tuesday. So again, we're telling people if you encounter a problem in Delaware voting, either during the early voting period, which ends on Sunday, or on Tuesday, primary day, do not leave the polling site. Ask a poll worker to give you on-the-spot assistance, or ask for an explanation as to why you are not able to vote.
All right.
And they just put up the number for people to call the ACLU because we're tracking the issues here in Delaware.
All right, then. Well, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
All right, folks, we come back. We're going to talk about new political ads coming up, including a devastating 8-minute film that shows how anti-Black Donald Trump is. We got that for you as well. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, I'm sure you've seen all those commercials about reverse mortgage and how easy it is to get more money in your pocket. Well, this woman that you're going to hear from knew it was too good to be true, and because of it, she now has 7 figures in net worth.
You know, wait a minute. This house is really valuable, and further, you can get money out of it to help you, and more importantly, you can keep your home.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, we're going to be talking about common sense. We think that people have it, know how to use it, but it is something that people often have to learn. The truth is, most of us are not born with it, and we need to teach common sense, embrace it, and give it to those who need it most, our kids.
So I always tell teachers to listen out to what conversations the students are having about what they're getting from social media, and then let's get ahead of it and have the appropriate conversations with them.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kim Coles.
Hey, I'm Donnie Simpson.
Yo, it's your man Deion Cole from Blackish, and you watch
Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
Well, folks, you can always count on some really good political ads at this time of the season. Lincoln Project, those folks are damn good. Check out this new ad that they dropped.
A second term for Donald Trump. What will it look like? Secretary of State Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner walk out of the White House and months later get $2 billion from the Saudis.
Homeland Security Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
Justice Department Alina Habba.
This is where your taxpaying dollars are going, America.
FBI Director Jim Jordan.
That's as radical as you can get.
White House Press Secretary Laura Loomer.
Trespassing Nancy Pelosi's private residence.
Give me some money to fund my lawsuits.
HHS Secretary Matt Gaetz.
The House Ethics Committee has released a statement into a number of serious allegations, including sexual misconduct.
Elon Musk for whatever he wants.
Go yourself.
No wonder Trump says,
You don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Well, I say no lies told on that one. I came across this video. If y'all want to, if you want to see a video that lays out how anti-black Donald Trump is, watch this.
Black Lives Matter. There are a lot of thugs.
I love the old days. You know what they used to do to guys like that? They'd be carried out on a stretcher.
The president approvingly retweeted this video of one of his supporters.
A horrific scene in Charlottesville, Virginia, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence and chaos.
I think there's blame on both sides. Very fine people on both sides.
He has pulled one of the great cons in the history of politics.
He could have been born in Kenya.
A lot of people do not think it was an authentic certificate.
I'm starting to wonder myself whether or not he was born in this country.
I was the one that got him to produce the birth certificate. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black. I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln.
Donald Trump, he's made it clear throughout his life that he believes black people are inferior.
The Department of Justice accused the Trumps of violating the Fair Housing Act, arguing they were turning away renters based on race and color.
Donald Trump took out $85,000 in ads in the New York City newspapers calling for the execution of minors who at that point had not even gone to trial.
I hate these people, and let's all hate these people.
He has said on multiple occasions that he doesn't want black people involved in the counting of his money or involved in the running of his world.
He is a tried and true, dyed-in-the-wool racist.
In Trump's head, you can't be a person of color and an American.
I would do stop and frisk.
A violent confrontation on a New York City street that ends with one man, a black man, dead.
He just took me out the car, searched the car, asked where are the guns, where are the weapons and the drugs.
This is my license. I'm a pharmacist, right? But I get stopped all the time. And because of that, I have to show this.
Stop and frisk. Very simple. You stop them and you frisk them.
President Trump plans to sign an executive order that will reverse an Obama-era policy which currently restricts local police from getting military-style guns and equipment.
Hands up, don't shoot! Hands up! Go!
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. So are white people. What a terrible question to ask.
Wages too high. We have to leave it the way it is.
I worked at fast food for over 30 years, and I had to support my kids off of that money. Minimum wage is still $7.25.
It's rough. Gotta work 2-3 jobs just to make ends meet. You have to decide whether you're going to eat or pay your bills.
Look at how well the black community has been doing under this administration.
Efforts to save small business from the impacts of the pandemic have largely missed black-owned companies.
When I applied for the PPP, we didn't get any help.
The big companies, they didn't have to wait. They got their money. They started spending it immediately. People like me were still waiting.
Great for small businesses, great for the workers.
The Trump administration has done more to shape the courts in just one term than any other president in recent history.
Trump has confirmed 203 federal judges, and of that number, 8 have been black.
Trump judges have suspended affirmative action programs like the Fearless Funds grant for black women in tech, ruled against plaintiffs in housing discrimination cases, supported racially gerrymandered voting maps, blocked the EPA from enforcing environmental justice regulations, leaving communities like Cancer Alley in Louisiana without any protections.
Cancer Alley, the stakeholders are 92% black.
It's black people who are suffering the brunt of all the ill effects of this petrochemical industry. We don't benefit anything from it.
We are the sacrifice zone.
The vote. You should go into Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and you should go into some of these places, and we got to watch those votes.
Donald Trump said there was rampant fraud. He didn't say it was happening everywhere. He said it's happening in Detroit, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Fulton County, Georgia, Maricopa County, Arizona, Harris County, Texas, large urban centers with large populations of color. The thing that rhetoric is being used to justify are racially discriminatory voting policies, policies that make it harder for voters of color to vote.
There is a definite anti-white feeling in the country right now. That's what he said. You know, nobody in your family was hung. Nobody in your family was chased because of the color of their skin. How dare you? There's no anti-white issue here. You are perpetrating anti-humanist issues here.
You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. You have no jobs.
I got indicted a second time, and a third time, and a fourth time. That's why the black people like me. We've all seen the mugshot. And you know who embraced it more than anybody else? The black population. I'm being indicted for you, the black population. Kamala, they always say Kamala. And all of a sudden, she made a turn, and she became a black.
Would you rather have the black president or the white president? I think they want the white guy. Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Racism. The least racist.
I am the least racist person there is anywhere in the world.
My favorite color is black.
That was pretty damn good, Yolanda.
You know, I'm real irritated right now. I'm real irritated. I'm choosing my words carefully. The thing that I don't understand is why anybody black could support this man. Literally every negative attribute that anybody has, he gives to us. He literally says that we like him because we appreciate that he was charged with a crime like us. Mm-hmm. As a person who's never been in trouble with the law and who tries to get black folks out of the claws of an unfair, unjust criminal justice system, I'm offended. he targets, and I didn't find it coincidental at all, that he targeted black cities in the majority of the swing states, because he wants to try to steal this election any way that he can by sowing distrust and mistrust in the system. And he just says things and people, or his sycophants, just believe him, which terrifies me. And that's why I know that we as black people have got to take it real personal that he's coming for us. And let me be clear, I'm tired of people saying he's targeting people of color. The people of color that get the most negatively affected is us, black people. And we as black people have to own our blackness, and we have to own the fight against us. And we have to stop, at least in this instance, from trying to bring everybody along, because everybody's fighting for themselves. And we need to fight for us, because we cannot take care of other people before we take care of ourselves. And we have got to stop this man. And that's why we need to elect Kamala Harris as president of the United States, because a Justice Department under her can go after all of these unfair laws that they're enacting in these states that are violating the Constitution. That's what people don't understand. You showed all the Republican judges that have literally undid our civil rights gains.
Right.
And we need to have a president who is going to put people on the bench who can undo that. Because the one thing I've not seen in all the time that I've been practicing law, which next year will be 30 years, normally there was established law, and the judges respected that. These Trump judges don't give a freaking you know what, and they will undo it, and they're taking us back. So this is serious. This is a serious matter.
Michael, the thing here is when we talk about, why these videos are important, because, again, social media has totally changed. Not all, everything can be done in 30 and 60 seconds. And so that video there was about a 7-minute video. Y'all get me the name of the group that did it so I can pull them up. That's important because it puts it all in one place, how anti-black this man is. And when you got these black maggots running around touting Trump and lying about what he's done for black people, that stuff is important.
Absolutely, and the black maggots are what one of my teachers, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, would refer to as a PWAK. That's a professional white ass kisser, because that's exactly what they are. Now, the good thing about this video, more importantly than what Trump said, is the policies he actually put in place. I've talked about it here on this show before. September 2020, Donald Trump did an executive order when he was president that banned the use of critical race theory in training for federal employees. That's really where the anti-critical race theory movement started. That's 6 months before white conservative activist Christopher Rufo did his series of tweets in March 2021 attacking what he called critical race theory and redefining critical race theory. Then you look at the school boards, right? And how Stephen K. Bannon, who served in the Trump administration as a senior advisor, Stephen K. Bannon on one of his podcasts said that the way to political power in the country today is through the local school board. So we saw Moms for Liberty. We saw these right-wing initiatives to take over school boards. Donald Trump attacked the 1619 Project after he did his executive order in September 2020. And we saw this huge backlash from the right wing against the 1619 Project and Nicole Hannah-Jones. Also, Donald Trump nominated 2 attorney generals who were against criminal justice reform. So whatever Donald Trump wants to claim about the criminal justice reform that he did with Hakeem Jeffries' bill, okay, Jeff Sessions and William Barr were against criminal justice reform, and one of the first things that Attorney General Jeff Sessions did was he reversed Eric Holder's initiative on Smart on Crime, and he backed off of not charging low-level nonviolent offenders with the longest, harshest sentences. And he also backed off of police. He said he stopped the investigations into the patterns and practices of police departments, and he said we need to take a hands-off approach to policing as well. So we can look at the policies that Donald Trump implemented as well and how anti-Black they were.
Well, you know,
he has to be stopped.
I got you. Matt, there was a guy, some dude sent me an email, and he was just touting about, in the hood, folks had money in their pockets when Trump was president and all this sort of stuff. And I've heard that crap from so many other different people. And I sit here and go, y'all still don't have no idea what the hell y'all talking about. And I said, if there's any Black person or any non-Black person out there who thinks stimulus checks are going to be raining down on America, especially in the hood, if Trump is there, you are out of your damn mind, because guess what? That ain't happening. The stimulus, that was a once in 100-year pandemic, and it is not happening again. And I'm like, y'all might want to wake the hell up.
Yeah, and it's something that he demanded to put his name on so he could take credit for that once-in-a-lifetime situation where they had to send those stimulus checks. But look, here's the reality. I think Jolanda hit the nail on the head. He uses us as the vehicle to get all of his hate out and talking about any negative attribute. I mean, that's what I think is so powerful about that video. The fact that you see all those things strung together. So anybody who's trying to defend Mr. Trump and his virulent racism against Black people cannot get out of the fact that they're not one-offs. And this started back when the exonerated 5 were coming up for trial. I mean, if you take out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the death penalty of teenagers, I mean, you're per se hateful. And that has persisted throughout his life and in his service or alleged service to the country. So it's obvious that, he hates Black people, and that's very clear in so many things that he says and that he does. And just the idea that we have allowed a lot of this to be normalized from him, and we continue talking about it rather than just calling him out and saying you are a straight up racist, as we have, is so problematic to me in the way that it's just become such a part of what we allow in politics in a way that it would not have been allowed even 15, 20 years ago for somebody to say the incendiary things that he said. As a matter of fact, if you saw in that video, he said he doesn't want his money counted by a Black person. He wants his money counted by a short person who wears yarmulkes. You know what that means? That's a comment to Jewish people, right? And that's the kind of thing you say when you do not have any regard for other people's humanity. And moreover, you are used to just going around saying whatever you want, no matter how hateful. And it's extraordinary to me that we are continuing to talk about the prospect of a second presidency from a known buffoon, a hateful buffoon at that. The fact that there is a large contingent of this country who is considering voting for him is not only scary to put him back in office, but it's scary because there are people walking around espousing the exact ideology that he does who don't say it as loud and with their chest like he does. And that is what makes this so dangerous. Right. We've seen that in this country. He has fomented a lot of that latent, anti-Black, anti-anything other than white sentiment that people have had, and he's brought it to the forefront, and that's why a lot of people have supported him, because he's so openly racist, and he gives them license to be the same.
So the other day, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney announced she was going to be, of course, endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. Now her daddy is doing the same. Yeah, hardcore Republican conservative Dick Cheney issued this statement. He said, in our nation's 248-year history, there's never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump. He tried to steal the last election using lies and violence to keep himself in power after the voters had rejected him. He can never be trusted with power again. As citizens, we each have a duty to put country above partisanship to defend our Constitution. That is why I will be casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, keep in mind, when his daughter was running for re-election, Donald Trump was hardcore against her. And Dick Cheney dropped this ad, which is very similar to what we just read. Watch this.
In our nation's 246-year history, there has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump. He tried to steal the last election using lies and violence to keep himself in power after the voters had rejected him. He is a coward. A real man wouldn't lie to his supporters. He lost his election, and he lost big. I know it, he knows it, and deep down, I think most Republicans know it. Lynn and I are so proud of Liz for standing up for the truth, doing what's right, honoring her oath to the Constitution, when so many in our party are too scared to do so. Liz is fearless. She never backs down from a fight. There is nothing more important she will ever do than lead the effort to make sure Donald Trump is never again near the Oval Office. And she will succeed. I am Dick Cheney. I proudly voted for my daughter. I hope you will too.
I'm Liz Cheney, and I approve this message.
Now, that ad dropped there. And listen, this has been one of my biggest criticisms with a lot of these Republicans. They don't care about morals, values, principles, or ethics. Michael, they care about power. I was playing golf the other day, white guy, maybe the 50s and 60s. Politics came up. He said, well, you're not likely on different sides. First of all, I don't know how in the hell, I guess he just assumed I was voting for Vice President Kamala Harris. But okay, guess what? I damn sure am. Then he goes, well, yeah, Trump, he goes, I'm voting for the policies, not the man. The man is just horrible. And I'm looking at him going, I said, yeah, he is horrible. He is very despicable. But that's what they do. And so you see right there with Dick Cheney. Again, this man's nickname was Darth Vader by the left. This man, hardcore Republican, and he understands you cannot let that man anywhere near the Oval Office. But these Republicans, they don't care. They want to be in power. And this is why I keep telling people we can't play games. We can't assume. We got to sit here and understand. You got to run through the tape and completely eviscerate this man and the MAGAs that support him at the ballot box.
Absolutely. And two quick points. Number one, that the guy that you were talking about, when somebody says they support his policies, not the man, my question to them would be, well, what policies do you support? Because his policies overwhelmingly are negative and harmful to America. And if he thinks that Trump's policies will be good for the economy, his tariffs are going to cause a recession. Okay, and there's been analysis on that from Moody's as well as Penn Wharton. But also today, a group of 88 high-profile current and former business executives issued a joint letter endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris, and they're saying that her policies will be better for the economy. We just saw in that video in the ad, Dick Cheney talked about how Donald Trump lost the election, and he knows he lost the election. Well, Trump just admitted this week in the podcast on Tuesday that he lost the election in 2020, and he said he lost it by a whisker, quote unquote, by a whisker. Now, white supremacist Nick Fuentes is asking, well, quote, so why did we stop the steal? Why did anyone go to January 6th? Why did anyone go to jail? So it's like now you got white supremacists, at least one, Nick Fuentes, questioning, well, wait a second, what do we do all that for? Why these people all get arrested if you knew that you lost the election? This is going to blow up in his face. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse, and this man has to be stopped, period. He can never get back in the White House.
Got it. Matt?
I don't really have too much to add beyond, he can't be back in the White House. And if you have Dick Cheney saying that, there's a real existential threat. It's clear. There have been so many sound bites and so many things. I don't need to run over all of them. But I'll tell you the one that has really stuck in my craw, if you will, is the one about you do not need to vote again. We're going to fix it so you don't need to vote again. Those are the things that I have been expecting, that I expect from another Trump term, that he is really going to try to be dictatorial. And I think one of the first things they're going to do is try to repeal the constitutional amendment that limits somebody to serving 2 years as the president. And I don't think any of those things are histrionics or far-fetched. I think the more you say those kinds of things and you normalize that and you cozy yourself up to dictators, I think we as Americans will see somebody who will be a full-on dictator if he's reelected.
Yolanda?
And so I agree. You hit the nail on the head. You actually took a lot of the points that I was going to say, but I'm going to go back and I'm going to say this. So first of all, the beautiful thing about Donald Trump is he's so arrogant, he tells us what the hell he going to do. Right? Mm-hmm. So he done told us, he done told us we ain't gonna have to vote no more. That means he's going to steal elections, or he's just not gonna have them. He's literally put people on the Supreme Court who are going to rubber stamp all of his ideologies. So everything that we think the Constitution stands for and all the things that we fought to have the Constitution protect us from, we're no longer gonna have. It's gonna be appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is going to undo settled law. And they're going to create the Constitution that allows racist white people to stay in power. That is what they're going to do. It's going to be open season on shooting us. So the little progress we made where some police officers are actually held accountable for shooting and killing us when we caught them on tape and they lied and we were unarmed, all that stuff is going to go away. It's going to go back to the time with Emmett Till and before that. Y'all think I'm playing? Keep on and don't vote. This election matters. We're not going to have access to housing. They're going to be redlining crazily. The Justice Department will not be going in and having the power to protect us because the Supreme Court is going to undo what they say if he's president.
Got it.
They are literally going to destroy public education where we cannot get jobs, we cannot move forward, and that is how it's going to be. So
1 second. So, talking to the Economic Club of New York the other day, y'all, if y'all want to see how stupid this man is, just watch this here. The question dealt with the issue of child care. Roll it.
If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make child care affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, child care is child care. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including child care, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with child care. I want to stay with child care, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you. Very good question. Thank you.
Did he answer the question?
I had somebody who gave to the show the other day, and they said, "Roland, could you please stop cussing?" And I've severely limited when I cuss. Reese has it. But what the fuck was he talking about? And what the fuck were these people there clapping for? They literally, what? Because he said, make America great again? He gave the most bullshit answer to child care. Didn't even answer the question. Oh, I got tariffs, and we're going to make lots of money, and we're going to, we're tired of paying for stuff. And for 23 days, the media shitted on Joe Biden, talking about his answers, how old he was, and he was confused, and every day, Democrats, he got to get out of the race. This dumbass stood there and said some of the dumbest shit I have ever heard. And if y'all think it's just his dumb ass, listen to his dumb ass running mate, J.D. Vance.
Such an important question, Charlie. And I think one of the things that we can do is make it easier for family models to choose, or for families to choose whatever model they want, right? So one of the ways that you might be able to relieve a little bit of pressure on people who are paying so much for daycare is make it so that maybe like grandma or grandpa wants to help out a little bit more, or maybe there's an aunt or uncle that wants to help out a little bit more. If that happens, you relieve some of the pressure on all the resources that we're spending in daycare. Now, you talk about just daycare. Let's say you don't have somebody who can provide that extra set of hands. What we've got to do is actually empower people to get trained in the skills that they need for the 21st century. We've got a lot of people who love kids, who would love to take care of kids, but they can't, either because they don't have access to the education that they need, or maybe more importantly, because the state government says you're not allowed to take care of children unless you have some ridiculous certification that has nothing to do with taking care of kids. So empower people to get the skills they need. Don't force every early child care specialist to go and get a 6-year college degree where they've got a whole lot of debt and Americans are much poorer because they're paying out the wazoo for daycare. Empower working families, empower people who want to do these things for a living, and that's what we got to do. All right.
I don't know what the fuck. I hope all y'all who think about voting for these dumbasses just heard two of the dumbest responses ever. Well, maybe grandmama and granddad, maybe they. And some of y'all actually have the audacity to question Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz when they say stuff. And this is the Republican ticket. And some of y'all literally think these two absolute ignorant dumbasses are worthy of being in the White House. And the thing that gets me is neither one of them, they probably ain't never had to pay for child care. They don't even know what the hell child care is if it doesn't involve nannies and au pairs and stuff like that. And it just, and see, Matt, this what really pisses me off. What really pisses me off are these punk-ass media outlets like the New York Times who wrote a story as if Trump gave a credible answer to the question when the woman who asked the question went on an outlet and she said that was a bullshit-ass answer. But what they're doing, again, they're framing it as, oh, Joe Biden was crazy. He was comatose. He was damn near having Parkinson's. He has dementia, Alzheimer's, and they position like this dumbass is a genius.
But Roland.
No, Jolanda. Matt.
No, I'll yield to Jolanda. Go ahead, please.
No, hold on, no. I'm going to you for a reason, because I got a question for Jolanda that's separate. Matt, go. Y'all, I got that. I know what I'm doing. Go.
Yes, sir, you're right. I don't think you're wrong. I think the media has perpetuated a lot of that. And I think he didn't say anything. And frankly, like you said, that was one of the issues that we even discussed on the show, just the fact that there was an imbalance in the coverage of that and an imbalance in the extent to which they were calling into question the candidates' mental faculties, right? With Joe Biden after the debate, that's all you heard about in the 24-hour news cycle for weeks. And Mr. Trump has continued to say things like this that make literally no sense. I mean, he sounds like one of my sons trying to stay up when I tell him to go to sleep, just saying anything. But how about this? How about that, right? When, it's just incomprehensible. And he's not saying anything at all from a policy standpoint. And when you look at J.D. Vance, what Vance did specifically in his answer is he found a way to come in with that same anti-government rhetoric that they say, don't hamper people's ability to be free. He didn't say anything that made any sense, but all he said was, don't require a license and let people be more involved. And that's stupid because especially as it comes to kids, we want people to be better qualified when they're taking care of our children. So that's one, not a policy that talks about easing the burden for families. And two, all it does is invoke the anti-government rhetoric that they play on. That's why it's about sound bites and about clever little turns of phrase more so than it is deep policy. So people who are behind this are behind these archetypes. They're not behind real policy, and they're definitely not behind real leadership.
So this is what's, again, just so we know who we're dealing with here, Jolanda. 2017, Wall Street Journal does an article, they're interviewing this fool. And so Donald Trump was describing an on-site daycare at one of his companies. Go to my iPad. So, you know, it's not expensive for a company to do it. You need one person or two people, you need some blocks, and you need some swings and some toys. It's not an expensive thing, and I do it all over. And I get great people because of it, because it's a problem with a lot of other companies. Then he points to these other, they call them Trump kids. Another one calls it Trumpeteers, if you can believe it. I have them. I actually have them because I have a lot of different businesses. He went on to describe a room that's a quarter of the size of this, and they have all sorts of, you know, it's beautiful. There have a lot of children there. We take care of them. And the parent, when they leave the job, usually in my case, it's clubs or hotels. When they leave the job, they pick up their child, and their child is totally safe. They come in during the day, during lunch, to see their child. It really works out well. Jolanda, they didn't exist.
Right.
They literally, these daycares, literally, he's describing a fictitious daycare. He flat out lied. And you know what these folks did? They let him go ahead and say it.
But so my mother always said, why are you surprised when white folks white? Right? Why are you surprised when white media perpetuates white negative stereotypes of us and white lunacy? Which is why you and what you do is so important, because we can check them. And we all know there are always black people that think white folks' ice is colder. And they're going to trumpet and they're going to repeat whatever white folks say. And so what we have to do, Roland, we have to speak truth to power. We need to call bullshit bullshit. We need to call a spade, and we need to point out this idiocy. With J.D. Vance, they asked him about child care and how that they could afford, how they could make it more affordable for us, or for people with kids. And he literally didn't talk about how any certification or anything would translate into a parent actually having to pay less for their kids. So nothing they said made sense. And so what we have to do is we have to run through the finish line on November 5th. We have to point this out, but we have to explain to people, and you've said this all the time, Roland, that one of these people are going to win. I'm going to say it again. One of them is going to win, so we can't stay home, and we've got to point out how racist and how anti-black he is. And I think for black people, we've got to talk about how anti-black he is, because there will be some people who will resonate with that. That's what we've got to do. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm not surprised when white folks white. I've been black all my life. And the one thing that we are created to do is overcome shit. We've overcome slavery, we've overcome Jim Crow, and we go overcome this because we know how to push through. And that's what we need to remember, and we need to keep our eye on the prize, and we need to make sure we speak truth to power. We need to call his shit, and we need to get her elected. And then a lot of our problems will be better able to be dealt with.
So the thing here, go to my iPad. Michael, this is Associated Press story. They said, again, the Wall Street Journal just ran as gospel. But again, Rupert Murdoch owns them, so they're not checking a damn thing. So the two programs Trump cited, Trump Kids and Trumpeteers, are programs catering to patrons of Trump's hotels and golf club. They are not for Trump's employees, according to staff at Trump's hotels and clubs across the country. He's a liar. Housekeeper at Trump International Las Vegas. No, there's no child care. He's a liar. He's a flat-out liar. Something happened to Michael's signal, but that's what it is. Folks, that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a massive liar. And you got people who support this massive liar, and that's what they constantly do. They support liars. I'm going to go to a break. When we come back, more about Rolling Unfiltered on Black Stud Network. Hey, support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. Goals to get 20,000 of our fans contributing on average $50 each. $4 and 19 cents a month, 13 cents a day. You can support us via various methods. Send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App. $RM Unfiltered. I'm sorry. Don't do that Cash App yet. PayPal's R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo's RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We're still sorting out issues with that Cash App. So send to this one, Uncle Roro Martin. You see the QR code right here on the screen. Come on, switch. Thank you. QR code right here. Again, Uncle Roro Martin, and then that is the QR code. We'll use that one. Let me give a shout out here. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Emery Trotter, Yoreen Belazaire, Peter Fullstack, Lewis Bridges, Tanya Welch, Daryl Teague, Tedrick Rhodes, Mr. Wonderful, Anastasia Paget. Thank you, all of you, for supporting the show. I'll be back in a moment.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
What's good, y'all? This is Doug E. Fresh, and you're watching my brother Roland Martin Unfiltered as we go a little something like this. Hit it. It's real.
The suspected teen mass shooter faced a Georgia judge today. After hearing, Colt Gray's attorney did not request a bond. Colt is facing 4 counts of felony murder for killing 2 teachers and 2 students. Richard Aspinwall, Christina Ermey, and 14-year-olds Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelo. Those are the 4 people who were killed. Colt is being held in the Gainesville Regional Youth Detention Center. However, he's charged as an adult. His father, Colin Gray, also appeared before a judge today. He was arrested for allowing his son to have the weapon used in Wednesday's deadly shooting. The 54-year-old Gray faces 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. The charges are based in part on a warning that police gave last year when Colt allegedly made threats on a social media platform and Colin Gray's alleged purchase of an assault rifle for his son. Now, here's the issue that you have in Georgia. And again, this guy, Matt, was on the FBI's radar. They were aware of this kid. They were aware of the threats. And the problem is, Governor Brian Kemp and Republicans, you don't have any way to keep a gun out of a kid's like this hand. They're sitting here trying to fight fake voter fraud and don't want to deal with kids like this who still can access weapons.
Or in Texas, you just make it easier to have a weapon and to carry a weapon and to go out and be Rambo if you want to be Rambo. You know, I was hoping we would talk about this case today because, like Jolanda, I've done a lot of criminal defense. I think it is the quintessential lawyering. I've said that on this show before. And I'm really worried about what this means for going forward with parents in this situation. It's a tough thing because obviously we want somebody to be held accountable. Somebody should be held accountable. But here, I think it's the kid. The parent, even though the FBI had information that the child may have made some threats or something before, it really concerns me that parents are being charged, especially at this level, without there being very clear evidence that they were encouraging it. And I know that it's from a standpoint of he didn't deny access to the child or whatever the case may be. But I heard today a story about a local case where a person who had a gun safe, who had a key fob, who had all of the security stuff in place is being charged because their child got access to it. I tell you that to say this. Like we were talking about in the earlier case, when it comes to the criminal justice system, one of the biggest points of leverage that they have is the prospect of charges and trial. And in this case, this guy, I mean, I think we really need to have conversations about this parent and the people in Michigan, because if parents are being charged for what their children do without overt acts like you would have in a conspiracy, I think that just emboldens the ridiculous hardline prosecutors to start throwing out charges like murder charges that this guy now has to face because his son did something extraordinarily heinous. Don't get me wrong. I don't know that these charges should stick, and I really think we should be concerned the more we see prosecutors bring charges like this, except for in the most egregious circumstances where parents are either actively encouraging the conduct or otherwise just providing the weapon, literally putting it in the kid's hands. So if you don't have that evidence, I don't know that we should be bringing these charges.
So I understand that. I understand that point. I understand that point. But I guess what jumps out at me is the kid made these threats. The dad was apprised of the threats the kid made, and the dad still bought him an AR assault rifle for Christmas. I mean,
I respectfully disagree with him, Roland. I respectfully disagree.
Okay, hold up. I don't wait. I'm gonna let you disagree, but let me finish. So hold on. So let me walk people through. So for Christmas, this past Christmas, the dad buys the weapon. Now, if my son had made threats about killing people at school, and I know this, and I then turn around and buy him an assault rifle for Christmas, and I'm aware of what just happened, then what the hell am I doing? I mean, I'm the parent. I'm the one who's supposed to be the adult. I'm the one who's supposed to have jurisdiction over the child. And so if I am buying him an assault-style weapon after he's made threats about killing folks at school, that's on me. Jelana, go.
Yeah, so I agree with you, but let me just tell you, like, what it means legally. In the law, we are always held responsible for what we knew, what we should have known. First of all, the FBI don't call every parent about their kid. They don't do it. If you're a parent, you know when your kids get in trouble, they lie. How do we know that? The cookie jar broke, the kids at the house. Why do you separate them? Because you know they're going to lie. This kid, he taught his son how to hunt. I listened to an interview today where they interviewed the kid and the father about for last year whenever he threatened people on the internet. The father was like, "Oh, I don't believe that about my son. There's no way." And quite frankly, I'm irritated that you guys were even talking to me about this. And yeah, we go hunting, so he knows his son knows how to shoot. And it is our role as parents to teach our children what appropriate behavior is. And when you love your guns more than you love people, and you love your guns more than you love teaching your child right from wrong, then you absolutely should be held accountable for it. Because if the parents aren't responsible for their minor children, then who should? Should I be responsible for some kid I don't know? I don't know he has issues. I don't know the FBI called the house. I don't know none of that stuff. So I maybe can understand parents who had no indication of anything about their kid, but the red flags were all over the place with this kid. And when you have his mother, when you go back and look at their social media, they got all kind of issues with child abuse, child neglect, and all this other kind of stuff. This kid clearly needed some counseling or something. And so it's not like this kid was normal, he fit in, and nobody had any indication. Everybody knew this child was a problem prior to the shooting, and the father absolutely should be held responsible, because if we can't count on parents to take care of their kids and protect us from their dangerous kids, then we are all one mass shooting away from dying, and so are our families.
So let me expand this. Let me expand this, Michael. And I'm coming to your state. Go to my iPad. So this is a case that's gotten lots of attention in Michigan. A kid was driving at a high rate of speed, and he killed his friend who was in the car. Now, here's the issue. The mother installed an app on her phone that tracked her son's driving. You see here, slow the fuck down, Elizabeth Paleo text her son. I have screenshots of you doing 90 miles an hour in the middle of the night. And again, 2 weeks ago, 123 miles an hour. She also texts, it's not healthy, it's not safe, and it scares me to my bone. Now, here's the problem. She kept letting him drive. Not only that, the story says here, in November, she went on a trip to Canada, leaving her new BMW X3 M Series at home. He drove, first of all, on November 17th, he crashed the BMW into a tree, going 105 miles an hour. He escaped serious injury. His friend, 18-year-old Flynn Mackrell, died at the scene. Now, they have numerous examples from the app and her text messages of the kid driving sometimes 170 miles an hour. They never took the keys away. So the parents of the kid who was killed, they want her prosecuted. Now, Michael, here's an example. If, again, you're the parent, kid 16 years old, you control access to the vehicle. You control what he may drive. Do you get a car that only goes 80? No, I'm saying serious. Do you say, I can't, no. One, you cannot drive. You got to Uber everywhere you go. So in this case, I'll be honest with you. I hold the parents responsible here. You allowed your son to keep driving after he repeatedly exceeded 100 miles an hour, and you were telling him this over a period of months. At some point, and again, he's 16, Michael. You're still the adult. In both of these cases, do you believe the parent should have been charged, Michael?
In the case here in Winder, Georgia, I think the parent definitely should have been charged, because when you look at the reporting from NBCnews.com, both Colt Gray and his son, both Colin Gray, the father, and Colt Gray were interviewed by the authorities regarding a May 2023 incident where allegedly Colt Gray was threatening students, okay? So it's not a situation where he can say he didn't know that he was threatening students or anything like that. He was actually interviewed by the authorities, and then he still bought the AR-15 assault rifle for his son after that, okay? So you have to bear some responsibility. What did you think was going to happen? And you taught him how to shoot, and you bought him a gun. And the other thing, why does a 14-year-old need an AR-15? I still don't understand that. In the case here in Michigan, this involves, I think this is a little trickier, because this is not a denial from the parent, and you have technology that kind of complicates things, but the parent has warned, you showed at least 2 instances where the parent warned the 16-year-old to slow down, and they were driving excessively fast. And then apparently we have evidence that the parent knew there were other instances where the child was driving excessively fast. So criminal prosecution, this is kind of uncharted territory. And in Michigan, this is where Oxford, Michigan was. We had an Oxford shooting.
Yeah, so I'm about to pull that up, that particular shooting there. Again, kid kills. The parent. Kid kills 4 people, injures 7. Go to my iPad. Took place in November 2021. And his parents were sent to prison because they got him the weapon. Go ahead.
Well, not only did they get him the weapon, but in that case, there was some red flags that they ignored. Also, they got him the weapon. They knew he had problems. It wasn't like, oh, I had no idea my baby was crazy. That wasn't the case here. They knew he had problems. Okay, in the Oxford shooting. So that is kind of different than the speeding case. But with the speeding case, at least a civil lawsuit. Bare minimum, a civil lawsuit.
Right, I mean, I get that. I just think that if I am aware that my son or daughter is driving at a high rate of speed, and I am constantly imploring them to stop, and they don't, I'm taking keys. You can't drive. It's not going to happen. And the fact that they didn't stop him, they leave out of town, they leave the keys there, he's driving the vehicle, his friend gets killed. I mean, at some point, what the hell is parental responsibility, Matt, if that's not it? And so, go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but I don't want there to be an unnecessary conflation of things. Parents absolutely should be morally responsible. And I definitely think in the circumstance, and maybe I'm a little wrong, maybe in this case, this particular case in Georgia, there are some charges that would make sense. I think murder charges are entirely too far. If you look at the law of the state of Texas, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, how do you recklessly or intentionally or knowingly do something that's going to cause murder?
So that's murder. So let's go to Michigan. Hold on. So Michigan was manslaughter. So do you?
No,
so
he's charged with 2 counts of murder. He's charged with 2 counts of murder in Michigan. And I think that that's a problem. I think that's too high a charge as it relates to murder. And I understand that there are some theories whereby you can get to murder under certain circumstances. But the reason I think this is a problem is because prosecutors are going to be emboldened to start charging parents when some kid is selling drugs. And here's the last thing. The parents in Michigan who got convicted literally went to the school and addressed the issue. Nobody from the school got prosecuted, but because they wanted somebody to be held accountable, it was the parents. And here's the issue.
Okay, so Matt, are you saying, I just want to clarify. So are you saying that you believe the murder charge is too high, but that the murder charge is too high, but if it's a manslaughter charge, that's more palatable?
I don't know Michigan law, but I would say under Texas, I would charge this as criminally negligent homicide.
Got it. Okay.
Criminally negligent.
No, hold on, Matt. The only reason I'm saying that, because somebody will say, oh my God, Matt wants the parents to get off. What you're saying, no, that's what I'm saying. So what you're saying is the murder charge is too high, that there are lesser charges that you can file against a parent in cases like this.
And here's why I actually think it would be better.
Okay. Hold on, Jolanda. I want to clarify that with Matt. Matt, go.
I think criminally negligent homicide would be a more appropriate charge in this case because it's a lower burden of proof. Part of the problem is if you swing for the fences, if this guy doesn't plead guilty because he's afraid, you may go and get a hung jury that says, I don't know that you've proven the mental state that he did it with the intent of aiding his son committing murder. Criminally negligent homicide, were you negligent in denying access to the gun? Yeah, probably, right?
Got it.
You get from that theory. But the bigger issue is we have to be concerned that prosecutors are trying to find novel ways to hold someone accountable in circumstances rather than addressing the overarching issue of gun policy and the prevalence of guns. Guns are everywhere.
And your fear is that if we take this beyond school shootings, or in the case of Grosse Pointe, Michigan, driving at a high rate of speed, that all of a sudden what may then happen is a prosecutor may then, if drugs were sold, they may try to expand this in a way that it goes far beyond these sort of large, high-profile cases. Got it. Jolanda, go.
So here's my thing. First of all, I think all 3 cases, the parents knew or should have known what their kids were doing. That's the first thing I'm going to say. So to act like, because you didn't know specifically what they were going to do, that they shouldn't be held accountable, I don't agree with that. It's the first thing I'm going to say. The second thing that I'm going to say is this. It is not unusual in a trial, you charge somebody with murder, there are what's called lesser included crimes. So you can swing for murder If the jury doesn't believe that there's a requisite intent, then they can be convicted of a lesser included. So what he wants to do can still happen with the way that they are charged. And I'm going to say this again, Roland, and I 1,000% agree with you, that parents are in a unique position to know what is going on with their children. And if we abdicate our responsibility as parents, we need to pay attention to what our kids are doing. Even with the kids with the mass shooting in Michigan, the parent came to school, the kid was saying he was going to kill people. And you do not have to have the intent for the specific outcome. It is reasonable to believe that if I give you an AR-15, that somebody going to die. I don't have to have a magic ball and know when you're going to shoot it and who specifically is going to die under what circumstances. And so the law doesn't require you to do that, right? But if you intended to have the gun, you intended to give your son a gun, the only reason that somebody has a gun is to shoot it. You already said they shoot stuff. You already know that he was threatening to have a mass freaking shooting. That's what y'all got interviewed for. A mass shooting. A mass shooting occurred. 4 people died. Therefore, and you were upset that they had the audacity to interview you and your kid. Yeah, you need to be exactly where you are, charged with what you got charged with, and deal with it. And what that will cause parents to do is pay attention to their children, because too many parents don't pay attention to what their children are doing when the signs were written all over the wall if you would have paid attention and been a damn parent.
Yeah, let me respond, please. Two things can be true at the same time. I've tried prosecutor and defense attorney many cases where lesser includeds were involved. And you and I both know in Texas, a prosecutor automatically gets lesser includeds. Defense got to show evidence that you get lesser includeds, right? You're not wrong about that. But it's still a problem to me that a prosecutor would say, I'm going to swing for the fences on this very tenuous, in my argument, theory as it relates to the mental state. Because yes, the parent knew there were red flags, but that does not mean that the parent knew the child was actually going to go do something, threats notwithstanding. If that were the case, we would put every single person who ever makes a threat in prison forever, and we don't do that. We have to be able to prove it. And I think that making parents accountable, even in the most heinous circumstances, is important, yes, to hold them accountable, but only where we really have good evidence. Because what's going to happen otherwise is parents across the country are going to start getting charged for things that their children do. And that's why we have a juvenile system. That's why we have a whole criminal justice system for when children commit crimes. Otherwise, I guarantee you it would be black and brown people and parents who get the brunt of prosecutors now going after them, turning minor things into the parents' responsibility. In fact, that's why in Texas, they got rid of truancy for parents. Because why? The parents weren't at school and they couldn't make the child go to school. That's a much different circumstance. But the point is, you have the same proof issues. And I think you're going to have those issues in this circumstance. That's just my opinion.
I don't think you have those issues. He gave the boy an AR-15 for Christmas, literally 7 months after he got interrogated by the FBI because his son threatened to have a mass shooting. It's not every day that the FBI calls anybody's house about a mass shooting. And mass shootings in the United States are real. They happen all of the time. So take it seriously. And I do agree with you that whenever they do anything in this country, because I've been black all my life, just like you've been black all your life, they always penalize us more. But we cannot stop requiring parents to be parents and paying attention to what their children are doing and putting guardrails in place to try to prevent these types of things, because we are fearful that the government is going to start targeting black people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're on the same page on that.
Well, it is certainly something to look out for, and you have parents and others who want justice, and that is what they are demanding. Going to go to a quick break. We come back. We'll talk about the jobs report that dropped today. Also have Black and Missing. Plus, Freddie Jackson addresses the reports about his weak voice and his gaunt condition. We'll show you that as well. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it.
This is about covering us.
Invest in Black-owned media.
Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks.
We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible.
Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hey, yo, what's up? This is Mr. Dalvin right here. What's up? This is KC. Sitting here representing the JODECI. That's Jodeci. Right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Tia Thacker has been missing from her Beaufort, South Carolina home since April 4th. The 15-year-old is 5 feet tall, weighs 114 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. Tia may go by the first name Simone or the last name Martin. Anyone with information about Tia Thacker should call the Beaufort County, South Carolina Sheriff's Office at 843-524-2777, 843-524-2777. U.S. labor market, folks, the report is out for August. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, employers added an estimated 142,000 jobs last month. The overall unemployment rate slightly dropped to 4.2% in August from July's 4.3%. Black Americans saw their jobless rate fall to 6.1% from 6.3% in the month prior. This trend was in line with the rate for black men falling to 5.9%. Black women stayed the same at 5.5%. The thing here, Michael, is that Republicans keep whining and complaining about the economy. The fact of the matter is we have never had an economy where you had the unemployment rate this low for this long period of time. And they keep yelling that, oh, my God, the sky is falling, but it's not. And inflation is also dropping as well.
You have 142,000 jobs created over 40 straight months of private sector job growth. Unemployment rate ticked down to 4.2%. And the reason why Republicans are, I mean, when you're the party that tries to rewrite the January 6th insurrection and try to say it's not that bad, when you try to lie about what happened, then it's clear. It's not surprising when you root for a recession to take place. But if you want a recession to happen, let Donald Trump get back in office, because his tariffs are going to create a recession. So this is a healthy economy. It's not a perfect economy. Yes, you still have to continue to attack inflation, go after price gouging, stop the merger of Kroger and Albertson, things of this nature. But when you look at things to boost the economy, attack inflation, things of this nature, Republicans generally have no policies to address that. You're going to get word salad like you did with Donald Trump dealing with child care costs. OK, they have no policies to address this. So we need to continue and understand how the CNBC.com has an article dealing with how Donald Trump's economic policies would increase the deficit 5 times more than Kamala Harris's policies will as well. So this is all tied to who you vote for, and elections have consequences.
You know, Matt, President Joe Biden posted this on his social. They posted it on his social media account. The United States has the strongest post-pandemic recovery in the world. And this is the thing that I sort of keep trying to remind people that a thing called a pandemic existed. And so when you look at real GDP recovery, the G7, so again, GDP recovery for the United States, 9.4%. Next highest country is Canada at 5.45%. Italy, 4.7%. You can go on and on and on. You see these various countries. And I know folks in the United States don't give a damn about the rest of the world, but the bottom line is this here. We talk about, I keep telling people, there was a thing called a pandemic. And that pandemic was in 2020, it was in 2021, it went into 2022. We still are dealing with the after effects of a pandemic. So this idea that it was just gonna just snap back is sort of like a bunch of crazy dudes. If a woman gets pregnant, has a child, and they think, oh, her body's gonna snap back. That's kind of it. I'm saying that because that's how stupid some people are. I mean, the reality is these things take time. And so we have to understand that these things take time. And folks went, well, things were better before the pandemic. Well, no shit. I mean, yeah, guess what? 1 million plus people died because of COVID. I'm quite sure those families would say, yeah, my loved one was alive before COVID. I mean, that's the thing that probably drives me crazy the most, this idea that, oh, why isn't everything back to normal? Well, guess what? You can go to any downtown in America and you will see things are not back to normal. Why? Because people are not in the office the way they used to. So what's the result of that? Commercial real estate is down. Massive numbers. Also, restaurants and other stores in downtown areas have closed shop or moved to other places because guess what? The people aren't there. And so I just wish Americans would stop being idiotic at times and understand that in order to recover from a 100-year pandemic, it's kind of gonna take a little time.
You're 100% right, but first, you're not going to get me in trouble referencing that metaphor you used a moment ago about snapping back.
Well, guess what? I'm going to say it, and it's true. If you're a man and you're like, well, I don't understand why she ain't lost her baby weight, because dumbass, you didn't put the weight on. It's just, no, I'm saying it because people are stupid and act like, well, I don't understand. If a person's had a baby and they gained 40, 50 pounds, they ain't going to lose it in 3 damn days.
Let the record reflect I did not comment on that metaphor. But
I did.
As it relates to this economic issue, I think you're right. And, you know, we talked about this before. The Atlantic ran an article with the headline directly on this about basically people not only having misconceptions about the economy, but even more so having negative feelings about an actually good economy and a recovering economy. And I think you're right. I think, you know, there's not enough value given to the economic effect that the pandemic had, but not only the literal economic effect, the psychological effect, the way we view it. And frankly, you know, to your point, I was telling somebody at lunch today that I have many more clients than I probably ever would have had before the pandemic that I have never met in person, that I've interacted with remotely for whatever reason. That is the new normal in practice. I mean, there are a lot of lawyers that don't have offices. There are a lot of people who no longer get commercial real estate, exactly like you're saying. So the economy is not, I didn't realize it had recovered comparatively as well as it has, but I think that's a really good metric because I think it shows, you know, the effect of good leadership and how that's culminated in a bounce back that most definitely would not have occurred under Mr. Trump.
Yolanda, go.
So I think, Roland, first of all, the pandemic actually created a whole new economy. We were forced to do things remotely that we didn't do before. So now you realize you don't have to pay that overhead for to go to the store, or now I can order my stuff online. So you're going to have to figure out new ways to create commerce because it's just different. It's not going back. That's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say, and I'm going to use this as a personal experience, when I was pregnant with my child, and everybody knows that I'm a fitness freak because I'll be 59 come November, and I know I don't look it, but my nurse—
No, you look 65. Go ahead.
So my nurse said to me at the doctor's office, Yolanda, you didn't gain that weight in a day, and you're not going to lose it in a day. It's going to look like a baby still in there when a baby comes out. And it did take me a while. So you're speaking truth to power, Roland. But I'll also tell you something else that is—
I know I am. Matt just scared.
Too many people are looking to social media for reality when it's false. So people are showing vacations and they're doing this and they're doing that. And people think other people have money that they don't have. And they're projecting that onto their perceptions about how well they think the economy is doing. So I say kudos to President Biden and Vice President Harris because they do have good economic policies, and people just don't know the truth. And I'm going to keep saying this again. That's why I'm so thankful that you're here, because a lot of people listen to you and you break it down in regular people's terms so they can understand. Because I don't think most people know what gross domestic product means. You know, they don't know those things, but the economy is doing well. It's doing better than it was, and we need to get President Harris come November 5th.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what's been said, and unfortunately, most Americans don't understand how the economy works. We've talked about before on the show the company that was sued for price fixing the price of eggs. They were sued for, they had to settle for about $53 million. Then also you had millions of chickens that were killed because they had the avian flu that drove up the price of the cost of chickens as well as eggs. The Ukraine war drove up the price of grain. So a lot of people don't understand, especially when they operate based upon this Donald Trump ideology of America first, don't understand how other things around the world impact the economy here. Okay, it wasn't just COVID. It was the Ukraine war. You have price gouging, but then also the increase in the cost of vehicles, of cars and rental cars because of the shortage of microchips as well. And this is something that the CHIPS Act is
it's called stuff happens that leads to other shit happening that maybe your life ain't the same the way it used to be. And it's called calm your ass down and wait till it come back.
Yep, and not only that, also people have to keep in mind that Donald Trump inherited a healthy economy from the Obama-Biden administration, and he squandered the economy.
Well, I had some Negro from Compton emailing me, oh man, in the hood, we were doing great. We were killing it under Trump. And I'm like, dumbass, that was because the economy that Obama and Biden handed to him, and let's not forget what economy they were handed by Bush Cheney. So he talking about all Trump did this and did that, and I'm like, what did his ass leave? 16.9% unemployment. I said broke left and right. I'm like, oh, y'all forget. So I love these Simple Simon Negroes and these maggots who want to talk about 2017, 18, and 19 and act like 2020 never happened.
Well, they skip over the 3 government shutdowns in the first 2 years of the Trump administration. They skip over the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that gave them larger stimulus checks from Biden, Harris than Trump, Pence. They skip over the child tax credit that lifted 1 million African-American children out of poverty because of Biden, Harris, because of the $1.9 American Rescue Plan.
They skip over every damn thing, and it just and they think that this fool
in the House or the Senate voted for that bill either.
And they skip over all his damn bankruptcies. So that's just what they do. First of all, before I go, y'all real quick, all y'all YouTube people, y'all sitting on y'all ass, hit that damn like button. Okay, y'all been sitting here commenting left and right. Hit the damn like button. No reason we should be over 1,000. All right, y'all. All kind of folks been commenting for the last few months about Freddie Jackson, how his voice sounds, why he's so frail. Well, finally, Freddie addressed it publicly. He put this video out.
Hey, everyone. It's Freddie Jackson, and I hope you all are doing well today. I wanted to share something deeply personal with you. After a lot of thought and reflection, I've come to a point where I feel I'm ready to talk about a recent chapter in my life. I have been diagnosed with kidney disease. This journey has had its challenges, but I've decided to face it with openness and resilience. It's important to me that I share this with you, not just as a part of my personal story, but as a way to make a positive difference. I'm excited to let you know that I've partnered with the National Kidney Foundation. Together, we're working to raise awareness about kidney health and support for those who are affected by kidney disease. It's a cause that's close to my heart, and I hope our efforts will help shine a light on the importance of this issue. Your support has always meant the world to me. As I take this step, I'm turning my personal experience into a platform for greater understanding and advocacy. With your help, we can work towards better awareness and improved outcomes for everyone with kidney disease. Thank you for your encouragement, your love, and your support. It means more to me than I can express. from the bottom of my heart, I love you.
You know, Jelana, that video is important because I think it was about 2 or 3 months ago. He was performing in Jamaica, and man, folks were going in, talking about how he sounded, how he looked. And I mean, and look, he had massive amounts of weight. And I remember when he was, I'm gonna try to find a video in a second, when he was at the Jeffrey Osborne golf tournament, same thing happened. And I was like, first of all, I didn't realize that was Freddie Jackson. And I was like, what happened to Freddie? And of course, he had lost a large amount of weight. And so by now coming out, people now can chill out, just like when people were commenting about Chadwick Boseman when he was losing weight and not realizing that he was suffering from colon cancer. And I think Freddie is also right. By him speaking up, it will help advance the discussion regarding kidney disease.
Yeah, it will. I also think that people should not have to share their medical diagnosis if they don't want to. But I also know that sometimes people just don't know about issues. And so to the extent he's sharing with us his kidney disease diagnosis causes people to pay attention to what causes kidney disease and how they can try to protect themselves from your kidneys failing, I think that that's important. So, because I've had people in my family that have needed kidney transplants. So I think a lot of times what you put into your body could cause you tremendous difficulties, and things that you can get away with when you're young, they will wear on you. Sort of like a car, you can do a lot of stuff when a car is brand new, but over time that same car can't take the same mistreatment, and then it falls apart. The same thing happens with our organs.
So listen, Matt, Yolanda's right in terms of, I mean, again, people, when you're an individual, I mean, you have privacy, and everyone has that. But unfortunately, the reality is when you're in the public eye, this is what often happens when people raise these issues.
Well, first off, don't put me on this show with Yolanda again, because she says so much of what I want to say, except for where we disagree on the case. It's number one.
Well, that's why I tried to have your ass talk first. I had to tell her twice. I tell her several times, hold up, Matt. See, I tried to help your ass out.
Well, let me help you out, because you missed the opportunity to say, Yolanda, you don't look 59 at all. I need to drink the water you drink.
No, I did comment. I said 65.
It's okay, brother. It's cool. Yes, it's all right. You missed it. But here's the point.
No, I said 65, but she was going. She didn't hear. But go ahead.
He just hating. He hating.
Okay. Yeah, he hating. But it's all good. In any event, you know, I think she's exactly right. That has been my thought. That was my thought with Chadwick Boseman. It's a sad reality that the fact that someone is in the public eye, too often we don't afford them the humanity that we get as private citizens, right? The question should really come from a standpoint of, is the brother okay, rather than going in on him. And I think, you know, there is a level of curiosity that people are entitled to have. But frankly, if you remember on the show when we talked about Lloyd Austin, I had the same perspective, which is that, you know, especially when somebody's battling a really serious disease or very serious malady, I mean, the last thing they want to do is tell the whole world about it. And it's sad that sometimes they get boxed into that. But I do think there is a benefit to raising awareness and encouraging other people to make sure they're living their healthiest lives. It's just a sad thing to see that in the midst of this, rather than, you know, coming around them, we start asking questions, and a lot of times from a negative standpoint. And I wish that didn't happen.
Michael?
You know, first of all, prayers for Freddie Jackson. So I hope he's able to beat this. We know that, so I'm glad he's coming out and partnering with the National Kidney Foundation as well. We know that 1 in 3 Americans are at risk of developing kidney disease, and African Americans are more than 3 times as likely to develop kidney disease as well than white Americans. But also we have complicated issues because of other factors such as heart disease, diabetes, et cetera. And when we talk about reparative justice, Roland and everybody watching, when we talk about reparative justice, we also have to deal with how African Americans are disproportionately impacted by these types of diseases because of racism as well. So this is all tied together. But I'm glad he was able to make this video, and I hope something good comes out of it.
All right, then. Well, let me thank all the panelists for being on the show. I certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Michael, Jolanda, and Matt, thank you so very much. And some of y'all were sitting here commenting in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and do this here because y'all were like, is that Eddie? So, yeah, this was actually at the Jeffrey Osborne Golf Tournament. So before I close the show out, man, I'll go ahead and let y'all have a little taste of this what it was like when I go to these golf tournaments when they have these sing-offs. Roll it. So they were sitting here grooving it at the golf tournament. And in fact, that was it was like a 30-minute just video. It was just crazy. And they were doing it, and my man Eddie was just grooving. And that was another part of that. I'm about trying to set it up for y'all because he sang twice. And it was just straight fire. And see, y'all see why I keep trying to tell y'all this is the blackest show out here? Y'all can't get this. I don't give a damn how many times Ari Melber quotes rap lyrics. Y'all ain't getting this black of a show. Y'all ain't getting this black of a show. Y'all not. All right, go play the next one.
Come on. What you say? What you say, Eddie? Make love to you tonight. All right.
I told y'all this is the blackest show out here. All right, y'all. That is it for us. Again, let me thank the panel. I appreciate them being on today's show. Let me thank all of you as well for being with us. Don't forget, join the Bring the Funk Fan Club. See your check and money order. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And again, our RM Unfiltered Cash App has some issues. Hopefully, it will be fixed by tomorrow. A lot of y'all have been trying to give, and so we will send y'all the notices. But do me a favor, use this Cash App, $ Uncle Roro Martin. That's the backup one. Again, you can scan the QR code, just point your camera to the screen, and then it'll take you right to the Cash App. Or type in $ Uncle Roro Martin, UNCLEROROMARTIN. Folks, that is it. I will see y'all. Say it again. Carol, what? Oh, yeah. So Tuesday, September 10th, we are going to be live right here beginning at 7 p.m. We're going to be going 7 p.m. to 1 a.m., y'all. It's going to be fire. In addition, we're going to have to change the graphic, y'all, because not only are we having our coverage of the debate, we're also hosting a watch party with the Congressional Black Caucus. And so our studio is going to be buzzing Tuesday night. I'm telling y'all, it's going to be the blackest coverage you will find. We're going to have Congressional Black Caucus members here. We're going to have our panelists here. We're going to have a bartender. We're going to have some food. It's going to be a straight up black house party on Tuesday. I cannot wait for y'all to check it out. Y'all don't need to watch nobody else. I'm telling y'all, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, ABC, NBC, CBS combined are not going to have as many black voices as we going to have on Tuesday night. And so, y'all, September 10th, let's blow the numbers out. I want 30, 40, 50,000, 100,000 live views come Tuesday night, y'all. I'm telling you, it's going to be lit. So prepare yourself for the blackest presidential debate show coverage anywhere. All right, folks, I'll see y'all on Monday. We always end Fridays by showing you all of our donors. More than 30,000 people have contributed to our show since day one. We want to thank all of them. I'll see y'all Monday. Holla! All right, man. How long you been out in LA? Come on now.
I have been here. Well, first I got drafted in 1983. I bought my first place here in Orange County in 1984. I kept that place in 1986, and I bought in Calabasas in 1986, November of 1986. So I've been here almost 40 years.
Dang, you ain't check up at Texas?
I'm a Texan. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a Texan. I still have a house in Texas, in my hometown of Sealy. But I do call this home.
See, I miss home. I miss home. All my family is there, and I left. So I left Chicago 2004. But I miss home.
Well, see, I mean, I miss home, but a lot of my family have passed away. I mean, I think I'm 62 years old now, so my mom is gone, my dad is gone. I got cousins and aunts back there, a few aunts that's left, but mostly cousins. But you know, that's really it. And I don't get a chance to go back that much. I take my kids back, but like I said, I'm a Texan. I mean, I do love Texas, but I'm in California.
You were obviously, look, you played. It's always interesting when I have conversations with former players, because I have to remind people that you look at most careers, because you retired at what age?
33.
And so you're talking, you've been out. You've been
longer
out.
than
I played.
Well, not as long as you played, from early through the pros.
Yeah.
And there's a whole life that still has to be lived. And it's always interesting to me how many players are unprepared for that reality.
You know, Roland, that's a great question, because I think I was too in a lot of ways. Because, you know, you play football for so long, it's a regiment. And it kind of can happen abruptly, or it can be a periodic thing. It takes a while, because you kind of get prepared for it. For me, you know, it happened kind of quickly. I had a neck injury, and I had to retire. Was I ready? Yes and no, because I can say, and I hate to say it like this, but man, when I say I loved football. I loved everything about it. The practice, you know, the games, but I hated the BS, the politics. You know, and the sad thing is you'll hear a lot of players say this, especially black players, and white also, people don't get this, is that they make you hate a game that you loved so much. And I mean that. I love football, but the politics and the BS that goes along with it, with the stuff that you see, how they treat players, and I say mostly black players, because the NFL is mostly black, how they treat us, it's disheartening. And it makes you dislike not the game itself, but you know, you look at people who work for teams and work in the league, and they act like they're such big shots. And I'm like, bitch, you don't even know how to put a uniform on. If I took a uniform apart and put it on the ground and said, put this together and put it on, you don't even know how. You don't know what it's like to play in the cold. You don't know what it's like to play hurt. You don't know what it's like to can't sleep at night. You don't know what it's like to have a bad game and you take it home with you. But you want to act like you're such a big shot because you work for the National Football League. You know, I think that bugs a lot of us, and I can say black and white. And the thing is that when we speak out, black people, I just did an interview yesterday talking about this. It's amazing how we're always angry. We're the angry black guy. You don't ever hear the angry white guy, the angry Jewish guy. It's always angry. We talk about slavery, we're angry. We should be angry. I mean, I talk about the Jewish people talking about the Holocaust. They should be angry. But when they're angry, it's okay. But it's not okay for us to be angry. And that, I think I have a real problem with that, you know, because there's a lot of things to me when I think about football that, like I said, I loved it. And I love everything about it, but it's things about the game that you really despise and hate.
But see, it comes down to the framing though. So we talk about they see us as angry. Well, that's based upon who's writing the story.
Right.
And so the reality is the press box looks like the owner's box. There are very few African Americans who are in the press box. And so and I've seen this for numerous years. I remember I was, Dallas Mavericks had a media day, and we were sitting at the table, and a sports writer, he called Allen Iverson a thug because of his cornrows. And I said, so how's he a thug? I said, Cherokee Park's got a mullet. I said, so how's Iverson a thug? And I go, do you know Iverson? Do you know anything about it? I said, so I started jamming. I said, here's what happened. I said, you get with the other white sports writers, and y'all craft a narrative about a particular player, and then now all y'all start writing about it. Most of the sports talk show hosts are white, so y'all start voicing that. So now all of a sudden, you're now controlling the narrative. When I look at it, this is how you can always tell. When I look at NFL films, when you're looking at all of these different shows that they do, and when they're interviewing all these different media people, it's only recently you start seeing a number of African Americans.
Right.
You'll watch it, and nearly every person, not non-black. That's how that gets framed.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with it. I've said the same thing. I've seen it over the years because you watch things, you're like, wow, ain't no brothers in that, you know. Wow, ain't no brothers in that commercial. But they use our music, you know, they use our clothing, but, you know, like you said, they look at us as thugs and gangsters, and like I say, we're angry.
When talking about, again, what you were describing, I see that as the business of the business. And I think what often happens is, whether we're talking about sports, whether we're talking about music, whether we're talking about journalism or whatever, many of us, we're focused on the art, we're focused on the content, but I realize that there's a business behind this.
Yeah.
And we don't spend the time on the business part. And then when it shows itself, then folks go, oh my God. And I'm always trying to say, if you don't focus on that business part, you're not gonna get what the real thing is. And that's what it is.
Well, you gotta understand, you know, we've been behind from the beginning. I mean, it starts from the beginning. And it's kind of hard to catch up when a person has let's say I've got a 10-mile lead on you. I'm driving a sports car and you're running. I mean, I can never catch up.
But I think but it's where the information comes in. I think about, I've interviewed many artists. I think about when Prince has really tried to educate many folks. Ray Charles owning your master, Sam Cooke owning your publishing. And those are not the people they love wanting to talk because you're recognizing game. When I think about, I remember when Darrelle Revis, so many teams were pissed off him, how he negotiated his contracts. He figured out, no, I'm not about to sign this 5-7 year deal or whatever the heck. And so it was killing him when he had to keep giving him, you know, those big paychecks because he figured the system out. He gamed it. And that's where, so I think what's necessary when we start talking about next generation, really not just teaching them the craft of the sport or of the industry, but really saying, no, let me teach you the business part. So when it comes up, that's what I think what all these cats in college right now, man, is with the NIL deals.
The NIL deals, that's a whole nother topic. And I like it because I just did an interview about that yesterday and asked me what I thought about it. Because, you know, think about my era. We didn't have that, you know, and they vilified.
Y'all had money.
Man, please. Man, A&M had the money over there. Y'all know it. I say to say, your school offered me the most money that I'd ever. I never saw it, but my mother saw it, but I didn't go to your school. But you know, they were offering it back then.
Right.
And the thing is, I've always thought that players should get compensated for playing in college football. Because I said, okay, the coach is getting paid. The head of the NCAA, he getting paid. But who's doing the work?
Head of the NCAA, he left, Emmett left, was making, before he left, he was making $1.8 million.
I thought he was making $2 million, but it's
way more than when he was a college president.
Okay, boom. I thought it was $2 million, but you're right there.
They may have given a raise,
right.
but.
Because I looked it up. Because the thing is that I think about these kids out here, they're playing football. And I always said, look, you can take a jersey, you can take number 19, my college year, you can take Craig James, you can take all those jerseys. But if you don't put a body in them, it means nothing. They can't run around. You have to have a body in those jerseys. So why can't the players make, I mean, say money off of what they do? They're doing the work. And I've always been frustrated with that. And people say, well, you know, you want to keep the purity of the game. I said, if the purity of the game, I said, well, let no one get paid.
Right,
Let your coaches not get paid. Let people shooting the scenes of television, nobody gets paid.
But that was always dumb to me when the school can go sell
your jersey,
the jersey that you signed or you didn't sign, but you can't get paid off of signing your own jersey. I mean, that was just when Terrell Pryor got suspended. I mean, that was like the dumbest, like, oh, so if I sign jerseys for the school,
I can do that.
Y'all can go auction them off and alumni gonna pay crazy money, but I can't actually sign a jersey somebody gives me $100. That was always dumb to me.
But it's been like that forever. And I think that when you look at the bylaws, I think the guy, I read this years ago, guy who wrote the bylaws in NCAA, he said
yes, he did.
It was like a form of slavery.
Yes, he did.
And not the beating over the back slavery.
Yes, he did.
It's not like that, but it is a form of like
Walter Byers.
Right, that's him.
Walter Byers.
Think about it. You've got the players. You've got let's use slaves. You've got the people that's doing the work. They're doing all the work. I'm feeding them and housing. Okay, that's pretty much the same thing in NCAA. I'm housing you, I'm feeding you, or I'm giving you a scholarship. But you think about it, really, man. Most of those kids don't go to school to graduate. They go to school you're there to play a sport.
Well, first of all, it wasn't a scholarship. It was a grant.
It was a grant, right?
That could get snatched, and I saw it. I remember there was a brother. He was a defensive lineman, and he was an architecture major, smart. And played ball, and they came to him and they wanted him. I worked for that athletic department for 2 years. That's when Jackie Sherrill was head coach. And they
y'all
wanted him.
Y'all wasn't doing nothing over that, were y'all?
Huh?
Y'all wasn't doing nothing illegal.
Of course not, nothing. Absolutely not.
No, of course not. Everyone wouldn't do that.
We were as pristine as my outfit. So they came to his brother, and they were like, no, you need to commit more time, whatever. And he was like, no. He was taking like 15, 18 hours full load. He's like, I'm here for his architecture degree. And it drove them crazy because he was unwilling to sacrifice for his degree in architecture for them wanting him to commit more time to football.
Yeah, I mean, they could do that. I mean, you know, sports and college football, let's just lose college football because universities really are ran by college football. That's where the money comes in. I mean,
not even close.
And it's always amazing to me when people say, "Well, what about the girls' sports?" Look, I'm all for girls' sports. I think that you should have girls, but I think
it's football funds it.
Yeah, but thank you. Football funds that. You know, like, well, the athletes get this. I'm like, but football pays. But see, they don't realize that football pays for all that. You know, Alabama, USC,
TV
Georgia. Yeah, you think basketball pays for that?
No,
football pays for that.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com. There are very few schools, women's basketball at Tennessee, basketball at Kentucky, but even those places, I remember, look, when the Big East was the most dominant basketball conference. Why did the Big East conference break up? Because of football. Yep. That's what did it. Connecticut. Anybody watching Connecticut football?
I know they had a football team.
Anybody watching Connecticut football?
Yeah, they had a football team.
But because they were in the conference, it was a TV contract. And that's why the Big East broke up, because it was the football money. That's what drives it. NFL is the biggest league professionally. College football is what's dominant, and it's all because of TV money.
Well, it's always got to television money. I mean, think about the NFL and the contracts they get, you know, for the new contracts. I mean, they're billions of dollars. But the players, I mean, what do we get out of that? I mean, you know, I'm not going to say that I'm against the NFL. I think the NFL is great. I think they've done a lot of good things, but they've done a lot of things that are not so good. I mean, because like you say, it's business. But you know what? I always feel like this. If you just make it fair, I mean, I'm just about fairness. Just make it fair. Don't make it so one-sided. I mean, if you think about the NFL, I think about, look at our pensions. We have no health care. Like, you know, I paid my health care. When I finished playing, I paid my health care ever since I stopped playing. I mean, think about guys who can pay for their health care. Like right now, you play in the National Football League, you've got health care for 5 years after you retire. Now, you retired 30, 35, you ain't really having no problem when you're 35.
Right.
What happened when you're 55, 65, 75? That's where the problems come in. I just feel like that it's a lot of things that could change because they got the money. It's not like they don't have the money. It's just, a guy said this to me about 8 months ago. I was doing an interview about my book. He said, let me ask you a question. He said, you probably know I'm white. He's white, he said. I said, I can tell you white. He said, the NFL is what, 80% black? I say, yeah, 80, 70, 80% black. He said, I'm gonna say this. He said, if the NFL was 80% white, y'all would have a good health care and y'all would have proper pension. I say, well, I know that. He said, I know it too. He said, and everybody else knows it. That's the thing I think that really burns a lot of us up because we know. When I look at, when they talk the disability, you saw the guys that sue for disability. You've got 29 players that apply for disability black. All 29 are denied. I mean, then all of a sudden they go get these doctors that they have that they're doctors. But if you pass a guy, oh, now we can't use you. We got to freak out. We can't use you. I mean, it's so much that is, like I say, it's just not fair.
Well, you look at baseball. The reality is, the reason baseball has the best deals because one, you had Marvin Miller leading that union. Those players also stuck together.
I know they stuck together.
Stuck together. But the second piece that people can't ignore is that when you had baseball players who were being paid in the amateur ranks, Class A, AA, AAA, you don't have that in football. So really what you're dealing with, so when those players held out, when they broke the backs of the league, that's what changed it, and all that stuff economically changed. What the NFL did, because of, yes, you're absolutely right, how the system is set up, they front-loaded this thing where they get their TV money at the beginning of the year. So the only way, I mean, literally the only way this system changes is if the players truly commit, and it's hard when you have the shortest careers. You're telling somebody average career 3.5 years.
Right. We're
gonna sit out a year. That's a year for cats, and they're like, I can't make that money back. You're not talking about guaranteed deals. And they know economically where those players are coming from.
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, you said it right, baseball. I looked at the baseball, I looked at the basketball, you know, all their for health care, their for his pension is really good.
Multiple $300 million contracts.
I know, multiple. I mean, football is not like that. I mean, we have look, and I always say this, Goodell is making what, $62 million? I'm like, hey, if he makes $62 million, that's cool. But what about the players?
Well, that's why they mad as hell with the Deshaun Watson deal, guaranteed $230 million, and that's really why Baltimore is pissed. Don't want to pay Lamar Jackson.
Well, and
Lamar's like, hey, look, hold up, the way the game works, he getting guaranteed $230. I need to get paid. And that's why when he was injured, I was with him. I ain't playing.
I get it 100%. I mean, look, because you only have. Every football player's shelf life. You have so many plays, you have so many hits, you have so many runs, you have so many throws in you, and it's over. You'll be this guy, you know.
I mean, I remember when they hated you. They were like, arrogant, Eric Dickerson. But you understood the money game.
I was the malcontent. I didn't know what the hell malcontent was. You know, I never heard it. Just all kind of names they called me. Because look, I still have my NFL contract in my house, having a case. It's 4 of them, for my 4-year contract. I got a $600,000 signing bonus. my base salary for that first year was $150,000. Matter of fact,
$150,000.
$150,000. That's what I made, $150,000. Now think about it. My signing bonus was a forgivable loan, supposedly. When I got traded to the Colts, they made me pay back my signing bonus to them. I had to give them their $600,000 back.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was so pissed. Because, I try to be a man of my word. I'm like, fuck you. I'll give you your money back. Even though I know I earned that money,
right.
I gave them their money back. I gave them their $600,000 back. But yet, I was this malcontent. I was a bad guy. I'm about the money. It wasn't about the money. It was about doing right. Because I looked at, because you look at contract. Look at John Elway. John Elway was making $1 million, $800,000. I was making $150,000. I was doing everything. And I'm like, but yet I got so many letters, you nigga this, all you coons are just play for free and all that kind of stuff. You don't forget that kind of stuff.
Right.
That stuff is hurtful. And the thing is that, like I say, for me, it was a thing. I think it bothered me, but what really bothered mostly? My mother. That's what really bothered me. Mm-hmm. Because my mother said, Eric, I know what kind of person you are. I know how we raised you. And all the stuff I see them write about you is just so wrong. That's why I never liked reporters. I never liked them guys, because the stuff they would write was just so wrong.
And again, you weren't talking to people who look like me.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. I wasn't talking to people who look like you. And so from that point on, I just was not into reporters. But like I say, and I look back at, I'm not angry about it. That was how football was. That's how it was. And it is what it is. I'm glad I played. Because you know what, Roland, it allowed me, even the little money I did make, it allowed me to do things for my mother that I was not going to have been able to do. Because, we didn't have. My dad had passed away when I was in high school, and I started making money. I really made some real money at the Colts. That's not made real money. I played almost 5 years and made, the most money I made with the Rams was, I think, $450,000, and that was I played for them almost 5 years. And I played 11 years total.
And that's physically what you're giving up in those years. And again, you look at the career, average career, 3.5 years.
Yeah.
So you're running back, you're giving up. So I used to crack up laughing when people, I just remember I remember all the comments, just reading it, and his toughness. He keeps running out of bounds. Look at all the pads he's wearing. He won't take the physical punishment. And I remember as I remember watching it going, well, why? That's smart. Why in the hell am I gonna take a hit unnecessarily?
You don't have to. I'm over with John Robinson. We playing in St. Louis Cardinals, and I was trying to fight for extra yards, and right there by the sideline, and John Robinson, he said, "Hey, Eric, come out and go out of bounds." He said, "Fight another day." It's certain times when you try to, you have to go for it. And there's certain times you're like, "Hey, man, it's time."
Right.
I'm not taking them hits. That's how football was. It still is. And I say it again. My mother said this to me all the time as a young black kid, and I didn't get it till later. She said, "Eric, it's different for you. You black." And I'm like, "Mama," she said, "Eric," she said, "I'm telling you."
Oh yeah.
It's just different for me.
And see, for me, again, as a fan who's watching it, again, my whole deal is, well, wait a minute, hold up. So you want me to give all of this. You want me to sacrifice, and we do all this sort of stuff. But then if I hold out, then you mad.
Well, no,
when you hold out every day. You negotiate with the networks every day. You switching networks. When NFL went from CBS to Fox,
ABC, NBC,
when they were
Amazon.
like, all right, Amazon, and I'm like, and that's why I remember I called into a radio show, and I never listen to these shows. I don't know where in the hell I was. I'm listening to this show, and man, they going on and on and on about somebody holding out. And I called. I said, hold on, let me explain. I said, let me help y'all out. I said, when the Packers won the Super Bowl, Sterling Sharp at the top of his game.
Yep.
He holds out. And one reason I ain't got no respect for Brett Favre, not the Mississippi stuff with the welfare money, but Brett Favre, who got his money, was like, no, Sterling needs to be in camp. No, damn that. He needed his money. What happened? Sterling held out, got his money, got injured that year, career's over.
Over, right.
If he doesn't hold out for the money, takes the D. I remember there was another player. I think he had gone from Packers to the Broncos. I can't remember his name. Same thing. I tell people all the time, I got no problem when a guy holds out who says, I am at the peak. If I don't get paid now, I may never get paid. And the fans are sitting here, oh, they say right, this costing us. I'm like, first of all, who's us? You don't own shit.
He says costing us. I mean, you're right about that, but man, I'm gonna tell you, you understand, Roland, man, them fans, they take it personal. I mean, they get personal with it, very personal.
Yeah, I
can tell you this, I can tell how personal it gets when I was in Indianapolis. And this is one we look. I'll say this much: it's some good fans in Indianapolis. It really is. I mean, I'm not taking that away. I mean, there's some really good Colts fans. There were some good Colts fans when I was there, but that place really scarred me in a bad way. Where I never go back there. I don't go back there unless I'm asked. It's very like I go back there to visit my in-laws because my wife's from Indianapolis, but I don't go back there. Matter of fact, they asked me to come back for something here in the last 2 years. I said, absolutely not. I told them they can take my name out of that ring around because I mean I don't plan on going back there.
Wow.
Because I never forgot. It was my last year there. You know, you hang a banner over the rail. Hang a banner over the rail.
Yeah.
And you put like, we love the Colts. They hung a banner over the rail with a little black baby in an Indian style position with me, 29, with a stack of watermelons, stack of money, eating fried chicken with big red lips. And they let it hang there for almost like to half. I'll never forget the girl I was dating. We still best friends. I talked to her coming over here. Her name is Holly. And she was at the game. She said, Eric, she said, when I saw that, she said, I broke down and started crying. She said, I could not believe. She said, I didn't understand how you could even play with looking at that up there. I said, you know what? I said, being here, I said, I'll never forget that. I said something to the players, and some of the brothers thought it was funny. I said, motherfucker, that's you.
Right.
Just change the number.
Change the number.
Then all of a sudden, man, that's right. I'm like, don't you think that's funny? So for me, I've never, ever forgotten that. I will never forget that. And once now I'm gonna say it again. See, they would say, oh, he angry. Am I angry about that? Yes, I'm angry. I did not like that. I still don't like it. I mean, I just think it's uncalled for, and I think it looked at the team, let it hang there. That's what it's me. Would you have let that, if that was Peyton Manning, would you let him hang something with Peyton Manning up there like that? No, that would never happen.
They're getting snatched.
Oh, they're snatched.
The Klan was founded in Indiana.
Actually, Kentucky.
Same thing.
Because I said in there too. I said, no, Kentucky.
Same thing.
Same thing.
But it is, and that's a piece, man, that the perspective that people don't understand when you talk about, and again, fans, they get so personal that they want to be all self-invested. But what has happened is, and this is you can call it the brilliance of the NFL. The NFL is a religion.
Right.
It is, people will cut Sunday services short.
For church, right, to go to the game.
For football.
I know.
And so the NFL has replaced religion on Sundays. And the fervor of these folks and how rabid they get and how they act a fool and how they condemn players. And what they've done is, and this is, I've always been against publicly financed stadiums. They have actually convinced these fools to build billion-dollar palaces for billionaires, but let's cut the services for the poor.
Sure.
And complain about welfare, and I'm like, that damn stadium is the biggest example of welfare. And then the new stadium, what it does is, increases the value of the team, and if they sell it, they get paid, not the fans, not the city. And people act as if, no, that's our team. No, it's not.
No, it's not. I mean, I got to give Stan Kroenke credit. He built that stadium. He put all the money up. I won't forget, I was talking to Kevin Demoff at one day, and he said that Stan was writing these checks for $200 million a month. $100 million a month. I'm like, what? He said, it's a bad month. I'm like, but
the people in St. Louis.
Yeah.
See,
right.
See again.
Right.
He was like, no, we bouncing. All the money they built the stadium, all that sort of stuff, and that's the piece. So that's why when I hear teams talk about loyalty, I'm like, no. The only loyalty in the NFL is money. And I'm like, players, that's why I ain't got no problem when the smart players know how to play the money game.
And they should. I mean, look, it's like when you hear a fan berating another player. Cause that's funny. I sit there and listen to, he sucks, he's this and that. And I asked him this question. I said, let me ask you a question. I say, he's a bum. He said, yeah, he's not that. I said, how about if that's your son out there? That's your son, and you see the guy sitting next to you calling your son a bum. That's different. I said, oh, that's different now, ain't it? It's different, it's your son. He said, you know, Eric, I never thought about it like that. I said, a lot of them, see, they don't think that, we human. We're not robots. Players are human, we have feelings. I mean, we get hurt by things too, just like when you play a football game, that's the Super Bowl. Let's use the Super Bowl as the kid that they say, you know, supposedly held the guy.
Right.
Man, that kid, trust me, that kid.
Or the Bengals guy who hit
Mahomes out of bounds?
Out of bounds.
Man, I thought that, first of all, that was a bullshit call, but that, I mean, man, let me tell you something. You take that with you. I can tell you right now, I can tell you the worst game I ever played in my NFL career. I still remember it. Think about it. Washington Redskins in Washington, playoffs. They beat, I think they beat us 17-9. I had 3 fumbles in that game. Man, I could not hold on to that ball. Man, it was killing me. I mean, do you think I'm trying to fumble the ball?
Right.
You think it's man, I'm gonna fumble this ball. Man, it was dry. We had 6 turnovers. We barely lost the game. But man, matter of fact, I won't forget, on the plane home, I was in agony. You know, that night, couldn't sleep. So know this much here, I'll tell you, fans, know this. Players, we take that stuff personal. We take a lot of, not just what you say, but we take because the game it's not just a job, man. We love it. I mean, and you know why? We got other guys that's depending on us. I mean, just like you got these guys here that you depend on back here behind to do the cameras. I mean, they depend on me. They depend, and I'll let them down. And I've never forgotten, as I say, still to this day, it bothers me.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. This is an opportunity for us to be able to speak to our issues. Y'all better understand something real quick. We ain't going nowhere. It is a continual battle that we see all across this country. Revolution will not be televised. The revolution will be streamed.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
He makes sure that our stories are told.
Roland Martin's doing this every day.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared. When Jackson State lost to North Carolina Central in the Celebration Bowl, teams they were just distraught. And so Robert Brazile, I was following Deion, and he hugged Deion. They shared some words, and I interviewed Robert Brazile, and he was talking about. He said, "Look," he said, "it's supposed to hurt." He said, "Because you want it." And I told him, I said, hell, I'm still hurting when y'all lost to the Steelers in 79, back-to-back in 78 and 79. And Brazile said, he said, me too. He said, I was in the game. I saw, at the All-Star game, Thurl Bailey was there. Every time I see Thurl Bailey, I give him a side eye. And he see me, and I tell him, I'm like, goddamn 1983 NCAA championship, NC State and University of Houston.
Oh,
dude! If that play came on that TV, I'd turn the channel.
You don't forget it.
So and again, Elijah Wan comes baseline. Elijah Wan under the basket. Lorenzo Charles comes baseline, and he's blocked up by 2 people, and air ball. Homer catches it, dunks. I can only imagine Elijah Wan having a relive. He's standing right there. Hell, I'm watching at the crib in Houston.
Like I say, man, them plays, you relive them plays over and over. That's what I say. So for fans, you know, as y'all think that we don't care, Guys, we care, man. Well, like I said, now think about that. You said Robert Brazile. That was 19. What?
That was 78, 79.
I remember the one year when I think it was a receiver, Renfro. He was in.
Yes.
He was. They didn't have his
Renfro.
He was in. They called him out.
I remember.
Yeah.
Left corner of the end zone.
Left corner of the end zone.
Come out, foot comes down.
He was in. They called him out. That Houston would have been the Super Bowl.
When I saw NFC Championship game, it was the Carolina Panthers. So my frat Lamell McMoore is firm represented Cam Newton. So he said, hey, I was giving a speech in Florida. He's like, yo, you want to fly on the plane with me to the game? And it was a storm on the East Coast. I was like, well, hell yeah. And that's the only time. See, here we got an attitude over there because I only rep Houston teams.
I know you all thought.
I only rep Houston teams. But this was the Astros' old colors, and they were it was this crimson. Everybody thought I was a Cardinals fan. And so Lamell was like, say, dog, you can't wear that shit to the game because Cam see you in them colors. He gonna think you're a Cardinals fan on the sideline with me. So he sent his driver and he went and bought a Carolina Panthers jacket, scarf, hat, gloves. And I took a picture. He was like, what the hell you wearing, Cap? I said, hey, I flew on the plane with Fred. I said, he represented the agent. I'm with him. I had to put it on. Now, he was a Cowboys fan. That wasn't going to happen. I hate the Cowboys.
Oh, I hate the Cowboys.
You hate them?
I hate the Cowboys.
Oh, Cowboys fan. I want them in agony.
Why and how?
I want them in agony all day. And his ass from Chicago, and he a Cowboys fan.
What the hell?
For the Bulls, White Sox, Blackhawks, he a Cowboys fan.
Only team I hate worse than the Cowboys is the 49ers, so.
No, ain't nobody.
Brother, no, that's
I hate the Cowboys more than I hate the Klan.
I didn't go to Klan on that, Bob.
No, I hate him that much. So when I saw Terry Bradshaw, I was like, yeah, we would have beat. He's like, oh hell no, we would have still won. I was like, Terry.
Me and Joe said the same thing. He said the same thing.
He was like, nah, Roland, forget that. I was like, Terry.
He said the
that touchdown.
I said that was a touchdown. He said
momentum change.
He said we won the game. I said, but that was a touchdown.
Touchdown.
And that was at the end of the game. It wasn't the game. That was the end. That was
he tried to claim it was third quarter. We would have still won.
No, that was at the end of the game. That kept at the end of the game.
Terry, I said, and that play actually is really one of the plays led to it's the replay.
Really?
People always remember because I know it's seared in my brain.
Let me ask you, what do you think of? Do you like instant replay?
I do. The reason I like instant replay is because we're human, and if I'm a player, again, I play baseball, but if I'm a player and I'm playing, and that owner makes an egregious mistake, and if it's clear, it should get overturned.
I agree with you. I agree, but I also think that they should have instant replay on certain, like holding calls, certain ones.
I agree.
I mean, because that can be the outcome of a football game.
Oh, pass interference too.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like you talk about the one when the Rams played the game in New Orleans. I mean, if they said was a pass interference. Hey, we got away with it.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, I really believe they should look at pass interference.
Because again, if it completely alters
the game.
Again, especially if you're in fourth quarter.
Right.
That's why I love the NBA when it's in the last few minutes. If it's one of those plays,
they'll go back and
look at it. And look, now with technology, it's so many cameras now. Ooh. I mean, hell, you got a pylon camera. Oh. You got a sideline camera. You
underneath the pile. You got to see. I'm like, oh, you can see under the piles.
You got cameras in the base on baseball. See that? Yeah. To me, technology allows you to do that. People are like, oh, it slows the game down. Yeah, but man, listen. If that's the difference between winning a Super Bowl and losing one.
If it's your team, you want the call.
And it ain't no guarantee. Look, Dan Marino made one Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they lost. Never got back there. I can imagine getting to that big game and you lose it over a ref's call.
Ref's call.
And it was blatant. And you like, I'd never get back again? Nah, I mean, you want it right. So that's how I look at that.
I'm with you. I agree with that 100%.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. When you talk about being, having conversations, when you're talking to younger players, and trust me, it happens in music and all other fields, cats like, nah, we good. Do they listen? Do they listen? Do they listen when you're talking about how to take care of your body? Spud Webb told me this. He gets to the Hawks, and Moses Malone's in. Meet me at breakfast tomorrow. So Spud said he goes to breakfast. So he walk in, and Spud trying to sit here and he wanted to order him some pancakes, some eggs. He said he walk in, Mo had this huge plate of fruit. And he said, young fella, sit down. And he said he taught him how to eat. And Spud said he never forgot that. He said, if you want to last in this league, you got to know how to eat.
I'll say this much sure. I never had a great diet, still don't. I mean, thank God I'm just genetics. I still work out. I think for some football games, I wouldn't eat anything. I'd have a candy bar, before the game.
Wow.
Sometimes I eat after the game. Most times I eat after a game. But you know what some young kids do listen to? They will listen to, and you try to tell them about life after football and about playing football when they're in the game. I've had guys ask me, man, tell me, what does it take to be a good pro? And I said, well, one thing is, you got to love your profession and you got to respect your profession. You don't want to hurt your team and hurt yourself. I always say, my mother said, son, when I came to California, she said, don't go out there and embarrass your dad's name. And that was big for me. I mean, and that's being a professional. I mean, because one thing is that, you're not going to, I tell these young kids, you're not going to be number 22, number 29, number 19 or whatever. You're not going to be that guy always. You got to come back and be Edward Jones, Eric Dickerson, Roland Martin. You got to come back and be that guy, and you're going to be that guy a lot longer than you're going to be that number. And a lot of guys, a lot of players get it. They do. And, and some don't. I mean, because I look at some players and I'm like, man, when you get older, you're going to look back and think, why the hell did I do that? I had a conversation there. This was funny. It was the kid that plays for the Bengals. And I know his agent. And he said, he bought a grill. And he said, man, I bought a grill. The grill was $20,000. I'm like,
a grill?
I'm like, a barbecue grill? So they started laughing. I'm like, what kind of grill cost 20 grand? Talking about a grill to go in your mouth. I said, wait a minute, man. I'm like, holy
You
man.
thought it was a barbecue grill.
I'm thinking a barbecue grill. They laughing. I'm like, in your mouth? I said, dog. I said, let me tell you something. I said, you young now. I said, when your ass is older, you're going to think, what the hell did I spend $20,000 to put this grill, these fake teeth in my mouth? I said, remember I told you that. I mean, so, Roland, some guys listen, some guys don't. Some guys think they got it figured out. I mean, you got to think like this here. Think when you were 20 years old. You got to go back, because I won't forget my buddy say, man, these guys, they go out, they wreck their cars, they have a Ferrari, and they driving drunk and all that. I say, boom. I say, see, you're thinking like a 60-year-old, because the guy was talking about 60. I said, think like a 22-year-old. You just bought a brand new Ferrari. You don't want no limo. I want to drive my Ferrari. I want the girls to see me in my Ferrari. I said, that's the difference. I said, well, see, you're thinking like an old man, but young guys, they want to do that all that kind of stuff.
I I was thinking like an old man at 20.
Man, you wasn't. Trust me. If you think about it now, you got to think.
No.
You might have, but if you young and you go into a club, you know all the honeys there. Right. You just got you a brand new Ferrari, Porsche, whatever.
I got you.
You going out the limo, or I want to drive my new Ferrari, my Porsche.
So for me, the thinking was, what I'm not about to mess up.
You say that now.
No. I'm talking about no. When I was 20, I remember we were somewhere, and it's time to bounce. No, dog, I ain't riding with you. Your ass drunk.
Now I'm with that.
No, I was like,
I was always like that.
No. Hell no.
I need to drive.
No, hell no. That ain't happening. Or it was certain cats. All right, man, we have to do this here. Nah, I ain't rolling with you. We ain't. It was because here's the deal. I was more scared of getting my ass whooped by my daddy.
There you go.
Than any police officer. It was like, nah, we ain't gonna act a fool with that. And so I mean, I can think back to decisions that there were certain things, maybe let's take a road trip, or you somewhere and cats who act a fool, who are hot-headed. Because I ain't about to lose my shit because of you. Because you get into a fight, we get into, see, I've always been, I remember I was dating somebody who decided to have some hot checks. So straight up. And cops show up at my dorm. And I'm sitting here, cops show up. And she had come by, and we had broken up, come by, and they come. And I got to think real quick. You're not gonna do it. We're looking for so-and-so. Calm as hell. I haven't seen him. Have you talked to him? I haven't talked to him. And the fact they showed up at my door mean they were tracking. I'm calm. Now I know the law. The dorm is your domicile. They need a warrant to step. They said, can we step into the dorm room? No, you can't. Well, why not? Because I got somebody else in here and y'all are interrupted. Dude, Eric, I'm calm as hell. Eric, I am calm as hell. I got somebody here, so y'all are interrupted what I was about to get into. So no, you can't step in. But if I hear, then give me the car or whatever, I was like, gotcha. Man, I closed the door. I was like, you're gonna wait 10 minutes, get the hell out of my dorm. You ain't fucking up my future over your bullshit. Straight up. Waited 10 minutes. I was like, you need to get the hell out of my dorm. My whole deal, I knew where I was going. I wasn't letting no woman, no dude, no frat brother, nobody mess up where I was going. Bro, I was hardcore. I knew. I was like, nah, you ain't messing my shit up.
But you know, that's rare. I mean, that's a rarity. I mean,
right.
all of us have made bad decisions.
Absolutely.
Bad decisions. I mean, all of us have. I mean, and you said one thing that's true, is that my daddy or my mama. See, it was my mom. I mean, my daddy passed away when I was 17. That was the best man I ever knew, was my father. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could be more like him. That upbringing, because matter of fact, this was a couple of years ago. This was when Adrian Peterson had his issue with his son.
Yep, his son.
And so I was on a radio show, and the guy asked me about it, about disciplining kids. I said, well, I'm gonna say this to you. I said, I believe in discipline. I said, I spank my kids. I don't beat my kids, but I spank my kids. I
Sustained.
I spank my kids. I do. And I spanked my kids before. I said, I'll say this much. I said, think about it like this. My son, let's say my son is he's little now. I said, but one day when he gets, say, 14 or 15 years old, I say he shows up at your house and he sticks a gun in your mouth, and the first thing he'll say, where's the daddy and the mom? Where's the daddy at? I said, oh no, this is the kid you say don't discipline. I said, no, that's him. Boom. Probably about 2 weeks later, I get a letter in the mail. My wife called me. She said, I want to tell you something. She said, you did the radio interview about disciplining the kids? I said, yeah. Some guy wrote you a letter and said that he's going to report you to the Calabasas Police Department because you say you spank your kids, that you beat your kids. I said, did you put a number on there? She said, I said, give me that motherfucker's number. She said, no, I said, give me his fucking number. She wouldn't give me the number. I said, I'm gonna call this motherfucker.
Right.
I said, first of all, I was so pissed. And I'm like, how are you gonna tell me how to raise my kids? I know one thing. No parent is the greatest parent of all. Right. Nobody is. But everybody has their own ways of raising their kids. I don't beat my kids. If I spank my kids, I explain to them why I did it. Right. I don't want to just be whooping them for the hell of it.
So we got the ass whoop. I'm whooping your ass cause you lied.
Right. You know, and that's it. I mean, I just believe in in today's age, man. Kids, I told my kids this when they were young. I don't forget, I told my daughter when she was probably 10, she's probably 10 or 11. I said, let me tell you something, because my wife, she's mixed, she's white. I said, let me tell you something. You ain't like these white kids. I say, if you ever call the police on me, I said, I'll be whooping your ass. I said, know this, you ain't coming back here. You going to stay somewhere else. I said, if I Indiana with your grandmother, you ain't coming back here. I said, you get that? I understand. I said, I'm just letting you know right now.
Thea Vidal, the comedian, had a joke. She said, kid said, Mommy, are you aware that if you hit us, we can call a cop? She said, bitch, you gotta get to the phone. She said, you gotta get to the phone.
That's true. There you go. But yeah, I mean, you know, and it's how you raise your children. I mean, you know, black parents are different from white parents. I mean, they are. I mean, like, little Joey, don't do that, little Joey. My mom be like, you bring your black ass here. I mean, I won't forget, you probably did it too. Sitting in church, I'm sitting in church, got Enrique Cloud. We back there laughing and cutting up. My mom was in the choir. He said, boy, look at your mama. Look at your mama.
Better free.
I'm laughing, and the next thing I know, you know, to go to put the money on it, she coming toward me. And I said, here come your mama. Took me out, she took my, whooped my ass outside, made me sit in the choir with her. So, I mean, I'm fair to say, I'm glad that my mom did me like that. I'm serious. I mean, I know that she loved me. Right. And I don't feel like I was abused, none of that kind of stuff. My mother was strict, but I believe in discipline. I don't believe in beating your kids, but I believe in discipline.
Right, absolutely.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland. Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Who is right now, who is your favorite running back to watch?
Man, you know what? I don't watch a lot of football, to be honest with you. I only watch when I have to. But I would have to say probably Derrick Henry, is because he doesn't run like me, he's big. Right. I like big backs. Right. And I'm 6'3", I was 225. I like the big backs. I like the guy in Indianapolis, what's his name? It's not Jacobs in Oakland. God, I can't think of his name. Whatever. The kid in Indy. Mm-hmm. I like him too. I like the kid at the Raiders, Jacobs. It's not a lot of backs. It's just not. I like Saquon Barkley.
Well, the game has also changed because they've now devalued the running back position. And really, if you're a great player, you should go play cornerback or wide receiver to get paid.
And get paid. Oh, you're right. A quarterback.
Right. I mean, obviously, quarterback is always number one.
But you still got to have a running back. I mean,
you got
it kills me when they
talk. First of all, if the Chiefs didn't have a running game, They don't win the Super Bowl. That's what put the position them in the second half.
That's what saved the game. I mean, when I think of running back, I think of the white kid and up in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, McCaffrey.
McCaffrey. Now let me tell you something.
He totally altered the 49ers offense.
That white boy can run. I call him white chocolate. The white boy can run the rock.
Oh, he can hoop. He can play.
And to me, he doesn't get the credit. You know why? Because he's white. He plays the black position. To be honest with you, but he can play the position. But most definitely, if you want to make some money, cornerback, wide out, quarterback, or you want to be an offensive tackle.
Folks always talk about, this will be the last question. Folks always talk about greats. I always love the debate. Is it Jordan? Is it Bill Russell? Is it LeBron? I love how they keep Kareem out. So let's just say, we'll remove you from it. Who do you see as the greatest NFL running back?
There's no such person as the greatest. No such person. It's who you like, who you saw play. That's what it comes down to.
But let's say you didn't see Jim Brown play.
I didn't see Jim Brown play. But do I think Jim is one of the greatest? Most definitely. There's no doubt. I mean, because the era he played in, and Jim's a friend of mine. I mean, I just went to see Jim last week. The era he played in, the things he did back then, and the amount of time he did, I mean, no one has ever done that.
Yep.
To me, I mean, the guy I grew up watching, the guy that made me want to play running back was OJ. I mean, that's the guy that I watched play.
And so for me watching Earl Campbell.
See, and I said, I'm going to say, people forget about Earl Campbell.
Absolutely.
I was going to come in.
Jim Brown actually said, number one person right behind him, he said Earl Campbell.
People forget about how great Earl was. I mean, man, you remember the hit that him and Isaiah?
Oh, yes. Wow. Put that chest in his head and blew that boy backwards.
Man, yeah, I mean, it's so many great backs that I just got to say, it's who you like, who you saw play. That's it.
I got you.
Yep. And you're right. I always keep myself out. I'll never put myself in that. I mean, I don't do that.
All right, Doc.
All right, brother.
Enjoyed it.
Good talking to you, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, brother.